Hi, I'm USA Today bestselling author Jennifer Youngblood. Thanks for joining me today to listen to One Way Home, the second standalone book in my Romeo family romance series. This is Zoe's story. Sometimes it takes me a while to get to know my characters. With Zoe, I felt a strong connection with her from the start. She's a devoted mother and wife, and in her zeal to take care of her family, she loses a bit of herself. When the unthinkable happens, Zoe goes back home to Franklin, Tennessee, where she reconnects with her first love. One Way Home has an explosive ending. Sit back and enjoy the moving picture that features beautiful landscapes while you listen to the book. And be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel so that I can continue putting audiobooks on there for free. Enjoy!
Opening credits. One Way Home, Romeo Family Romance. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Lisa Valdini. Chapter 1. "Give me back my paper!" Madison demanded, her dark eyes flashing. "Make me!" her older brother Milo taunted. "Give it now!" Madison shouted, her voice going squeaky like she was near tears. "Mom!" she shrieked. With a heavy sigh, Zoe stepped away from the pancakes she was making, switching from her role as resident chef to referee. "Milo," she ordered, "give Mads back her paper." She pinned her oldest child with a steely look as her hand went to her hip. "Now!" He rolled his eyes. "Fine!" he huffed, tossing the paper across the room as Madison scrambled to retrieve it. "You're so mean!" Madison whined. "And you're annoying," Milo shot back, sticking out his tongue. Zoe felt a wave of frustration and disappointment over her oldest child's behavior. Was that really necessary? You're 11 years old, but acting like you're 5. Milo hunched his shoulders. "Sorry," he mumbled contritely. "I'm almost 7, Madison piped in, flashing a large grin that revealed 2 missing front teeth. "Yes, you are," Zoe said, giving her daughter an affectionate grin. Maddie's birthday was a week away, and it was all she could talk about. The stench of something burning invaded Zoe's nostrils. Crap! Reflexively, she reached for the handle to move the skillet off the gas burner, but accidentally touched the hot rim. She yelped, drawing back her hand as she flicked her wrist. "Are you okay?" Milo asked with a note of genuine concern. "I'm fine," Zoe responded in the capable, motherly tone she always used when she didn't want her children to worry. She went to the sink and ran cold water over the burn. She looked up as her husband, Carl, strode into the kitchen. He looked exceptionally nice today in a crisp white button-down dress shirt, red silk tie, and black trousers. His wavy chestnut hair was gelled to perfection, and clear, intelligent, cocoa-brown eyes shone behind his stylish glasses. Some days he wore contacts, and others he wore his glasses. Either way, he was an impressive figure who commanded respect wherever he went. With his patrician features and impeccable grooming, he fit the part of the business owner that he was. Not only was Carl good with numbers, but he was an amazing public speaker and coach. The realtors that he mentored absolutely loved him. She'd often heard it said of Carl that he was always willing to take time out of his schedule to give plenty of one-on-one attention to those who needed it. Too bad he isn't as solicitous to his wife and children. Zoe immediately felt guilty for the renegade thought. She and Carl were going through a rough spot, like countless other couples. Carl's business commanded the bulk of his attention, and Zoe often felt she and the kids got the leftovers. The demands of raising kids and the doldrum of marriage could take its toll on any couple. Zoe felt sure that they'd work through it. They had so much to be grateful for, after all, the top of the list being their 2 amazing children and each other. Carl stopped in his tracks, making a face. "What's burning?" "Mom's hand," Madison announced practically as she skipped over, pulled out a kitchen chair, and sat back down next to Milo. Even though the siblings often fought like cats and dogs, they were super close. Zoe thought of her relationship with her 5 brothers. Yeah, pretty much the same. Carl furrowed his brows as he looked at Zoe. "Your hand?" She turned off the faucet and reached for a paper towel. "I burned a pancake," she explained. Her finger was stinging, but Zoe knew from experience, having burned herself plenty of times before on hot pans and the stove, that the pain would soon subside. "You should turn on the fan." Carl suggested. She did as he instructed. Carl stepped up beside her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. His cologne smelled of cedar and cloves. "Are there any pancakes that aren't burned?" It irked her a bit that he didn't even ask about her finger. She looked at the strip of red across her skin. She'd need to put some burn ointment on it soon. But right now she had a husband and children to take care of. "Nope," Zoe responded, forcing her voice to sound more cheerful than she felt. "But I can certainly make more." She pointed to the bowl of batter. A smile split his lips, lightening his features. Even though Carl's jaw was starting to collect a little flesh, he was still an attractive man. "Thanks, son, that would be great." He went to the cupboard, retrieved a glass, and then pulled the container of orange juice from the fridge. Zoe dumped the burned pancake in the garbage and went to work, cooking up the rest of the batter. "Dad, are you coming to my soccer game this afternoon?" Milo asked eagerly. Milo played indoor soccer and lived for the times when his dad would come and watch him. Unfortunately, the times when Carl had been able to go were few and far between. "What time's the game?" Carl asked. 6:30. Sorry, bud, I have a dinner meeting at 6. Zoe spun around, her eyes zooming in on Carl. "What? We talked about this, remember?" Carl knew how important this was to Milo. Carl grimaced. "I'm sorry, hon, the Breckenridge Brokerage Group is coming in today from San Diego. I have to take them to dinner tonight." Milo looked down at his plate. His forlorn expression stabbed at Zoe's heart. "You didn't tell me you had out-of-town clients coming in today?" There was a time when Carl first started his business that Zoe knew all the ins and outs. However, with her getting much more involved with the kids and the PTA, well, there was only so much time in the day and she had only so much available headspace. "We talked about Milo's game," she reiterated, trying to convey to Carl through her eyes how important the soccer game was. Carl ran a hand over his forehead. "I know, hon, I'm sorry. This just came up. It's a fantastic opportunity. If I can get this group to sign up for my coaching package, it will open the door for other brokerages in San Diego and then all over California." He offered Milo a placating smile. "I'll go to the next one." Milo nodded glumly, but Zoe could tell that he didn't believe his dad. Carl's business and finances were a constant source of contention. Carl had grown up poor and was determined to become successful at all costs, even if it meant neglecting his family. Whenever Zoe tried to encourage Carl to take a break from work, he would argue that Zoe had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth and didn't understand what it was like to struggle and make it on her own. Zoe would then remind Carl that while she'd come from money, she'd grown up on a ranch, learning to work hard. She could have also pointed out that it was her money that Carl used to start his coaching and mentoring business, but she refrained. "Zoe, the pancakes," Carl prompted. "What?" she fired back, eyes narrowing slightly. There was a hint of exasperation in his tone as he motioned. "You don't want to burn that one, too?" "I'm not burning it," she insisted, turning her attention back to the stove. She thrust the spatula underneath it and flipped it over. It was a little too brown. "Oh, well." "Give me the syrup," Madison demanded. "No, I'm using it right now," Milo countered. When the pancake was done, Zoe slipped it onto a plate. As she was taking it to Carl, a scuffle broke out between Milo and Madison. Zoe watched it all in slow motion. Madison attempting to grab the syrup out of Milo's hand, Milo jerking it out of her reach, his elbow hitting Carl's glass of orange juice. The glass toppled and sloshed juice all over the newspaper Carl was reading before spilling onto his pants. He swore as he scooted back his chair and threw his hands into the air. "Milo!" he roared. "Look what you did!" Zoe jerked as the air got sucked out of the room. Milo's face turned chalky while, I'm sorry, Dad." His lower lip began to tremble. Madison touched Milo's arm. "It's okay," she soothed in a grown-up voice. "No, it's not okay." Carl threw Milo a blistering look. Milo's lower lip began to tremble, tears bubbling in his eyes. Madison gave her mom a stricken look. The mother bear in Zoe came out full force as she threw back her head, nostrils flaring. It was one thing for Carl to jump on her case, but quite another for him to jump all over the children. "It was an accident," She glared at Carl, daring him to disagree. "If these two hadn't been horsing around, it wouldn't have happened." Swearing under his breath, Carl looked down. "I don't have time for this," he growled, shaking his head. "I don't even know if I have any other black pants. You forgot to pick up the dry cleaning yesterday." The plate Zoe was holding felt heavier than lead as her insides bristled. When she spoke, her voice was carefully controlled. "I beg your pardon? Are you blaming this on me?" He squared his jaw. "You did forget to pick up the dry cleaning." "Yes, I did, and I apologized. I told you I'd pick it up today." Her tongue enunciated every word in hard thrusts, like rocks pinging metal. Carl's face went red, lips flattening. "Well, that doesn't help me right now, does it?" At a loss for words, Zoe felt the blood drain from her face. What was happening to them? She was mad enough to spit nails, and she felt so dang helpless. This wall between her and Carl was getting so high that she could no longer scale it. He grunted as he turned on his heel and stalked off. Zoe's heart felt like it was squeezing to the size of a golf ball as she went over to the table and put down the plate. Milo and Madison were both crying. Zoe felt like crying too. She pulled out a chair and slumped down. I'm sorry," Milo sniffed. She touched his arm. "It's okay." Her gaze went to the orange juice. Most of the liquid was on the floor, but there were still a few intermittent drips rolling off the table. Zoe felt sick at heart. She could understand Carl's frustration over the accident, but he'd been so hateful to the kids and so caustic to her. He'd been frustrated yesterday when she forgot to pick up his dry cleaning. She thought he'd gotten over it when she apologized. Obviously not. For a few minutes, she sat frozen, her mind running in circles. Then she looked at her children and realized that she couldn't sit here like a knot on a log all day. She needed to clean up this mess and get the kids to school. She and Carl would have a long talk when he came home tonight. When he cooled off, he'd realize the error of his ways, hopefully. She took in a long, cleansing breath, her voice practical. "Dad didn't mean to act ugly. He's just stressed about work." Zoe was losing count of the number of times she'd had to cover for Carl, especially during the past year. Should they consider marriage counseling? "Maybe Dad needs to go to time out," Madison suggested timidly, her head ducked into her shoulders. Zoe blinked before laughter gurgled in her throat. She put a hand to her mouth to stifle it. She and Milo shared a look before he started sniggering, his shoulders shaking from his laughter. Madison smiled broadly, pleased that she'd said something funny. "Okay, kiddos, we need to get you to school," Zoe said as she stood and shifted into mother mode, trying to push aside her wounded feelings. Her angst at Carl would just have to wait until tonight. Several hours later, Zoe was leaving the dry cleaners and headed to the grocery store when her phone rang. She fished it out of her purse. "Hello?" "Zoe Stevens?" a woman began. "Yes?" "My name is Judith Henley, and I represent the Gads Art Gallery in San Francisco." Zoe halted in her tracks, her pulse picking up its beat. The Gads Art Gallery was one of the most prestigious in the nation. Before Zoe had put aside her sculpting to become a full-time wife and mother, she'd tried hard to get her work into Gads, but nothing ever came of it. "We're doing a special exhibit in August and would like to commission you to do a piece for it." Her heart leapt with anticipation. Really? It was all she could do not to punch a victory fist in the air and shout hallelujah. Noah, her younger brother, who happened to be a world-renowned photographer, was constantly trying to talk Zoe into opening a gallery and resuming her work as a sculptor. While Zoe was sorely tempted, she didn't want to do anything that would take time away from her family. With Carl dumping all of his energy and their money into his company, someone needed to hang back and be with the children. The kids would only be young once, and Zoe didn't want to miss out on the opportunity of being their mom. Still, getting commissioned to do a piece for the Gads Art Gallery was huge. August was far enough away that Zoe could possibly juggle the demands of motherhood and the duties of PTA president and still have time to sculpt a piece. "How did you get my name?" "You came highly recommended by Nolan Vant, one of our most popular photographers." Gratitude welled inside Zoe's chest. Nolan Vant was her younger brother Noah's pseudonym. He was such a rock star. She owed him one for this. "Is there something you would be interested in doing?" Judith asked. "It sounds like a great opportunity," Zoe exclaimed exuberantly. "It is," Judith answered matter-of-factly. "What type of piece are you looking for?" "The theme is taking flight. We would want the piece to be in the same vein as your other work." "Abstract or traditional?" Zoe had done a lot of what she considered more traditional bronze sculptures, but she also did abstract pieces where she would find seemingly random items and meld them together to make a single cohesive piece. "Abstract." A smile tipped her lips. "Those are my favorites." "Does that mean that you'll take the commission? If so, I can have my assistant send you over the paperwork with the requirements and other details." Zoe swallowed, her feet coming back down to earth. As much as she wanted to say yes this very minute, she needed to talk to Carl first. If she did this, it would require a large portion of her attention, and she'd need his help with the house and the kids. "When do I have to give you a final answer?" "We're moving on the plans for this quickly. I'll need your answer by tomorrow." "You're at the top of our list, but if for some reason you can't do it, we have several other sculptors that we can call." Zoe could tell that Judith wasn't pleased with her not accepting the commission right then and there. She was letting Zoe know in no uncertain terms that the deal was on the table for a short period of time. "I understand." Zoe pulled at her coat as the wind picked up, catching hold of an empty potato chip bag and swirling it into the air, where it tumbled and danced haphazardly across the parking lot. "I'll be in touch with you tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity." "You bet. Have a nice day." "Thanks," Zoe said as she ended the call, practically skipping to her car. She called Carl first, but it went to voicemail. She left Carl a quick message, asking him to call her back, although she didn't say what she wanted to talk to him about. Next she tried calling Noah, but it also went to voicemail. No surprise there. Noah and Piper were on a shoot in Africa, and their service was patchy. She called her best friend Kate. "Hello, Kate," she began in a sing-song, breathless voice. "You won't believe what just happened." Chapter 2. Later that night, after the kids were in bed, Zoe tucked her leg underneath her and settled into the couch in the den as she waited for Carl to get home. She turned on a movie, but it was hard to focus. Her mind kept going back to the opportunity at the Gads Art Gallery. Earlier she'd been so excited to tell Carl the good news, but he'd not returned her call, possibly because he thought it was about the orange juice incident. Now she was mostly just frustrated about the whole thing. What good was it to have such an amazing opportunity if she couldn't share it with the one person who was supposed to be the closest to her? She looked out at the magnificent view afforded by the wall of windows in her den overlooking the small mountain city. The inky black sky and the twinkling lights from the houses below created a feeling of being alone, separated from the warmth of community. A cold pang tugged at her stomach as she hugged her arms, trying to push aside the despondency creeping over her. With a heavy sigh, she looked at the TV, forcing herself to concentrate on the movie playing across the screen. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy as she nodded off to sleep. "Come on," Briggs urged, his voice floating above the babbling sound of rushing water in the nearby creek. He caught hold of her hand, pulling her along the trail. Zoe groaned. "I knew this was a bad idea. My daddy will tan my hide, and yours, too, when he realizes we skipped chemistry class." Briggs stopped in his tracks, his sudden movement causing her to barrel into his back. "Oops," she said. He turned to face her, his blue eyes sparkling brighter than the azure sky above them. He pulled his trademark crooked grin that had most of the female juniors at Jefferson High School pining away for him. "That's the best part," he murmured, as his gaze moved over her face so slowly and thoroughly that it caused her blood to run faster. "What can be better than practicing real-life chemistry, right here, right now?" Her breath hitched, and for an instant she was spellbound. He brushed her cheek with the back of his fingers. His feather-light touch both tickled and tantalized. Her lips parted as she lifted her face to his. She soaked in his boyishly handsome features, smooth, tanned skin, those piercing blue eyes that were hijacking her thoughts more than she cared to admit. A lock of his deep honey-blonde hair slipped down over his forehead. It was so darn cute and so wildly attractive. The adventure in his eyes beckoned to her, making her forget how reckless it was to come out to the swimming hole alone with Briggs McAllister, who was notorious for being a player. At the beginning of the school year, she'd promised herself that she wouldn't fall prey to Briggs's charm. Then he began working at her daddy's ranch. She watched him with the animals, how kind and compassionate he was. Briggs was a hard worker and had a serious side to him that he rarely showed at school. Zoe began finding reasons to go to the stables more often. Then it happened. Their eyes met for one long moment, and Briggs finally saw her. They'd spent many an afternoon after that, laughing and talking until the sun began its homeward track down below the horizon. Briggs leaned closer. She could feel his warm breath on her skin. Could he hear her heart racing like a stampede of horses? She closed her eyes, expecting him to kiss her. Nothing. When she opened her eyes, he was studying her with an enigmatic expression. "What?" she mumbled, the heat of embarrassment climbing up her neck. "I'm not good enough to kiss?" she taunted, instantly embarrassed at her boldness. Conflicting emotions battled in his eyes. She felt his indecision, his complexity. Then the tough guy mask slipped back over his face as a low chuckle rumbled from his throat. "Come on." When they got to the swimming hole, Briggs began removing his socks and shoes. Next came his T-shirt. She swallowed the tightness in her throat, trying not to gawk at his broad shoulders or his lean, sinewy muscles. Sheesh! Was that the beginnings of a six-pack? His swim trunks were red, white, and blue, with the stars and stripes of the American flag. He turned to her, pumping his eyebrows. "Your turn." Crikey! She should have thought this whole thing through more carefully. Why had she worn a two-piece? Why? Taking in a deep breath, she slipped off her sandals before removing her shorts, trying to act like it was an everyday thing to undress with Briggs McAllister watching. When she hesitated, amusement glimmered in his ice-blue eyes. "Scared to take your shirt off, Romeo?" he teased. Briggs got great delight out of calling Zoe by her last name and making a pun out of the word Romeo. She straightened to her full height, meeting his eyes. "Not in the least," she retorted as she removed her shirt, making sure to hold her stomach in. The note of appreciation in Briggs's eyes was flattering. He rewarded her with a large grin. "Chemistry." A heat wave rolled over her. "What do you mean?" she demanded, even though she had a pretty good idea of what he was getting at. The attraction between them was zigzagging erratically like lightning in a summer storm. He winked. "I'll let you figure it out. Let's do it." Briggs shouted exuberantly as he caught hold of her hand. She dug in her heels. "Wait! Where are we going?" "To the rope swing." I think I'll just swim a bit first." "Oh, no, Romeo, this is all or nothing." She winced. "Okay, then I'll take nothing." He laughed. "Not an option. You're going off the swing if I have to carry you." The thought of Briggs carrying Zoe, being so close to him, was almost more terrifying than going off the rope swing. When they got to the top of the ledge overlooking the water, she swallowed hard, trying to calm her screaming nerves. It didn't help that the rope was frayed and crudely tied to an overhanging tree branch. "It's a piece of cake," Briggs said. He caught hold of the rope. "You just have to use enough force so that you swing out far enough into the water." Her gut churned as she peered over the ledge. You mean so that I won't hit the rocks on the side? Exactly, he beamed. The ledge was probably no more than 20 feet high, but Zoe felt like she was standing on the edge of a skyscraper, looking down into oblivion. She hated being a chicken, but she detested heights. Her palms were oozing perspiration as she clenched her hands. Here goes, he said as he swung out into the center of the water with such torque that he flew up into the air when he let go. He hit the water with a loud splash as he went under. When his head broke through the surface, he looked up at her with a mile-wide grin. Come on in, the water's fine, he proclaimed. Zoe's knees were beginning to shake. There's only one way out of this, Romeo, she told herself as she grasped the rope. She drew back, offering a silent prayer. Please protect me, even though this is one of the stupidest things I have ever done. She swung out into the open air and let go of the rope when the expanse of water was underneath her. The force of the water stung the bottom of her feet as she went in. When she came up, a swell of exultation ran through her. You did it, Briggs exclaimed. Yes, I did, and lived to tell the tale, she added silently as she threaded her arms through the water. It was cool and refreshing, making her feel reborn. Suddenly she was glad that she'd skipped class to come out here with Briggs. Zoe couldn't remember the last time she'd broken the rules. It felt kind of liberating. Briggs doggy-paddled over to her. All right, Romeo, I'm impressed. You completed your first challenge. Now, it's time for your final one. Nervous laughter gurgled in her throat. No one said anything about challenges. He pumped his brows, making him look ridiculously charming. Of course there are challenges. That's what life's all about. He moved closer, sending her cells swirling. Now for your final one. You have to complete this one before we can go home. She raised an eyebrow. Is that right? Yep, he quipped, because I have the keys to the truck right over there on that rock. A reckless thought tumbled through her. I guess I'll just have to get there first, she said as she made a break for it. Zoe had never been a terrific swimmer, but she swam with all her might, her arms pulling through the water as she kicked. To her dismay, Briggs beat her by a mile as he climbed out. Aha, he said, grinning broadly as he began scampering over the rocks to get out of the water. He turned and extended a hand. The warmth of his skin seeped into hers as he pulled her out. His eyes rounded. Crap, I just realized we forgot to bring towels. She hugged her arms as she looked up at the sun. I guess we'll just have to drip dry. Even though the sun was shining brightly in the sky overhead, it was the end of May and still a bit chilly, especially when they were dripping wet. I guess so, he agreed, his eyes deepening to a smolder. Unless... His eyes slipped over her. You want me to warm you up? There was such a maddening sense of arrogance about him that ignited her senses. He knew the effect he was having on her and was enjoying every minute. Before she could utter a single word, he stepped close and slid his arms around her waist. Her breath caught as she peered into his eyes. How's that? He asked. Good, she squeaked. The feel of his arms around her was electrifying, shooting heat through her entire body. His hair stuck flat to his head, emphasizing his chiseled features. How could anyone be so good-looking, so mesmerizing? It was getting to where Zoe was living for the chance to earn one of his crooked grins. You're trembling. It was being so close to him, but she wasn't about to admit that. Her thoughts went back to what he'd said before they raced to the shore. What's the one thing I have to do before we can go home? Ah, that. A teasing grin tugged at his lips. I was going to say that you had to swim the length of the swimming hole. Now, he tipped his head, looking thoughtful. How about a kiss instead? She blinked, her pulse skittering as a deep longing stirred through her. She swallowed, forcing her voice to go light. That's a little underhanded, don't you think? He chuckled. Why's that? You do have the upper hand. After all, I'm standing in your arms, you know, she continued. If I didn't know better, I'd say that you forgot the towels on purpose so you could offer to warm me up." She tried not to think of how his muscular body felt pressed against hers. If her daddy saw her right now, he'd tan her hide and then ground her for the rest of her life. "Maybe," he grinned. His eyes flashed with a wicked glint. "So do I get that kiss?" 1,000 tingles circled through her stomach as she sighed. "I suppose if that's the only way I can get home, then so be it. Lay one on me," she said bravely, as she closed her eyes and puckered her lips. She waited on bated breath for her very first kiss. As before, when they were on the path, nothing. She opened her eyes to find him studying her with amusement. "What?" she squeaked. If he didn't kiss her soon, so help her, she was going to bridge this distance and kiss him. He cocked his head. "I don't think I will kiss you," he mused. "Not here, not like this." She frowned, her stomach tumbling over itself and falling into a desperate heap at her feet. I don't understand." His eyes deepened to a rich, intense cobalt. "When we kiss," he breathed, "time will stop, and you'll want it as bad as me." He leaned in close, his breath tickling her face. "You'll crave the feel of my lips like you crave air," he whispered. "Only then will we kiss." "I crave you," Zoe replied, then jumped, waking up from her nap. She blinked, glancing around the den as a hot guilt surged through her. For a split second, her mind jumped back to the swimming hole with Briggs, the tender scent of honeysuckles lingering in the air. As she hugged her arms, she heard the sound of the garage door opening and realized Carl was home. Quickly, she reached for the remote and turned off the TV before going into the kitchen to greet him. She glanced at the clock on the microwave, 11:15 p.m. Waking up so suddenly from her sleep had left her feeling cold. She suppressed the shiver traipsing down her spine, willing her body temperature to regulate itself. Where in the heck had that dream come from? "Hey," she began hesitantly as Carl came in through the side door. "How'd it go?" "Good," he answered curtly as he moved to walk past her. Her stomach clenched with the knowledge that he was still mad from earlier. She caught hold of his arm, giving him an imploring look. "Can we talk?" They eyed one another. Finally he nodded as he loosened his tie. "I just need to get out of this monkey suit first." Zoe hated this distance between them. "Sure, I'll go with you." "How are the kids?" Carl asked when they were up to their bedroom. "Good. Milo's team won the soccer game." She couldn't keep the slight bite out of her voice. Carl should have been there to see Milo's victory. She removed the pillows from the bed and turned down the covers as he went into the closet to change clothes. She heard the water running in the bathroom sink. A few minutes later, he came back out wearing pajamas and a t-shirt. Placing his glasses on the nightstand, he climbed into bed. Having already washed her face and brushed her teeth earlier, Zoe climbed in on her side of the bed. She plumped up her pillow and rested her back against it as she angled to face him. "How did it go with the Breckenridge group?" Zoe figured it was best to start on neutral ground. The idea was to reach a common understanding so they could grow closer together, not farther apart. "Really well. They're signing up for the full program and additional coaching." "Congratulations." She paused, collecting her thoughts. "About this morning." Regret simmered in his eyes. "I overreacted. I'm sorry, hun. I was just so keyed up about the Breckenridge group coming in." She nodded in understanding. "I get that." She paused, trying to navigate the next part that needed to be said. "But the kids miss you." She searched his face. "I miss you," she added quietly. Was that why she'd had the dream about Briggs? Because she was craving human interaction? Probably. His features pulled taut like a piece of rawhide. "Are you trying to make me feel guilty for building the business?" Zoe was growing weary of every conversation ending in an argument. She selected her words carefully. "No, I'm just saying that if you'd spend more time with us, then maybe we could work through our issues." He frowned, the skin between his brows folding into rows of deep creases. "What issues?" Her voice rose. "You and I never see each other. It's like we're living two separate lives." "That's ridiculous." he scoffed. Is it? She flung back. When's the last time the two of us went out to dinner, or did anything together? She held up a finger. And don't tell me we can't find a babysitter because Kate is always willing to watch the kids. Her best friend Kate lived a few doors down. She was twice divorced and now lived alone. Zoe caught the sliver of guilt that crept into his eyes. He knew she was right. It's because you're always so busy taking care of the kids and your PTA stuff, he pouted. His comment was a slap in the face. She leaned forward, eyes narrowing. That's right. I'm busy taking care of our kids, our home, and that does occasionally involve a few PTA responsibilities. It was more than a few, but who was counting? I don't want to argue with you, he muttered. I've had a long day and I'm tired. He reached for the remote and turned on the TV mounted on the wall directly across from the bed. Lightning rods of heat were zigzagging through Zoe to the point where she felt like her head would pop off her neck. She sucked in a breath, willing herself to calm down. She didn't want to go off in left field. There were matters that needed discussing. Carl, she began. What's wrong? Her heart cracked a little. Couldn't he see how hard she was trying to make the two of them work? He looked at her with such annoyance that it made her sick to her stomach. What are you talking about? He grumbled. Her eyes grew moist. With us, she swallowed, her hands clutching the sheets. All we do is fight. Silence settled between them like a dense smog that seeped into her lungs, threatening to choke off her breath. This is not how Zoe pictured this conversation going. She wanted to get through to Carl, wanted things to go back to the way it used to be between them. When had everything changed? It had happened so gradually, the light of the day being shrouded by the dusk, that she couldn't pinpoint a definite event. I don't know what you want me to say. Carl's voice was heavy, defeated. I get up every day and go to work for you, the kids. He motioned his hand encompassing the room. Our lifestyle is not cheap. Zoe wanted to remind him that he was the one who wanted the big house in Park City with all the trappings. I've told you over and over again that I don't need any of this. We can move to a smaller house in a different area, and then... His grating laughter cut her off short. What? She demanded. So says the little rich girl. Her breath froze in her throat. My upbringing has nothing to do with this conversation, she said stiffly. Sure it does, he countered. You say that you don't have to live here in Park City, but you don't know the first thing about economizing. You wouldn't last a day in a regular neighborhood. When's the last time you followed a budget or clipped coupons? Was he right? Maybe he was, to a degree. Zoe only knew what she knew. Was it such a crime that she'd come from a wealthy, successful family? Carl certainly didn't think so initially. He was all too happy to take Zoe's money and use it to build his business. Where is all of this animosity coming from? His jaw went slack as she rushed on. Okay, if it's money that you're worried about, then I have the perfect solution. A hard amusement flickered in his eyes. I'm all ears. She lifted her chin. As it just so happens, I got a call from the Gads Art Gallery in San Francisco. They've commissioned me to do a piece for them, for a special exhibit they're holding in August. She'd not even thought to ask Judith Henley how much they would pay her. Money had not entered into the equation. For Zoe, it was about the self-expression that her art gave her. When were you going to tell me about this? I tried calling you today right after I first found out, but you didn't give me the courtesy of calling me back, she said tartly. I was in meetings all day. I hardly had time to breathe, much less return calls. She shrugged. That may be the case, but you asked why I didn't tell you earlier. Now you know, she snipped. A commissioned piece? He mused. Yep, she felt a swell of pride. It's a tremendous opportunity. It'll eat up a lot of your time. Yes, she admitted. It will. I'll need your help with the kids. He rubbed his jaw. Things are tenuous at work. We have so many things at play, especially now with the new clients. I'm not sure that I can pull away. Zoe wanted to start screaming at the top of her lungs. Okay, I'll work while the kids are at school. Also, I can hire someone to come in a couple evenings each week to watch the kids. He gave her a disbelieving look.
Who are you, and what have you done with my wife?"
She frowned. "What do you mean?"
"Aren't you always saying that you don't want to farm your kids out for other people to raise?"
"Yeah, but it would only be 2 days a week."
"Look," he began, "it's incredible that you got this opportunity."
"Yes, it is." She braced herself, waiting for his rebuttal. But
it's not a good time. The kids need you here. This year is pivotal in the business. With us getting the Breckenridge account, we'll be poised to get more business in San Diego. Once we can get a foothold there, we can expand all over California."
His voice gathered enthusiasm as he caught hold of her hands.
"Think what that will do for us. We can pay off the house and the cars, take vacations anytime we want."
"You mean in between your non-stop work schedule and the kids' school?" she asked, resentment coating her throat. Carl peered into her eyes.
"I know how much your sculpting means to you. I appreciate the sacrifices you make for our family."
A lump formed in her throat. "Do you?" She blinked to stay the tears pressing behind her eyes. Zoe loved being a wife and a mother, but sometimes she felt so lost. Her art had been her passion, and she felt like a piece of her was dying. It was especially hard to see Noah doing what he loved and being so successful at it. Also, he'd married Piper last August, and the two of them were traveling the world together, living their dream. It had been Zoe's dream to have a home and a family, but somehow the reality of marriage to Carl was falling miserably short. She felt guilty for having those thoughts, recognizing that it took two to build a successful marriage.
"Yes, I do. I promise you, Zoe. There will be more opportunities in the future."
"You can't promise that. No one can." Should she go against Carl's wishes and accept the commission? Her daddy would tell her to do it, as would her mama. If she turned the commission down, Noah would be ticked. He already felt like Zoe was selling herself short.
"I have an idea," Carl said. "Spring break is coming up. With the Breckenridge account, we'll have some extra money in the coffers and can take a trip. How about a Disney cruise?"
"The kids and I are going home to Nashville for spring break, remember? The kids are looking forward to spending time with my parents. Milo wants to learn to ride a horse."
"Are you seriously telling me you'd rather go to Nashville than on a cruise?"
"Yes." He bunched his brows.
"You know how much I detest going back to the ranch. Your dad hates my guts."
He frowned. Carl could be such a baby sometimes. "He doesn't hate you." It was true that her daddy didn't much care for Carl. Daddy was a man's man. Ranching was in his blood. In her daddy's words, Carl was a cream puff who would melt if left in the sun too long.
"Yes, he does hate me," he scowled. "He's still bent out of shape because you didn't marry Briggs McAllister." He rolled his eyes. "To hear your dad talk, you'd think Briggs could walk on water."
"Well, Briggs is Daddy's veterinarian. The veterinarian for the ranch. Of course Daddy would have a high opinion of him." Her voice sounded squeaky in her ears as she forced a laugh. Why had she had that stupid dream? It almost felt like Briggs was in the room with them. Carl gave her a piercing look.
"Are you telling me you don't ever think about Briggs, not even in the slightest?"
She could feel her cheeks burning. How in the heck was she supposed to answer that? "Of course I think of him from time to time. He's a large part of my past." Briggs was Zoe's first love. She'd wanted to marry him right out of high school, but Briggs got cold feet and broke her heart. She met Carl's gaze. "I didn't marry Briggs. I married you."
"That's right, you did."
He touched her cheek, his eyes softening.
"And I will be forever grateful."
That was the Carl she knew, the one she fell in love with. A part of him was still in there. She just had to work to bring it back out.
"I'll make a deal with you."
"What?"
"If you won't take the commission, I'll go to the ranch with you this spring."
A smile touched his lips.
"I'll even be nice to your dad and Briggs if I happen to see him."
She shook her head. "Seriously, you have no need to be worried about Briggs. That was a lifetime ago." Zoe had been a different person back then. Sure, Briggs had shattered her heart, but she'd picked herself up and moved on, meeting Carl.
"I'm sorry I've been such a beast lately."
Carl leaned his forehead against hers.
"I've just been so stressed."
Her eyes went to his mouth. I can think of something to help that, she murmured, leaning in to kiss him. A second later he drew back.
Hon, if you don't mind, I'm a little tired.
His hand lingered on her cheek.
Do you mind if we just go to sleep tonight?
Disappointment sat like glue in her stomach. She forced a smile. Sure.
That's my girl,
Carl said, as he gave her a peck on the cheek before settling back into his pillow and turning his attention to the TV. Chapter 3. Hello, is this Judith? Yes, it is. This is Zoe Stevens. Judith's voice warmed 10 degrees. Yes, hello. Zoe cleared her throat. Thank you so much for considering me to do the sculpture. Her throat constricted as she swallowed. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to turn down your offer. There was a long pause before Judith spoke. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can say to change your mind? No, I'm afraid not. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I'm sure, she croaked. There was a long pause. Okay, then I'll have no other choice but to contact the next person on the list. I wish you the best of luck. Thanks, Zoe said hoarsely as she ended the call, tears springing to her eyes. She had to put Carl and her kids first. But this about ripped her heart out. Needing a listening ear, she called Kate. Hey, she said as she picked up a sponge and began scrubbing the counter with a vengeance. You sound strange. Is everything okay? She gulped, hot tears slipping from the corners of her eyes and rolling down her cheeks. No, she trembled. Kate's voice lurched. Did something happen to Carl or the kids? She added. No, they're fine. Kate blew out a relieved breath. Good, geez, you scared me. What's going on? I turned down the opportunity at the Gads Art Gallery. Why? You were so excited about it. She told Kate about her conversation with Carl and how he thought the timing was all wrong. Did I make the right decision? She asked after she'd spilled her guts out. Yeah, I mean, you did what's best for the kids and Carl. I know, she sniffed. But if it's so right, why do I feel so lousy? I'll never get another opportunity like this, she said fiercely. This was met with silence. Kate, are you there? I'm here. Tears streamed down her face. I don't know what to do. Her voice broke. Something's wrong between me and Carl. She hiccuped a breath. And I don't know how to fix it. Did Carl say something is wrong? She gripped the phone tighter. No, not in so many words, but I can feel it. Zoe put down the sponge and folded her arms over her chest. All we do is argue. She hated to admit the next part out loud, even to her best friend. Carl doesn't look at me the same way he used to. He hasn't touched me in weeks. It was more like months, but that was too embarrassing to say out loud. Zoe felt a sense of shame that her husband no longer found her attractive. I wouldn't be too hard on Carl, Kate soothed. He's under a lot of stress with the business. It sounds like the two of you are just going through a rough patch. Her spirits lifted. You think so? Yes, I do, Kate said heartily. She paused. And for the record, I think you made the right decision about the sculpture. You're stressed out of your mind as it is, trying to keep up with the kids, the house, and the PTA. You would run yourself ragged adding in another thing, especially one of such magnitude. Zoe made a face. I could have handled it. She pushed her hand through her hair, groaning. Noah's going to be furious with me when he realizes I turned down the opportunity. Noah doesn't have kids to look after. True, Zoe conceded. Her doorbell rang. Hold on a sec. There's someone at the door. Cradling her phone on her shoulder, she went to answer it. She frowned when she looked through the glass side panels and saw the woman standing outside. It's Nellie Jordan. Nellie lived next door. What does she want? Kate grumbled. Probably trying to get you to buy something for one of her kids' fundraisers. The woman never stops. She hit me up for wrapping paper during Christmas and several coupon books. Zoe chuckled. Yep, I bought the wrapping paper and the coupon books too, she sighed. No telling what Nellie's selling this time. Be strong, girl, Kate teased. Just say no. Ha ha, easy for you to say Nellie's not standing on your doorstep. No, she's not. Kate trilled out a deviant laugh. Thankfully. Call me later. Okay, will do. Love you. Love you too. The doorbell rang again. Quickly, Zoe wiped away any remaining tears. Hello, she said, plastering a cheerful smile on her face. Nellie didn't return the smile. Do you have a minute? She asked solemnly. I need to talk to you about something. Sure. No sign-up sheet that Zoe could see. She had no idea what this could be about. Nellie wasn't much for socializing. Nellie was one of those competitive suburban women who was wound up a little too tight for Zoe's taste. Nellie was always the first one to sign up to volunteer at her kid's school for every position available, and she made a point of outselling all of the other parents, 3-to-1 at the fundraisers. She dressed a little stodgy, like a preppy homemaker. As usual, her makeup was perfect, not a single hair out of place. Zoe stepped back and motioned, Come in. She led Nellie into the den where they both sat down. Can I get you anything to drink? Zoe asked. No, thank you. Nellie clutched her purse in her lap, her hand winding around the strap. Nervous energy radiated off her like a nuclear spill. Zoe scooted forward in her seat, cradling her hands around her cell phone. What's up? There's no easy way to say this, Nellie began as she took in a breath. Last night, Herb took me out to dinner for our anniversary. We went to Benson's Chop House in Salt Lake. I love that place. Great loaded baked potatoes, Zoe added, trying to lighten the mood. Nellie tipped her head. I wouldn't know. I don't eat potatoes. Too many carbs. Zoe bit back a smile. Oh, well, if you ever decide to splurge, you should try it. Nellie nodded, her expression remaining rigid. As I was going to the restroom, she hedged. Well, I saw a couple sitting in a booth. She bit her lower lip as she shifted in her seat. They didn't see me because they were too engrossed in what they were doing. Color seeped into her face as she looked at Zoe. I'm so sorry. For what? She wanted to pull the words out of Nellie. I've been debating all day about whether I should tell you. Her brows darted together in determination. If I were in your shoes, I'd want to know. Frustration mounted inside of Zoe. I have no idea what you're getting at. Compassion touched Nellie's features. Maybe it's better if I just show you. I snapped a picture. This was getting weirder by the minute. Okay, Zoe said, fighting the urge to roll her eyes. She placed her phone down beside her on the sofa. Nellie reached into her purse and scrolled to her photos. She handed the phone to Zoe. It took her eyes a second to process what she was seeing. The breath left her lungs as her hands began to shake. It was Carl and Kate. His arm was slung around her, and their lips were entwined. Her world began to spin. I'm so sorry, Nellie said again, but the words seemed to be coming from somewhere far off. I can't believe your best friend would stoop so low as to have an affair with your husband. If there's anything I can do to help. Tears burned Zoe's eyes as she dropped the phone and stumbled to her feet. She rushed to the bathroom where she fell to her knees and puked her guts out in the toilet. Chapter 4. Can we stop by the shop and see Mama before we go to the ranch? Madison asked. Not today. Papa's waiting for us to have dinner with him, Zoe answered. Her Mama Bertie owned a clothing boutique in the quaint historical downtown section of Franklin. Bertie had promised Madison that when they arrived in town that she'd let her pick out a dress. Zoe's parents had divorced when Zoe was in high school. It was a painful time for the family, but thankfully, Zoe's Mama and Daddy were now close friends. I want to see Mama, Madison complained. Milo scoffed. You don't want to see Mama. You just want to get a new dress at the store. No, I don't, Madison shot back. Zoe let out a long breath, trying to hold on to what little shred of patience she had left. That's enough, she groaned. The long 3-day trek across country had left her exhausted, her nerves raw. All she wanted right now was to just soak in a hot tub and forget all about her sordid life. Carl and Kate's betrayal, the bitter divorce, the daunting process of rebuilding her life while trying to be a good mother and not blow up on her kids every time they argued with one another. Zoe pushed her hair from her face before grasping the steering wheel again with both hands. She'd showered last night when they stopped at a hotel, but she felt greasy and grimy. Thankfully, it was the first day of May, and they still had a few weeks before the humidity of the summer in the South would take hold.
I still don't see why we have to start school on Monday when there are only a few weeks left,
Milo began, opening up the argument they'd been having since Zoe broached the topic.
Can't you homeschool us?
Please, Madison chimed in. No way was Zoe homeschooling. The mere prospect of the idea was enough to push her over the edge. Zoe forced her voice to sound cheerful. Guys, going to school is a good thing. You'll get to make friends before the summer.
I don't need any more friends,
Milo pouted.
Me neither,
Madison echoed, but Zoe could tell that there was no earnestness behind Madison's comment. She just wanted to be like her big brother. Normally it was endearing, but not so much today. You're going to school on Monday, Zoe said firmly, squaring her jaw as she glanced back at Milo in the rearview mirror. His expression was set in hard lines, his dark eyes blazing. A feeling of sympathy welled inside her. The divorce had been especially hard on Milo. He couldn't understand why they had to move from Park City, why they couldn't just stay in their house, and why he had to give up his friends. Zoe understood Milo's worries, she truly did, but that didn't change the reality of the situation. Zoe and Carl's divorce had become final the middle of March. Zoe was relieved to finally have some closure. From the moment Zoe found out Carl was having the affair, things had transpired fairly quickly, but for Zoe, it felt like everything came to a screeching halt, putting her in a state of limbo. Zoe confronted Carl, and he admitted to the affair, having the audacity to suggest that it was Zoe's fault. Carl's hateful words circled through Zoe's head like poison-tipped arrows as she bunched her brows.
You drove me into Kate's arms, he told her. Kate understands the significance of my business and everything that I'm building, whereas everything has always come so easily for you because you have your precious daddy to fight your battles.
A lump formed in Zoe's throat as she swallowed. She didn't know which hurt worse, Carl having the affair or Kate's betrayal. When Zoe confronted Kate, Kate had been tearful and apologetic, saying that she never meant to hurt Zoe. It just happened, Kate had said. She begged Zoe to forgive her. All Zoe could do was look at her and say, You're not the friend I thought you were. Don't ever come near me again. She'd walked away, not looking back. There was so much more she could have said, but the intense hurt bound her tongue. As the divorce proceedings drew to a close, Zoe knew what she needed to do. She could no longer live in that house, in the same neighborhood with Kate and the whispers of gossip that clung to Zoe like stale cigarette smoke. She needed a clean break. She needed to go home. The biggest problem with that scenario was that Carl had joint custody, and she needed Carl's permission to take the kids out of the state. That's when Zoe concocted a plan that she knew would be foolproof in getting Carl to comply with her wishes. She forfeited any claim to Carl's business, even though it had been her money that was used to start it, on the condition that Carl allow her to take the kids to Tennessee. Zoe wanted the house, which Carl was all too happy to give up, since it was mortgaged to the hilt. Initially, Zoe intended to sell the house and pay off the mortgage. She'd hoped there would be a small profit left over that she could use to get back on her feet. However, the house didn't sell. Maybe it was the time of the year, the high price of the house, or just plain old rotten luck. Try as she might, Zoe couldn't sell the house, even at a discounted price. In the end, her daddy purchased it and paid off the mortgage. He said that it couldn't hurt to have a house next to a ski resort in the event that he might one day take up snow skiing, a highly unlikely event considering that her dad was a dyed-in-the-wool Tennessee boy who liked to keep his feet planted firmly on the ground, unless, that is, he was riding a horse. The upside of the situation was that Zoe had been able to leave the contents in the house. She'd packed mostly clothes for her and the kids, taking only her computer and other important files. Eventually, she'd have to figure out what to do about the house. It wasn't fair to saddle her daddy with it, yet she was grateful for his help. Maybe Carl was right on some level. Maybe she did depend too much on her daddy. As the only daughter in the family, Zoe was the apple of her daddy's eye. Zoe had been close to her daddy from birth, But when he and her mama divorced, she grew even closer to him. Was it so wrong to lean on family? Zoe turned off the interstate and drove into the outskirts of the town of Franklin. The feeling of familiarity that swept over her was so tangible that she could almost taste it. She soaked in the architecture of the venerable homes with their wide front porches and lush green yards. Large, sturdy trees dotted the landscape. Everything was so green and fertile. While the West was more rugged and primitive, the South was a genteel lady who unfolded her charms a little at a time. There was something indefinable, yet so powerful, that seeped into her, infusing new marrow into her bones. Coming home was a good move.
"It's really green,"
Madison observed, as if reading Zoe's thoughts. "It is," Zoe answered.
"The trees are ginormous,"
Madison said in awe.
"I hate green and I hate trees,"
Milo pouted. Zoe bit back a smile. "Of course you do. It's still chilly in Park City. Here you can wear shorts and a t-shirt." This was met with a stony silence.
"How much farther?"
Milo asked in a surly tone. Zoe could feel his hostility burning into her back. She hoped that once they got settled, Milo's attitude would improve. Milo was transferring all of his anger and frustration over his dad to her, the parent most accessible. While Zoe understood what was happening, it was still hard to be his punching bag. If Carl were here right now, she'd give him a good tongue-lashing and claw his eyes for all the hurt he was causing her and the kids. "Only about 10 minutes.
"I gotta go to the bathroom,"
Madison announced. "We're almost there," Zoe assured her.
"I have to go bad."
Zoe looked back at Madison, who was holding herself and squirming in her seat. Zoe pushed her foot on the accelerator. "Hold tight, Toots. We'll be there soon, I promise."
"Don't think of rushing waters or waterfalls,"
Milo taunted with a grin.
"Gallons of water rushing over a cliff."
"Stop it," Zoe warned, giving him a hard look through the mirror. Milo's expression soured as he averted her gaze and looked out the window. The houses got farther apart as they drove. The rolling hills and pastures were a sight for sore eyes. Zoe had forgotten how much she missed the beauty of the South. When they pulled up to the impressive entrance with the black iron gate, flanked by tall posts and a stone wall, Zoe's stomach knotted, partly from excitement and partly from apprehension. She was going home divorced with 2 kids. Everything would be different from here on out. An unbidden image of Briggs flashed before her mind. She blinked to clear it, frustrated with herself for even thinking about him. She'd had the first dream about him the night on the couch in the den while waiting for Carl to come home. The past several months, the dreams had gotten more frequent and vivid, bringing back all of her old feelings for Briggs. "Stop it," she commanded herself. She wasn't going down that road, not again. Too much tainted soil. Maybe her mind was unearthing the past because she was desperately searching for some sort of connection to ground her.
1,000 Acres Ranch,"
Madison said, reading the arched sign overhead. Madison was a superstar reader for her age. Thankfully, Daddy had left the gates open for them. In the old days, the gate had been more of a formality than a necessity. Franklin was a tight-knit community with the neighbors looking out for one another and their properties. However, ever since Zoe's younger brother Cash hit it big in the country music world, everything had changed. Now the family had to be concerned about paparazzi, the occasional starstruck fan, or other unsavory person lurking around. Cash became a superstar while Zoe was away in Park City, so she'd never had to deal with the fallout up close. Noah, on the other hand, was paranoid about being in the limelight, which is why he used a pseudonym for his photography. Zoe had always sculpted under her own name. Would she need to reconsider her stance, now that she'd be living back home? She grunted. Now was not the time to be thinking about her sculpting. At this point, the goal was simply to pull herself back together for her kids. Zoe's hands were sweaty as she gripped the steering wheel, her pulse picking up its beat. Why was she so dang nervous? Another image of Briggs flashed before her eyes as she squelched it flatter than a bug under the heel of her boot. Sure, she knew that Briggs worked at the ranch and lived on the property, but it was a big place. She'd just have to make a point of avoiding him, I'm not coming back here for Briggs, her mind shouted. She needed clarity to sort out her feelings and to make sense of her life. No place better to do that than here.
Is the ranch really 1,000 acres?
Milo asked in an upward lilt. Zoe grinned. His curiosity was outweighing his anger. Yep. Her voice took on the recollective tone of a teacher. The ranch was first purchased by my grandfather, Hugh Romeo. Back then it was 5,000 acres. But over time, parcels were sold off and developed into neighborhoods. It was my grandfather's wish that the ranch remain at least 1,000 acres, hence the name.
There are lots of cows,
Milo said. Zoe looked past the black-brown farm fence that framed the thick blanket of green grass like a neat grid. Her eyes surveyed the hundreds of calico-brown cows grazing in the pasture. We raise cattle and breed and board horses, Zoe said with a touch of pride.
What does breeding mean?
Madison asked. I'll explain it some other time, Zoe chuckled. By the time they pulled up to the white antebellum home, Zoe's nerves were jumping like frantic frogs trying to escape a hot kettle of water. The center section of the home was all that existed when Zoe's grandfather had purchased the ranch. However, over the years, several additions had been added, giving the mansion a sprawling effect. It was a magnificent structure, with the artful landscaping and tall sycamore and oak trees standing like sentinels, keeping their careful watch over the home. The house was a unique piece of history, blended with the present. Merely seeing it helped to restore a sense of calm to Zoe.
Where are the horses?
Milo asked. In the stables and pastures. You can't see them from here, but they're directly behind the house. Zoe was surprised that her kids knew so little about the ranch. Then again, it had been several years since they'd been here. Carl hated coming to the ranch. Every trip back home became a battle of wills. It was easier to just go somewhere else on vacation. Shame on Zoe for allowing Carl to distance her children from their heritage. Had she not been so close to her daddy and brothers, Carl would have succeeded in isolating Zoe from her family. That had been his intent, after all. Well, her days of being influenced by Carl Stevens were over. Anger burned through her like acid as she thought of her lost opportunity with the Gads Art Gallery. Zoe sucked in a calming breath before releasing her seatbelt. "Let's get you to the restroom," she said to Madison as they got out of the car. "We'll get our suitcases out later." The first thing Zoe noticed was the faint taste of rain in the muggy, dense air. She looked up at the heavy clouds crowded together in the sky, kind of liking the energy that was building. As they stepped onto the porch, the wood planks creaked out their familiar welcome chant. 1,000 memories of her childhood assaulted Zoe as the front door swung open. "Hello!" Daddy boomed, holding out his arms. Madison bounded into them, giving him a fierce hug. "How's my little butterbug?" Knox asked. "I'm not a butterbug," Madison countered indignantly, wrinkling her nose. "Sure you are," Knox laughed. He held her at arm's length, inspecting her. A minute later, he shook his head. "You're a beauty, just like your mama, and your tongue is sharper than a double-edged blade." Zoe's mouth dropped. "Daddy!" He grinned like a possum. "It's the truth, my little firecracker," he said affectionately. "Thanks." Zoe hadn't seen Daddy since Noah and Piper's wedding. He looked great, donning his usual ranch attire of Levi's and weathered boots. Right at 6 feet tall, Knox was a cowboy to the core, with his weathered skin and lean muscles. Constantly working on the ranch kept him in top-notch physical condition. His once jet-black hair was now salt and pepper, and although it wasn't quite as thick as it had been when he was younger, it was still dang impressive for his age. His unencumbered smile and zest for life were his best features. Zoe had always thought her daddy was larger than life. He reminded her of the actor Robert Duvall in the movie Secondhand Lions. Daddy was a Renaissance man who loved hard, laughed hard, and fought hard. His laughter came easily, and he had a heart of gold. But he also had a sharp temper. Her younger brother Jackson was the official manager of the ranch and ran it like a finely oiled machine. However, everyone knew that Daddy was the real power behind the throne. The ranch was Daddy's lifeblood, and he made sure to keep a pulse on everything that was going on. Knox stepped up to Milo and ruffled his hair.
How you doing, kiddo? Okay, Milo said with an indifferent shrug of his shoulders, indicating how not okay he was. A look passed between Zoe and her daddy. The concern on Daddy's face caused her eyes to go dewy. She didn't have to say a word. Daddy got it. That's how it had always been between them, a strong connection that defied words. Knox turned back to Milo. You ready to get on a horse? Milo rocked back, eyes bugging. Now? Tomorrow morning. Okay, Milo said, a genuine smile peeking out beneath his carefully crafted mask of indifference. Once we get you whipped into shape, we'll take you to the rodeo, do some steer roping. He flashed a wide grin. How about that? Oh, that would be great, Milo exclaimed with a large smile. Oh, let's take it one step at a time. You need to learn to ride first, Zoe said. Milo scowled. You suck the fun out of everything, Knox winked. Yep, that's your mom, a fun-sucking scalawag. Not sure how to respond, Milo just gaped. Mom, I've got to go to the bathroom, Madison hollered, yanking on Zoe's hand. Okay, let's go. Gina made us a big pot of chili and cornbread, Knox said. Sounds great, I'm starving. Gina was the housekeeper and cook. She'd been with the family since Zoe was a kid. In her late 60s, Gina was like a second mom, grandmother, and drill sergeant rolled into one. Is Gina here? Nah, she left around 5. I reckon she's home with Hank this evening, Knox said. Zoe frowned. I thought Gina and Hank were moving into one of the guest houses on the property. Nope. Hank didn't want to give up his barn or his tractor. Can't say as I blame him, Knox said with a grin. Zoe clicked her tongue. Southern men and their tractors. Madison's eyes bulged. Mom, she said in exasperation. Oh, yeah, the bathroom. Zoe quickly led her to the guest one near the foyer. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the large farm-style kitchen. Zoe surveyed the space that was the beating heart of her childhood. The sturdy butcher block island, the creamy white cabinets, the overflowing dining room and sitting area nook, with the fireplace. The spicy scent of chili tingled Zoe's senses, causing her stomach to rumble. Smells good. Yes, ma'am, Knox drawled as he looked at Milo. Be sure and eat up. That'll put some hair on your chest. Really? Milo squeaked, wide-eyed. Yes, sirree, Knox answered. Apprehension snaked over Madison's face. But I don't want hair on my chest. Laughter gurgled in Zoe's throat as her hand encircled her neck. It won't really put hair on your chest. Papa's just teasing. She shot Daddy a look of reproof, but he just grinned. She could tell right away that Daddy was determined to toughen Milo up and make a real man out of him. That was all well and good, but one thing at a time. Milo had enough to deal with already with his parents divorcing and moving to a new place. Zoe glanced around. Where's Jackson? Knox ladled a large spoonful of chili into a bowl and handed it to Milo. Get yourself some cornbread, he urged. Silverware's on the table. He turned his attention to Zoe. Jax went to Atlanta to check out some new farm equipment. He'll be back next Thursday. She made a face. It's Friday. That's a long time to be gone checking out farm equipment. You know your brother. I suspect there's a woman involved. He chuckled. He's got 'em coming out his ears. Yep, Jackson was the player in the family. Zoe was looking forward to catching up with her younger brother of 3 years, but she was secretly glad that she and the kids could have the house all to themselves, well, with Daddy, of course, to get settled in. Here you go, sweetheart, Daddy said as he handed Madison a bowl of chili. Careful not to spill it, Zoe cautioned as Madison cupped it with both hands, walking slowly to the table. Next, Daddy gave Zoe her bowl. He threw Zoe a casual look. Briggs was going to stop by and eat with us, but something came up last minute. He said he'd catch up with you later. Zoe nearly choked on her own saliva. What? Heat scorched trails over her cheeks, and for a second no words would come. An unexpected longing welled inside her, bringing such a swift horror that it nearly pickled her insides. Stop having these irrational thoughts about Briggs. Daddy winked. Get yourself some cornbread. Her eyebrows shot up. Lowering her voice, she leaned in. Daddy, Briggs and I are ancient history, and when I say ancient, I'm talking pre-caveman era.
His eyes sparkled with amusement.
All right, darling, no need to get your panties in a wad. I was just letting you know what's going on.
Zoe's spine went poker straight as she shot him a death glare. I know what you're up to, Daddy, and it won't work. I didn't come home for Briggs. She could tell Daddy didn't believe her, and it rankled her last nerve. Panties in a wad, Madison giggled as Milo sniggered. Daddy, Zoe hissed, watch your language. He laughed.
That is watching my language, Sugar Pea.
His head swung back and forth as he reached for a bowl.
Living with that cream puff in Park City has made you soft. It's time you remembered where you came from.
Zoe just rolled her eyes. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm about to get a crash course in Southern 101, or Redneck 101 is more like it, she silently added.
Darn tootin', Daddy said. Who's Briggs?
Milo asked. Zoe's heart stopped cold. Her throat closed to the size of a straw as she swallowed. She clutched her chili bowl.
Briggs is a blast from your mama's past, Knox answered. Pre-caveman era, he added, his light eyes dancing. I guess we're going back to the beginning, huh, Sugar Pea? Better buckle up tight, because it's about to be a bumpy ride.
What's that supposed to mean? Zoe demanded. Knox helped himself to 2 large pieces of cornbread.
You're a smart girl, I'll let you figure it out,
he said, as he traipsed by her and joined the kids at the table. Well, Daddy was right on one level. It was bound to be a bumpy ride. Welcome home, Zoe mumbled to herself as she plunked a slice of cornbread into her chili and stomped to the table. Chapter 5. The next morning, Zoe yawned as she slid her foot over the cool sheets, which felt like silk beneath her skin. As the dreamlike state of sleep slipped away, she blinked to orient herself as she looked around the room. That's right, she and the kids were home. Zoe was in her old room in the east wing of the house. Her eye caught on the pink and white floral valance atop the window before moving to the posters of Justin Timberlake and Zac Efron. Yep, definitely time for a remodel. The room was exactly the same as it had been when Zoe first left home right after high school. Milo and Madison's rooms were nearby, and they each had their own bathrooms. It was a perfect setup. Yawning again, Zoe threw back the covers and slid her feet to the floor. She rubbed a hand over her sluggish head. A dull headache was spreading across the bridge of her nose. She'd not been able to fall asleep until around 2 a.m., and even when she had managed to drift off, she'd not slept well. The wind had been howling outside her window, wind and heavy rain matching her restless brain, which was teeming sinister shadows of the past. Nighttime was the worst, because that's when the demons would come out full force to torment her. Zoe found herself rewinding the pages of her marriage, questioning if she could have done anything different. She'd given up so many years of her life to Carl, and for what? Carl took everything they'd worked for and threw it in the garbage without a second thought as to how it would affect her or the kids. For years, Zoe had turned herself inside out, trying to create the perfect home for Carl, so that it would rekindle the spark in their marriage, that small part of herself that she kept tucked away in a tightly closed box. Wondered if their lackluster relationship might be her fault. Had she loved Carl enough? A shadow of Briggs had always been there, waiting in the wings for those times when she was the loneliest. Then would come the guilt, bringing a scorching shame. She'd been so in love with Briggs back then that she could hardly breathe, and when he hurt her, she ran straight into Carl's arms. The two of them were engaged a mere 2 weeks after they met and were married a month later. Carl knew he was a rebound, and he'd always resented it. Now Zoe was back home, and Daddy was already starting to needle her about Briggs. That, combined with her dreams, was a bit too much to take. She let out a long sigh as she raked her hair out of her face. Forcing her fears back into the box, she sealed it closed. She had to keep moving forward, get in a good routine. That was the only thing she knew. She reached for her phone on the nightstand to check the time. Her stomach clutched. 10 a.m. What the freak? Zoe couldn't remember the last time she'd slept this late. Were the kids okay? Had they come in and tried to wake her? Daddy must think she was a total louse,
crap!
She stood, her body feeling slightly shaky as she wheeled herself into motion. She heard a cry from outside. She went to the window and peered out through the panes at the muted gray of the overcast day. At least it was no longer raining. Zoe saw movement, heard another scream, Milo's scream. Her heart missed a beat as her eyes processed what she was seeing. Milo was on a runaway horse, holding on to the horn of the saddle for dear life. Zoe's feet seemed to have a mind of their own as she ran out of the room and down the stairs to get to him. She threw open the front door and flew across the porch, hardly noticing the cold, wet wood against her bare feet, until a sharp stab of pain shot through the ball of her foot. She doubled over, realizing she'd gotten a splinter.
"Pull on the reins," she heard Daddy yell. "Show 'em who's boss."
Tears sprang to Zoe's eyes as she held up her foot for inspection. The splinter was wedged deep into her flesh. No time to worry about that now. Shivers of pain rattled through her as she hobbled down the steps and across the freshly mowed wet grass, which clung like matted eyelashes to her feet. By the time Zoe got to the far edge of the yard, Milo managed to get the horse turned around and was now coming back. Instinct took over as Zoe ran out into the dirt road, which went alongside the house and led to the stables.
"Get out of the way,"
she heard Daddy yell. Too late. Zoe realized she was on a collision course with the horse, which had no intention of stopping. She saw the terror in Milo's eyes as her body froze, her hands instinctively going up for protection as she braced for the impact. Then she saw a flash of movement out of the corner of her eye as she was knocked out of the way the instant before the horse went barreling by. She felt the blunt force of her back hitting the ground as her mind tried to wrestle with what was happening. A heavy weight pressed on Zoe's chest, and then she heard Daddy's voice.
"Whoa, I got you. You're all right."
A heady relief rushed over Zoe. Milo was okay. Now her, on the other hand. She took an assessment. Her back was pressed flat to the ground, wet, gooey mud seeping into her clothes, skin, and hair. Then the synapses of her brain fired enough to truly realize what was happening. Her eyes bugged as she looked up and found herself staring into two very blue, very recognizable eyes that had become the fabric of her dreams. "Briggs?" she gasped. It registered on her brain that he'd saved her from getting mowed over by the horse. He crooked a smile, the edges of his eyes crinkling.
"Hey, Z."
The affection in his tone was at once familiar and cutting, making her acutely aware of all that they'd once shared and lost. Time stopped as the two of them locked eyes. She was surprised by the addition of laugh lines that crinkled his sun-tanned face and how his brow was touched with the wisdom of age. The boy had grown into a man. The splash of adventure in his eyes was exactly the same as she remembered. Her skin flushed under the warmth of his breath. His closeness shot a spark of attraction through her that was hot enough to trigger combustion. She couldn't handle it. This brutal re-entry into the past. So she coughed. You're on my chest. I can't breathe," she squeaked.
Yeah, sorry about that."
He chuckled as he got off her. He held out a hand and heaved her to her feet. The minute she pressed weight on her injured foot, she yelped, lifting it as she shifted to stand on her other foot. Concern flicked over Briggs's handsome face as he caught hold of her arm.
"You okay?"
She offered a weak smile. "Yeah, I have a splinter in my foot. Remind me not to run barefoot on the porch." He made a face.
"Ah, man, we need to get that out."
"Yeah." The inference of "we" wasn't lost on her. Zoe turned her attention to Milo and her daddy, who were both standing by the midnight black horse, whose coat shimmered like water with every movement. Madison was with them. Zoe hadn't seen Mads earlier, but she must have been nearby. Daddy was stroking the horse's mane as he spoke in soothing tones. Zoe frowned. That horse was way too young and spirited to start Milo out on. Why hadn't Daddy let him ride one of the docile mares? It was about this time that she felt Briggs's eyes on her. She looked down, horrified at what she was wearing, or rather, not wearing. She'd run outside in nothing but a long t-shirt and undies. While the t-shirt was long enough to cover everything, it was still obscenely inappropriate to be out here like this, especially in front of Briggs. She looked down at her mud-splattered legs and feet, encrusted with grass. Amusement danced like sunlight in Briggs's azure eyes as his lips quivered. "What?" Zoe demanded. His eyebrows slid up. "Nice outfit," he drawled in an exaggerated country twang. Heat crawled over her like fire ants. "Well, I wasn't planning on coming outside," she retorted. "I got up and saw Milo in trouble, then I ran out." She tugged at the bottom of her t-shirt in an attempt to stretch it. This was worse than one of those nightmares where you're back in high school with everyone staring. You look down and realize that you're not wearing a stitch of clothing. Well, at least she had on some clothes. Daddy and the kids turned to look at her.
Sweet Pea," Daddy began. "Did you forget something?"
"Your pants," Madison answered with a giggle, her hands going over her mouth. Milo was looking at Zoe like she'd lost her mind. "Mom!" Zoe wanted to shrink down to the size of a bug and crawl away. Her tongue started moving at warp speed to get the explanation out. "I had just gotten out of bed when I saw you on the horse. I ran out to help. Then I got a splinter. The horse rushed at me and—" She shot him an irritated look. "Briggs tackled me."
"Saved you," he inserted.
"Yes," she admitted, realizing immediately that she wasn't upset with Briggs, but more with the situation and Daddy for putting Milo on that horse. "Thank you." He winked as he leaned closer and murmured, "You owe me one, Z." Yikes. She'd forgotten the power of those penetrating eyes. She rocked back, her brain searching for some witty response, but none would come. Instead, she broke the connection and hobbled over to Daddy and the kids, walking mostly on her heels. Briggs kept pace beside her as if still feeling the need to protect her. Holding the horse reins with one hand, Daddy pointed to her foot with the other.
"What happened?"
"As I was running across the porch to get to Milo, I got a splinter in my foot." Zoe glared at Daddy, waiting for his response.
"Ouch!"
Daddy's head swiveled back and forth. Then a sheepish smile broke over his lips.
"Those splinters will get you every time."
Milo laughed at Daddy's joke, but Zoe didn't think it was funny. Her hand went to her hip. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Compassion stirred over Daddy's features as his voice went soft.
"You were dead tired last night, Sugar Pea. The kids and I figured we'd let you sleep. You've had such a rough time of it, and you needed a break."
Heat crawled up Zoe's neck as she cast a self-conscious glance at Briggs and then back at Daddy. Zoe didn't want her personal pain flaunted in front of Briggs. Then again, it wasn't like he didn't know. Daddy had probably told him everything. The two of them were thick as molasses. "Papa made us pancakes," Madison announced, smiling broadly. For the first time, Zoe got a good look at her daughter, who was wearing pink pants, an orange shirt, and chartreuse green socks. Her hair looked like rats had been nesting in it. Zoe pinned Daddy with a look. "Why did you put Milo on that horse? If he'd fallen off, he could have broken a bone, or worse."
The boy did just fine."
Knox cast Milo a look of admiration that caused Milo's chest to swell 10 sizes.
"Papa bought me a horse,"
Milo exclaimed, his expression giddy. Zoe's eyes bulged as she looked at Daddy. "You got him a horse?" Her hands went to her hips. "Seriously?" He rubbed the horse's mane.
"Yep. It's what every boy his age needs."
"His name is Blue," Milo inserted. "See how he looks sort of blue every time he moves?" "Papa said I could have a horse too when I turn 11, Madison inserted. Irritation boiled inside Zoe's gut as she locked eyes with Daddy. "Why didn't you tell me you were getting Milo a horse?" This was way over the top, even for Daddy.
"I was going to this morning, but you were asleep."
She rolled her eyes as she waved a hand. "Next time you do something so extravagant, could you let me know first? Also, I would appreciate it if you would give me a heads up before you plop my son on a runaway horse," she retorted.
"Okay, Sugar Plum,"
Daddy said in that easy manner he used to diffuse arguments. Zoe could tell that Daddy was going to do just as he pleased, regardless of how much she fussed.
"You'd better go in and get cleaned up. Meanwhile, the kids and I are going to stop by the dress shop and see Bertie."
Zoe had given up long ago trying to understand her daddy and Mama's complicated relationship. The two of them were such close friends that she wondered why they didn't just bite the bullet and get back together. Then again, who was she to judge? It wasn't like she was a relationship expert by any stretch of the imagination. Madison began jumping up and down.
"The dress shop, yay! We'll see if we can scare us up some ice cream afterwards,"
Daddy added, causing a large grin to stretch over Milo's lips. Zoe nodded. "All right, I'll go and get cleaned up so I can come with you." She was looking forward to catching up with Mama.
"Nah, that'll take too long," Knox said. "You'd better stay here."
Zoe's jaw dropped. "But—" Knox looked at Briggs.
"Would you mind helping Zoe get the splinter out of her foot?"
"I am perfectly capable of removing a splinter," Zoe retorted. She knew exactly what her daddy was doing, and she didn't like it one bit. The thought of being alone with Briggs tied her in knots. It was bad enough to have him beside her now. The last thing she needed was to add insult to injury. A look passed between Daddy and Briggs.
"Look after her," Daddy said.
"Of course," Briggs answered. Why did Zoe get the feeling they were talking about so much more than a mere splinter? "Whatever," Zoe retorted. She looked at Madison. "We need to change your clothes and fix your hair before you go see Mama." She didn't want Mama to think that she and the kids had gone to the dogs. Mama prided herself on being an independent, capable woman and expected the same from her only daughter. The wind picked up, sending goosebumps over Zoe's flesh as she hugged her arms. Feeling a drop of rain, she glanced up at the leaden sky. It looked like the bottom of the sooty clouds might fall out any minute.
"Ah, she's fine," Daddy protested. "Bertie can fix her hair."
Madison nodded emphatically, her hair bobbing up and down. "Okay, fine," Zoe huffed. "But you'd better tell Mama that I had nothing to do with getting Madison dressed this morning." Knox flashed a large grin.
"All right, little darling, I'll take full responsibility." He turned to Milo. "Let's get old Blue back to the stables. I'll show you how to remove the saddle and get him situated."
"Can I help too?" Madison asked eagerly.
"Sure can," Knox answered.
There was a sparkle in his eyes as he looked at Zoe and Briggs.
"See y'all after a while." He motioned with his head. "Let's go, kiddos."
Zoe stood there for a minute, watching them walk away before turning to Briggs. "You really don't have to stay. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself." She didn't try to hide the bite in her voice. No matter how sexy Briggs looked in his jeans and form-fitting T-shirt that showcased his chiseled torso, had he always been that cut? He'd always been a heartthrob with his even features and striking blue eyes, but now he was all raw muscle and man. Her gaze ran along the length of his tanned arm, noting how the lines of his bicep were enunciated with his every movement. "Stop it," she commanded herself. She couldn't let herself forget that Briggs had broken her heart. Had he stepped up to the plate and married her to begin with, like they planned, she wouldn't have met Carl on the rebound, and she wouldn't be so broken and confused right now. She turned and began limping back to the house. More drops of rain fell, first one pinprick of cold against her skin, and then two. A second later, it began pouring. A hard laugh scratched Zoe's throat. "Just my luck."
"Here, let me."
Briggs stepped next to Zoe, his arm encircling her waist. She tried to pull away, but was no match for his strength.
"Quit it, Z. I'm only trying to help."
She caught the exasperation in his voice and decided to let it ride. It was nice to have his help. She tried not to think about his warmth or his strong arm around her. They were both dripping wet by the time they got to the door. Shivers ran ribbons through Zoe's body as they stepped inside and closed the door. Zoe hugged her arms as she looked down at her mud-caked feet. Hysterical laughter bubbled in her throat as she swallowed it back down. "Gina's not going to be happy with me." Mud was pooling onto the floor. She grimaced. "What a mess!"
"I'll go grab some towels,"
Briggs said as he quickly removed his boots. The rain had flattened his dark blonde hair to his head. emphasizing the strong lines of his face. Zoe's memories were colliding together and tumbling into a big heap. Being here with Briggs felt so natural and so thrilling. In her dreams, he was younger, just as she'd been. Now she was having to sync this full-grown, manly man with the boy she'd fallen so hard for once upon a time. "Do you know where the towels are?" He tipped a quirky grin. "Lots of things have changed since you've been gone. I know my way around." She nodded, biting her lower lip. Her eyes traced the outline of his form as he went. Good gravy! He was a walking poster of masculinity, with his smooth, fluid steps. Her gaze caught on how his hair curled around his tanned neck. Next, she took in his broad shoulders and muscular back. No wonder she'd fallen so hard for him. How could any woman resist? For a split second, heat darted through her, warding off the cold. By the time Briggs came back, however, her teeth were chattering. Zoe had forgotten how much humidity intensified the temperature. Briggs placed one towel around her shoulders while handing her another. His arm brushed against hers, causing a jolt of awareness to ping through her. "Thanks," she mumbled, noticing the bumps on his arms. He was cold, too. She began to dry off, not sure what to do about her feet. She needed to get up to the bedroom to put on some clothes. Briggs also began toweling off. Zoe's breath froze in her throat when he removed his shirt. "What are you doing?" she croaked, trying not to look at his chiseled pecs and six-pack. Jeez Louise! Ranch life had done him good. A boyish grin streaked over his lips, reminding her so much of the old Briggs that it tugged at her heartstrings. "I'm gonna throw this in the dryer." He made a point of looking her up and down, with an appreciation that simmered heat through her stomach. "Want me to add your shirt into the mix?" Her cheeks flamed like a neon sign, and she could tell Briggs was getting a kick out of her embarrassment. A low chuckle issued from his throat, causing his Adam's apple to move up and down. "I take that as a no." She laughed lightly. "You wish." He stepped closer, his sapphire eyes deepening to royal blue. "A man can dream, can't he?" She traced the pattern of the faint lines around his eyes and mouth, evidence that laughter came easily to him. She'd always admired that about Briggs, how he could live so fully and completely in the moment. She followed the line of his hard, clean jaw, thinking how Carl would have killed for a jawline like that. The thought caused a bubble of unreasonable laughter to erupt in her throat as she swallowed. "Dreaming is all you'll ever do," she taunted, lifting her chin, trying to fight back the smile threatening to spill over her lips. She'd forgotten how stimulating it was to battle wits with Briggs. Amusement flitted over his features. "We'll see," he said with a cocky grin. "You certainly have a high opinion of yourself, Briggs McAllister." "Nah, just a long memory," he noted softly. For a split second, Briggs's charming mask slipped, and she caught the longing in his beautiful eyes. It kindled something in her, something she'd tried to keep buried for such a long, long time. Briggs's expression was both confusing and annoying. If he cared so much, then he wouldn't have broken up with her. She could only imagine how horrid she looked right now, without a stitch of makeup, hair all over the place, and caked with mud. Bad enough to make even Medusa cringe. And yet Briggs was looking at her like she was the greatest thing on the planet. It had been a long time since anyone had looked at Zoe that way. It did strange things to her insides. Time slowed, and she became aware of her own breathing, how her pulse was tapping a hard beat against her temples. She'd promised herself before coming home that she would remain aloof from Briggs. Now here she was. The more things change, the more they stay the same, unfortunately. He was a hair's breadth away, so close she could almost hear his breathing. Her hands itched to touch the skin on his chest, to feel his warmth. The air was charged with an electric energy that ricocheted and drew an imaginary circle around them that was getting smaller by the second. Panic fluttered in her stomach. She had to break this connection before she did something stupid,
like throw her arms around him and live out the dreams she'd been having of the two of them kissing long and hard, leaving nothing on the table. She blinked, ashamed of herself for allowing such a thought to enter her head. Her eyes broke rank and went to his flat abs. Her throat went drier than cotton as she swallowed. Couldn't he put on a dang shirt? A hot embarrassment cloaked her. Crap. He'd caught her checking him out. Well, of course he did, you idiot, the voice in her head asserted. You were gawking at him like you'd just seen your first Camaro. She stepped back to put distance between them as she looked down at her feet, fighting to keep her voice light. Well, I need to go and change, but I don't want to track all over the house. He wiggled his eyebrows. I could always carry you up to your room. She jerked, realizing again that she was wearing nothing but a long t-shirt and underwear. She tightened her hold on the towel, wishing she could use it to cover herself up. This was terribly embarrassing. Not how she'd imagined when she thought about how it would go when she first saw Briggs again. Nope, not a good idea, she sang. She tipped her head, an idea coming to her. Do you know where Gina keeps the plastic bags, the recycled ones? I'm sure I could find them. Okay, grab me several of them and I'll wrap them around my feet. The mud was starting to dry, making her feel even more gross. Then you're coming back down pronto so I can remove that splinter. I'm a big girl. I think I can handle removing my own splinter, thank you very much. Come on, he urged. I'm a doctor. A vet, she retorted. You're not used to working on people. Animals, people. Is there really that much of a difference? She scrunched her brows. Is this some sort of philosophical question? He grinned. Maybe. She lifted her chin. I'll remove the splinter myself. Laughter swirled over his features as he looked her in the eye. Do you know where Gina keeps the medicine kit? I'm sure I can find it. He grinned. I'll bet you can't. Plus, you'll need a needle and tweezers. She threw him a challenging look. Are you telling me that Gina keeps both of those in the medicine kit? Nope. The needle's in the sewing kit, and I know just where it is. What's it gonna be, Z? Are you gonna let me help you? Briggs was the only one who'd ever called her Z. She'd always liked it. Now it pointed to some sort of intimacy between them, an intimacy that she'd been fighting against for far too many years to count. Fine, she sighed, but I'm taking a shower first. He didn't skip a beat. Good idea. You stink. She guffawed before reaching out and giving him a playful shove on the chest. Probably not the best idea. His muscles were granite hard, shooting warmth into her skin. He gave her an appraising look. I've missed you, Z. I've missed you, too, her mind screamed. But thankfully, she had enough sense to think before blurting that out. It's good to be home, she said finally. She thought she saw a flicker of disappointment cross his face, but couldn't be sure because he was too good at hiding his emotions. Briggs had always been good at holding his cards close. He winked. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. As she watched him go, a pang tugged at her stomach. Briggs had always been Zoe's greatest weakness. When he broke up with her, it had shattered her world. Then Carl came along and put the pieces back together. Now Zoe's world was shattered all over again, and in a strange turn of events, she was here again with Briggs. How easy it would be to fall for him all over again. No, she couldn't do that. She had to be strong. She had children to think of. She couldn't trust her heart to the very man who'd broken it before. Carl's betrayal, the divorce, it was all still so fresh. Zoe needed time, blessed time, to sort things out in her mind. When and if she ever fell in love again, she was going to make sure it was with someone who would stand by her through thick and thin, someone who would love her for herself instead of trying to make her into a Stepford wife. Maybe the man Zoe was looking for only existed in cheesy love stories. Zoe was batting 1,000 here, having only loved and trusted 2 men, only to have those 2 men betray her. Also, Zoe's daddy had betrayed her mama. Was love a futile fantasy? Maybe she was better off on her own. She could rebuild her life independently. She didn't need a man.
Now was the time for her to focus on herself and the kids, maybe even her sculpting. She could find fulfillment in other areas outside of a romantic relationship.
Here you are,
Briggs chimed as he traipsed back in, holding up the bags. He smiled, shooting a ray of sunshine straight into the center of Zoe's heart, and she found herself smiling back. Yep, she was a glutton for punishment, but it was only for today. She'd spend a few harmless hours with Briggs for old time's sake, and would then lock her heart and throw away the key. After all, what could be the harm in that? Chapter 6.
You clean up good,
Briggs said with a note of appreciation as Zoe stepped into the kitchen. Zoe smiled. Thanks. She was relieved that Briggs had put his shirt back on. Otherwise, the awkwardness of this situation would have been magnified tenfold. Zoe felt so much better after taking a shower and putting on clean clothes. She'd even taken the time to apply makeup and do a little something to her hair. Thankfully, as a mom with 2 kids on the go all the time, Zoe was used to getting ready quickly, so Briggs didn't have to wait very long. She looked at the medical supplies spread across the kitchen table. She was glad Briggs had found everything. Her foot was really starting to hurt. She needed to get the splinter out before her foot got infected. Briggs's eyes raked over her in a slow, leisurely way that rippled heat over her skin. "What?" she murmured, keenly aware that it was just the 2 of them. He flashed his trademark crooked grin. "Nothing." "Oh, no, you're not getting off the hook that easily. What is it?" she pressed. He motioned to a chair. "Sit down and I'll tell you." "Okay, I'm sitting," she said a minute later. "Spill it." A wicked glint danced in his eyes. "If you must know, I was thinking about your legs." Her eyes bulged as she fingered her neck. "Excuse me?" He shrugged. "The T-shirt was a good look for you, showcasing those mile-long legs." She jerked before going rigid. Her eyes narrowed as she met his gaze. "Are you seriously flirting with me right now?" He didn't so much as blink. "I was just telling you my thoughts. You asked." Laughter rose in her throat. "Yes, I guess I did, stupid me. DDSS." She blinked, surprised that he remembered that. It was something she'd picked up from Daddy, something she always said to her kids. Don't do stupid stuff. "You know what happens when you do stupid stuff," he continued. A begrudging smile tugged at her lips. "You pay the stupid tax." "Yep." A grin played on his lips. "You know I've always loved your legs, amongst other things." Her heart turned over in response. Good gravy, this was getting intense. She forced a light chuckle to diffuse the situation. "Briggs McAllister, you're more of a silver-tongued devil than I remembered. And you're even more beautiful than I remembered." There was a wistful expression on his rugged features. It beckoned to Zoe, putting a chink in her defense. For an instant, the years peeled away and she was spellbound. Then her good sense took over. "Your good old boy charm won't work on me," she muttered. "So don't go getting any ideas. I didn't come home for this." "Duly noted," he said, a faint light twinkling in the depths of his sapphire eyes. "I'm serious." She didn't like the idea of Briggs laughing at her. She leveled a glare at him. "Got it," he said pleasantly as he knelt down beside her feet. Zoe's breath skittered when Briggs took her foot in his hands. "Well," he observed, "not quite as tough as the feet I'm used to working on, but pretty darn close." Her jaw dropped, a streak of mortification running through her. "Are you comparing my foot to a horse hoof?" Her feet were a little tough and scaly on the bottom. She probably should spend more time taking care of them. Maybe add getting a pedicure to her never-ending list of things to do. The nerve of him! "Like I said, not that tough, but pretty darn close." Zoe saw his expression and realized he was teasing. She rolled her eyes, settling down a bit. His touch was warm and light as his fingers moved over her skin. Her cells swirled madly, and she tried to control her pounding heart. This was absurd. Briggs gave her a concerned look. "You okay?" "I'm good." She forced a smile. He inspected the injury. "It's deep. I'll have to use a needle to get it out." She nodded as she grasped the arms of the chair and braced herself. He took the needle to her foot and began probing. Zoe about jumped out of her skin as darts of pain shot through her foot. "How could something so small hurt so much?" she asked through clenched teeth. Briggs winced. "Sorry." A second later he went back to work, and Zoe could feel the splinter wiggling in her skin. It hurt like the dickens, but she didn't want to come across as a baby, so she swallowed the pain under a stony layer of toughness. "Almost got it. Hold tight. Let me get the tweezers." She gritted her teeth. Briggs pulled it out. "Got it," he announced with a triumphant grin as he placed the splinter on a napkin and put down the tweezers. "Thank goodness," she sighed in relief. He reached for her foot. "Let me check to make sure there's nothing left." His touch was strong, protective, electrifying. "Does this hurt?" he asked, putting slight pressure where the splinter had been. She swallowed, her voice coming out in a squeak. "Nope. I think you got it." The pain of the splinter was forgotten. Now it was only him and his feather-like touch that teased and tantalized. He dipped his head lower, causing a lock of rich honey-gold hair to fall over his eye. With his hair flopped over his face, he reminded her of the Briggs of her dreams. Zoe was grateful that Briggs had no idea what his close proximity and touch were doing to her. "Well, well, look what the cat dragged in," a loud voice boomed. Zoe looked up, surprised to see two of her brothers, Ramsey and Mason, come trotting in. Ramsey, 28, was a former Navy SEAL and now worked for a private security firm. Mason, 22, was a student at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. A large smile filled Zoe's face. "Hey, what are y'all doing here?" She had no idea they were coming home to the ranch this weekend. Ramsey's assignments took him all over the world, and they were hush-hush, so the family never knew where he'd be. Mason, on the other hand, came home more often, since UTK was a little less than 3 hours away. Mason's teal-blue eyes lit with amusement as he motioned at Zoe's foot. "The question is, what are y'all doing?" Heat blasted Zoe's cheeks as she looked down, remembering that Briggs was still holding her foot. "Zoe got a splinter in her foot," Briggs answered like it was no big deal. Ramsey grinned. "I see y'all aren't wasting any time." He flashed a large grin, revealing dimples. Had Zoe been an outside observer, she would have pegged Ramsey for more of the businessman type, rather than a military guy. Known for being the sharp dresser in the family, Ramsey looked impeccable in chinos, a trendy button-down shirt, and stylish glasses. His mid-toned nutmeg hair was wavy and longer on top, a similar style to Noah, the photographer in the family. The only thing that hinted at Ramsey's profession was his superb physical condition. "Where are Daddy and the kids?" Ramsey asked. "They went to the boutique to see Mama and get ice cream," Zoe supplied. Ramsey's eyebrow lifted. "And you two stayed back? Interesting." "It's a long story," Zoe inserted, heat crawling up her neck. "Well, at any rate, it looks like you're in good hands, sis," Mason piped in with a cheeky grin. The baby of the family, Mason was a heartthrob like Cash, with his quick smile and teal-blue eyes the same shade as Daddy's. Mason liked stirring the pot and getting a rise out of his siblings. He particularly enjoyed needling Zoe, the only girl in the family. Zoe wanted to slug her brothers. She looked at Briggs, expecting him to be outraged by their innuendos, but Briggs only shook his head and laughed. "You can let go of my foot now," Zoe said stiffly. He tightened his hold. "No can do, not until I disinfect it. Mason, can you hand me the paper towels beside the sink?" "Sure thing." He darted over and hurried back with them. "Here you go." Briggs pulled several sheets from the roll and placed them on the floor. "This is going to sting a little," he warned as he reached for the bottle of peroxide and poured it over her foot. The liquid stung her foot as it bubbled. Zoe winced. "Just a little?" "Stop being a wuss," Ramsey teased. Zoe stuck her tongue out at him. "I'm sure you jokers have better things to do than to stand here and watch this." The brothers looked at one another in amusement before turning back to her. "Nope, not really," Ramsey said, his eyes raining laughter. "Watching you two together is pretty darn entertaining," Mason hooted. He turned to Ramsey.
Here we were worrying ourselves silly about our sis, and then we come in to find this going on."
Zoe just scowled. Her anger crawled to new heights when she saw Briggs's expression and realized he was getting a kick out of her brother's comments.
"Aren't you gonna say something?"
A grin ruffled Briggs's lips.
"You know they're just picking at you. And she rises so easily to the bait,"
Ramsay added, casting Zoe a playful look tinged with affection. Zoe adopted an expression of annoyance, which pleased Ramsay immensely. The siblings ribbing one another was the Romeo way. However, Zoe knew how much her brothers cared about her, and how worried they'd been about her divorce. When it first happened, Zoe had broken down on the phone with her daddy. Had he mentioned anything about it to her brothers? Probably. Daddy wasn't the greatest at keeping things under wraps. Zoe appreciated Ramsay and Mason coming by to check on her. She knew it wasn't easy for Ramsay to break away from his demanding job. He had a condo in Nashville, but was gone on assignments more often than he was there.
"Got anything to eat around here?"
Mason asked.
"I'm hungry."
Zoe's stomach rumbled in response. She clutched it. "Oops," she chuckled. She never had gotten around to breakfast.
"Hey, sis,"
Mason began with an outlandish smile.
"Did I tell you how beautiful you look today?"
Her brows darted together. "Sorry, little bro, your flattery is no good here," he laughed.
"Once Briggs is done, you should put your Betty Crocker skills to work and whip us up some breakfast."
Her eyebrows slid up.
"How about I just whip you?"
Ramsay and Briggs shared an amused look.
"She may be a good cook now, but she's still as mean and ornery as ever,"
Ramsay teased.
"I heard that,"
Briggs agreed, a grin tugging at his lips. "Hey," Zoe countered, her lower lip going out into a pout. Briggs squirted ointment onto his hand and began rubbing it on her foot. His fingers slid over her skin like satin. Zoe made sure to keep her expression impassive, especially with her idiot brothers looking on. A second later, he patted her foot before squeezing her ankle.
"All done."
"Thank you, Dr. McAllister," she said in a sweet voice dripping with sarcasm. Twisting the cap on the peroxide, Briggs wadded up the paper towels and stood.
"You bet,"
he said, straight-faced.
"I'd do the same for any warm-blooded mammal, regardless of how rough their feet are."
Zoe's jaw dropped as Ramsay and Mason broke out laughing.
"You're good,"
Mason chimed as he punched Briggs's arm. Yeah, Zoe said dryly. Briggs strode to the garbage can and threw away the paper towels. Zoe's phone buzzed. She'd placed it on the table when she first sat down. She reached to answer it, but Mason got to it first. In many ways, he was still the same immature, pesky baby brother who craved being the center of attention. A peculiar look came into his eyes.
"It's Carl."
Tension settled into the room as the three men looked at one another. Zoe could feel their animosity toward Carl. Had he been here, no doubt he would have gotten sucker-punched by at least one of the Romeo boys. Her gaze settled on Briggs, whose jaw had gone razor-sharp. Interesting. Was Briggs protective of her, too? The idea was intriguing, flattering even. Zoe held out her hand. "Give it here. He's probably calling to check on the kids." It had taken a superhuman effort for Zoe to maintain a cordial relationship with Carl. As far as Zoe was concerned, she never cared to see or speak to Carl Stevens again. She'd spent far too much time trying to turn herself inside out to suit him. And surprise, surprise, he was the problem. Like it or not, however, Carl would forever be part of her life because of the kids, so she needed to keep things civil. A deviant glimmer flashed in Mason's eyes. "I'll get it," he said as he slid his finger over the screen and put it up to his ear. "Hello," he said in an over-the-top professional tone.
"This is Zoe, Romeo's answering service. How may I help you?"
Zoe grinned a little at Mason's mention of her last name. Legally, she was still using Stevens, so her last name would be the same as the kids'. However, she'd begun thinking of herself again as Zoe Romeo. She appreciated Mason saying it to Carl. Her head jumped back into the conversation.
"Oh, hey, Carl, this is Mason. I'm afraid you're out of luck. Milo and Madison aren't here right now. You want to speak to Zoe? Sorry, she's occupied right now with Briggs."
A soft gasp issued from Zoe's throat. She looked at Briggs, whose eyes had lassoed to big circles. She could feel his shock as it boomeranged back to her.
I'll tell her you called, Mason continued, but it might be a while before she calls you back. A conspiratorial chuckle rumbled in his throat. If you know what I mean. He ended the call, sporting a triumphant grin. His eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Put that in your little book, you weasel. A partially amused smile wound over Zoe's lips. That was interesting. Yep, never a dull moment with this one around, Ramsey chortled as he slapped Mason on the back. Dude, that was beautiful. He looked at Briggs. Well, I guess it's official. You and Zoe. Congratulations, man. About dang time, Mason added. Zoe gurgled, feeling like her tongue was trying to choke off her windpipe. Briggs rubbed a hand over his neck, looking sorely uncomfortable. His expression shot 1,000 needles through her. She'd been so worried about coming home and seeing Briggs again, questioning how she felt about him. It had never occurred to her that he might not be thrilled about her coming home and opening Pandora's box. A hot anger surged as Zoe's spine went ramrod straight. She threw Briggs a venomous look. The two of us are not together, nor will we ever be, she enunciated. Briggs made sure of that when he dumped me. She swallowed the acid in her throat. Briggs flinched like he'd been punched. His voice went harder than flint, eyes burning into Zoe's. Is that what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night? What are you talking about? She demanded, practically coming out of her chair. I broke up with you to give you space, to let you spread your wings. Sure you did, she sneered, the hurt rushing back like a black tidal wave, threatening to suck her under. You're the one who wrecked everything by getting married a minute later. He shook his head in disgust, and we all see how well that worked out. The only sound in the room was her strangled breath. Zoe sprang out of her seat. Get out, she demanded. Take it easy, sis, Ramsey said as he touched her arm. But Zoe hardly noticed. She and Briggs stood glaring at one another like gladiators facing off in the arena, ready to rip one another's head off. It didn't have to be like this, Briggs lamented quietly. A wall of tears pressed against Zoe's eyes, but she refused to let them fall. She squared her jaw, eyes blazing wrath. You know your way out. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode out. It was then that Zoe couldn't stop the wretched tears from falling. Despite everything that had happened between them, she felt a sense of loss that he was leaving this way. Had she learned nothing from the past? Mason gave her a pleading look. Go after him, sis. She swiped her tears. Stop it, she growled. You love him. You've always loved him. Life has given you a second chance here. Don't throw it away. Zoe's head was burning fire. Are you out of your mind? She spouted, getting up into Mason's face. That's absurd. Ramsey wedged a hand in between them. Take it easy. He looked at Zoe. Mason's not the enemy here. Her voice rose. Oh, yeah? Then who is? He looked her in the eye. Time. Regret. Carl. Ramsey was right, of course, but she didn't need to hear all of that right now. She sucked in a breath, trying to get a handle on the fury and resentment that shook every fiber of her body. She balled her fists. Everything was so messed up, like someone had taken the neat, ordered, charmed life she'd spent over a decade building and placed it in a blender and then spewed out the pieces. And somehow she was supposed to make sense of it all. I don't know how to fix this, she croaked, tears streaming down her cheeks. I know, Ramsey said as he reached for her and enfolded her in a tight hug. A sob wrenched her throat as she gave into the grief, her shoulders shaking. Ramsey rubbed her back. It'll be okay, he soothed. While Zoe appreciated the sentiment, she knew it was a well-meaning, bald-faced lie. Her life was a jumbled-up mess, and nothing would ever be okay again. Chapter 7. Zoe was the most stubborn, impossible woman on the planet. Briggs hit the punching bag again and again, sweat pouring down his forehead and stinging his eyes. While it felt good to vent his anger on the punching bag, nothing seemed to loosen the tight ball of tension between his shoulders. It was obvious that Zoe still hated him for breaking up with her. In some ways, it seemed like it had happened in another life, to different people.
Then there were other times when the hurt was so raw that he could taste it. He grabbed the punching bag to readjust it before pounding it again and again in a steady rhythm. When Briggs first heard that Zoe was getting a divorce, he'd been elated. Then he felt guilty for being so excited. As much as he wanted another chance with Zoe, he didn't wish her any ill will or pain. Before Ramsay and Mason had come into the kitchen, things had been going amazingly well between him and Zoe. The sparks between them were alive and well, as strong as ever. He frowned. Too bad Mason had to open his big mouth and ruin everything. This morning it had been a shock to see Zoe flying out of the house wearing only a t-shirt. Just as he was trying to wrap his mind around seeing her again, live in the flesh, he realized that she was in trouble. Instinct had taken over as he'd rushed to get her out of the path of the runaway horse. Images flashed through his mind, memories of Zoe looking at him with such love that he thought his heart would melt, then swimming in the silver light of the moon, holding her in his arms, kissing those soft, bewitching lips, and feeling the fire that licked through his body going clear down to his toes. Zoe was a woman now, still beautiful, maybe even more so than she'd been before with her sheet of long, fluid dark hair that captured sunlight in its lustrous tresses, those expressive dark eyes that held the mysteries of the universe, her toned, lithe figure, and those never-ending legs. She was enough to make a man lose all reason. How many times over the years had he tried to convince himself that he was over Zoe? He'd dated scores of women, almost at a feverish pace, trying to find someone who even came close to Zoe. The mere thought of Zoe with her over-polished, pretty boy husband had gutted him. Well, ex-husband now. Yeah, it was probably wrong, but he was glad Zoe was no longer with the cream puff, as Knox called him. Briggs could never understand how Zoe had ended up with Carl Stevens. He was the antithesis of everything Zoe had been brought up to value. Zoe had grown up working hard. Her dad and brothers were God-fearing, down-to-earth people. Even country music superstar Cash Romeo had a healthy dose of humility. Briggs had seen pictures of Carl, but had never met the man. From what everyone said, Carl was entitled, haughty, and had no appreciation for Zoe or her sculpting. The whole thing was so whacked. Ever since Zoe's divorce, Knox had been encouraging Briggs to patch things up with Zoe.
So you made a mistake and broke things off. Big whoop. Y'all were kids. Zoe will forgive you. You just have to go after her. Show her how you feel about her.
If only Knox knew the truth, he'd flip out. Briggs punched the bag a few more times for good measure, but the fight had gone out of him. His mind raced as he tried to figure out a way to repair the rift with Zoe. He wanted her, needed her in his life. Being with her today had made him feel more alive than he'd felt in a very long time. Maybe it was foolish to think that they could just pick up where they left off all those years ago. Knox's constant pestering had planted a seed of hope inside of Briggs, and Briggs had nurtured that seed, allowing it to take root and sprout to a tender sapling. However, he could tell that Zoe had no intention of ever forgiving him for what happened between them. Thanks to Carl's betrayal, Zoe was gun-shy about trusting any man, and Briggs could hardly blame her. Removing his gloves, Briggs went over to a nearby bench and picked up a towel, using it to dry his face. He reached for his water bottle and guzzled down the refreshing liquid as he looked out through the wall of windows to the bubbling creek, surrounded by dense foliage. When Briggs became a veterinarian, he never intended to go to work for Knox full-time, but Knox doubled his salary and deeded him 2 of the most pristine acres on the ranch. Briggs's home was modern, constructed of 2 shipping containers. When he had it built, Briggs had made sure that there were masses of windows. He wanted it to feel like he was living outdoors. Normally, being out here surrounded by nature was therapeutic. However, today, not even the scenic landscape could bring him peace. His mind clipped like a pent-up colt trapped in a pen several sizes too small as he tried to figure out a way to fix things with Zoe. There was only one solution. Briggs would have to tell Zoe the truth, the real reason why he'd broken up with her. But that would mean breaking a long-kept promise. His expression was grim as he reached for his phone, and punched in a familiar number. "Hey, it's Briggs," he said a minute later. "We need to talk." Getting the kids enrolled in school was no small task, but Zoe felt a huge sense of accomplishment and relief when it was finally done. She'd forgotten how much stricter the school system was in the South versus the West. In addition to the kids' transcripts and shot records, the school administration secretary had insisted on Zoe providing 2 proofs of verification of her address, one of them being a utility bill. Of course, that wasn't possible since Zoe was living at the ranch and didn't have any of the utilities in her name. Zoe and the snippety woman went rounds until finally Zoe called her daddy. He got on the phone with the woman and worked it out. Of course, it helped that Knox had donated the majority of the money that had funded the new gym a year prior. It was a little after 11 a.m. The kids were due to be picked up at 3. With 4 hours to kill, Zoe headed to her mama's boutique to see if she could pull her away for lunch. She drove around the town square and past the iconic statue of the Confederate soldier standing proud and tall. As Zoe pulled onto the bustling main street where Mama's boutique was located, Zoe felt like she was going back in time to the epitome of Americana. She soaked in the quaint beauty of the historic buildings, infused with a Victorian-era influence. Zoe pulled into the first empty parking space she saw. As she got out of her SUV and walked toward the boutique, a warm breeze kissed her cheeks. She raised her face to the sun, appreciating its warmth. Notwithstanding the blow-up with Briggs on Saturday morning, the rest of the weekend had gone surprisingly well. Zoe had enjoyed spending time with her kids, as well as Ramsey, Mason, Daddy, and Mama. Yesterday they'd all attended church together before going back to the ranch and having a big lunch, consisting of pot roast, mashed potatoes, gravy, and all the fixins. The food was expertly prepared by Gina, the housekeeper and cook, who was more of a family friend. Gina and her husband Hank ate with the family. The dinner was like countless others Zoe had experienced growing up, her daddy and Hank exchanging witty jokes, her brothers piping in, teasing her and each other. Zoe was glad her kids were getting to experience the comfort of delicious home-cooked food and the company of family and friends. Church had gone well. The sermon was about trusting in the Lord's timing. Zoe felt the preacher's words were especially for her. A particular scripture had stood out to her. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. She was certainly trying to trust, but she wasn't fully there yet. She was like the man who brought his son to Christ and pleaded for him to be healed. The Lord asked him, "Dost thou believe?" "Yea, Lord," he answered, and then came the powerful, "Help thou my unbelief." A rush of emotion rose in Zoe's chest. "Help thou my unbelief. Please direct my path. Help me to move forward with my life." Zoe's thoughts went to Briggs, always back to Briggs, like water seeking the lowest point. It was uncomfortable seeing Briggs at church, but thankfully he kept his distance. Also, Zoe got tired of having to explain the details of the divorce to inquisitive friends and neighbors. She'd geared herself up for it, knowing that was just how it was in the South. Everybody was in everyone's business. Zoe could tell that most everyone she spoke to already knew about Carl's affair. They just wanted to get Zoe's take on it. One surprise that came out of church was the overwhelming support from the women parishioners, who looked on Zoe as a poor kindred spirit who'd survived a man's ultimate betrayal, only to pick up the baton and move forward with her life. The very act of Zoe getting dressed in her Sunday best, putting on makeup, and showing a good face to the world made her a champion for women's rights, or the Southern variety at least. Zoe paused, grinning as she looked up at the large sign on the aged brick building. Birdie's Boutique. Simple and to the point, but it had a nice ring to it. Mama had opened the dress shop right after she and Daddy divorced. If Zoe's memory served her correctly, she'd been around 14 or 15 at the time. All of Zoe's friends were in awe of the idea of Zoe's mom owning a clothing shop. However, Zoe had wanted nothing to do with the shop or her mama back then. She was fighting mad at Mama for divorcing Daddy. It wasn't until shortly after graduating high school that Zoe learned the cause of the divorce. Her daddy had an affair. Bertie was a quintessential Southern woman who didn't want to air her dirty laundry, even to her children, for fear of it bringing shame to the family. When Zoe learned the full truth, she was remorseful for how poorly she treated her mama. However, Mama held no ill will. She told Zoe that it was okay and that she understood. The irony of her current situation wasn't lost on Zoe. Maybe fate was punishing her for her past misdeeds. Now she knew exactly what it was like to walk in Mama's shoes, and they were more restrictive than a pair of skyscraper stilettos, a half size too small. The bell over the door chimed as Zoe stepped in, the old wooden planks creaking beneath her steps. The scent of lilac wafted through her nostrils, reminding Zoe of Mama and taking her straight back to her childhood. No surprise, the boutique was impeccable. Zoe trailed a hand over a dress on the rack, feeling the texture of the crinkled fabric beneath her fingers. She heard Mama before she saw her. "Welcome, I'll be right with you." Zoe stepped up to the counter, peered over, and found Mama sitting, legs folded on the floor, with half a dozen boxes and large shipping envelopes surrounding her. She peered over her candy apple red frame glasses and flashed a wide smile, which gave her a girlish, ageless quality. "Well, hello," she said cheerfully. "It's great to see you." "Great to see you, too." Bertie motioned. "I'm trying to get a few shipments ready. The UPS guy normally comes a little before lunch. Would you like some help?" "Sure." Zoe walked around to join Mama. "What would you like for me to do?" "Make yourself comfortable." Zoe sat down on the floor, placing her purse beside her. "I'm glad I didn't wear white pants today," she said dryly, a small smile tugging at one side of her mouth. Bertie laughed as she tucked a lock of honey-blonde hair behind her ear. "Yes, indeed." With her glossy shoulder-length hair and dark eyes, Bertie Romeo was a beautiful woman. As a teenager, Zoe had always felt like a gangly stork in comparison to her mama's petite, curvy figure. Now, however, Zoe was grateful for her height and for the fact that she could pretty much eat whatever she wanted and not put on an ounce of weight. Bertie handed her a slip of paper. "Can you check the item list in this box to make sure everything is there?" "Sure." She took the list and went to work. "How did it go with the school registration?" Bertie asked. Zoe made a face and then told everything that had happened. Bertie shook her head. "You know, I just don't get people sometimes. Why do they have to make it so difficult for kids to just go to school?" She rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I have no idea." 20 minutes later, they had everything wrapped up and ready to go. They rose to their feet and dusted off their pants. "Thank you," Bertie said. "You're welcome. Do you want to have lunch with me?" Bertie grimaced. "Shoot. Normally I would say yes, but Lexi called in sick today, so it's just me." "I didn't know that Lexi worked for you." Lexi was Zoe's first cousin. Her dad Dylan was Knox's brother. Like Zoe, Lexi was the only girl, but she only had 2 brothers as opposed to Zoe's 5. "Yeah, she helps out from time to time, when she's not busy with her songwriting." Zoe scrunched her nose. "Lexi's writing songs now?" "Yep, she's pretty good, actually." Good for her." The last she'd heard, Lexi was waiting tables at some diner in Nashville. It sounded like things were starting to look up for her. "I agree," Bertie said decisively, perching a hand on her hip. She gave Zoe a pointed look. "It's nice to see someone using their talents." The comment stung as Zoe's brows bunched. No wonder she and Mama had never really gotten along. Mama was constantly riding her case about every little thing. Nothing Zoe ever did was good enough. Irritation tapped a hard trail up her spine. "Are you trying to insinuate something?" Bertie's response was instantaneous. "No, I'm not insinuating. I'm outright saying that I think you should start sculpting again." Zoe rolled her eyes. "Give me a break. I just got to town a few days ago." "I realize that, but there's no time like the present to get started. My landlord has another space he could rent you for a gallery. It's just a couple doors down." "Hold the phone. I'm not ready for that. I'm still trying to get my feet on the ground from the divorce. I've got enough on my plate with the kids and everything else." Mama threw her a speculative look. "By everything else, do you mean Briggs?" She flinched. "What?" "Briggs." The corners of Mama's lips quivered. "It sounds like y'all had quite the reunion on Saturday." She growled. "Who's the snitch?" Ramsay or Mason? She clenched her teeth. My vote's Mason. Bertie laughed lightly. Oh, now, don't go blaming Mason. He's just worried about you. So it was Mason. Wait till I get my hands on that loudmouth. Briggs is a good man. He cares about you a lot. She pushed out a harsh laugh. Yeah, obviously. If he cared so much, he wouldn't have dumped me. It was so long ago. Y'all were so young. Mama's voice trailed off. That's no excuse. I loved him, she said vehemently. I thought he loved me the same way. She sucked in a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. The anger, the hurt, it was all there, like a festering sore that would never heal. Anyway, it's water under the bridge. It doesn't matter, she finished darkly. Bertie touched her arm. Her expression was contemplative, concerned. Of course it matters. Any person with eyes in their head can see that you're crazy about him. That's absurd. Zoe threw her head back, nostrils flaring. She punched her index finger into the counter with every word that shot out of her mouth like poison-tipped arrows. I got over Briggs long ago, and I dare anyone to say otherwise. She threw Mama a challenging look. A smile twitched on Mama's lips. What? Zoe demanded. Are you trying to convince me or you? I saw how you looked at him at church yesterday, or rather how hard you were trying not to look at him. A cold, thick panic rose in Zoe's throat as she swallowed. Was she that transparent? Did the whole town know that she still had a thing for Briggs? Did Briggs know it? How humiliating. I wouldn't be too hard on Briggs. I'm sure he was just trying to let you have space to become the woman you were destined to be. Her eyebrows shot up. The woman I was destined to be? What does that even mean? You've got a great gift, Zoe. You should be sculpting. She looked Zoe in the eye. Tell me this. Have you ever been truly happy when you weren't sculpting? The obvious answer was no, but Zoe wasn't about to give Mama the satisfaction of admitting that. She chewed on her lower lip. I put my sculpting on hold so I could be a wife and mother. Is that so terrible? Her voice broke. I gave everything to my marriage, and it crumbled to ashes. She clenched her fist, the all-too-familiar anger licking at her insides like a fire that could never be quenched. Bertie's eyes flashed. There's no excuse for Carl and what he did. Darn right, she fired out. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I truly am. And as you learned, no amount of baking cookies or cleaning house could make up for Carl's shortcomings. Bertie paused, giving her a forthright look. You have the best things of that marriage here in Franklin with you. Tears misted Zoe's eyes as she nodded. Yes, I do. She tightened her jaw. Bertie's eyes shone with an inner glow. Being a mother is a wonderful, marvelous thing. The greatest thing. She paused, jutting out her chin. When she spoke, her voice trembled with the kind of fervor that could rouse an army into battle. Zoe, Ellen, or Romeo, you've also got it in you to be a sculptor. You can do both. Her stomach tightened. Yeah, that's easier said than done. There were plenty of days when I hardly had time to get the kids where they needed to be and get home in time to make a decent dinner. Your children don't need Martha Stewart. They need Zoe Romeo, the fearless girl who was passionate about her dreams. Her voice took on a note of conviction. Milo and Madison need to see you pursuing your talents so they'll know they can pursue theirs. That's how you can be the best mother, by being the best you. She shot Mama a hard look. Have you been talking to Noah? When Noah found out that Zoe had turned down the commission for the Gads Art Gallery, he'd nearly come unglued. That whole thing was a huge sore spot for Zoe. After learning that Carl was having an affair with Kate, Zoe had called the museum back to tell them that she reconsidered and wanted to accept the commission. She was succinctly informed that the commission had already been given to another sculptor. I just want you to be happy. Bertie's probing eyes searched Zoe's face. I think you should give Briggs another chance. He had no idea when he called things off that you would marry Carl so quickly. Her brows darted together. It all happened so fast it was like you were in a race to get to the altar. Yes, she had been in a race to outrun her broken heart. A lot of good it did her. It doesn't matter what Briggs thought. Zoe sped up her cadence to cover up the slight quiver in her voice. Mama, I need a man I can trust, a man who won't hang me out to dry. You of all people know what I'm talking about." A streak of pain shot through Bertie's eyes. "Yes, I do," Zoe rushed on. "Let's say I decide to give Briggs a second chance. What guarantee do I have that he won't dump me all over again when the going gets tough?" Bertie let out a long breath.
"Oh, you don't."
Zoe's head shot up.
"See?"
she boomed victoriously.
"Just hear me out.
Bertie held up a hand.
There's something you need."
The sound of the chimes over the door cut her off mid-sentence. Bertie shook her head.
"Hold that thought."
She adorned a friendly smile as she stepped around the booth to go and wait on the customer. Zoe began replaying the conversation she'd just had with Mama. She wanted to start sculpting again, maybe even have her own gallery at some point. And yes, in her heart of hearts, she even wanted to find true love. Her pulse sped up. Was Mama right? Should she give Briggs another chance? Fear churned her stomach. It was too risky. She had to guard her heart at all costs. So that was a definite no. But sculpting, that was a distinct possibility. She just needed a workspace to make it happen. The ranch was a big place. Zoe was sure that she and Daddy could come to some sort of an agreement. Zoe could start a new project and work on it while the kids were at school. During the summer, she'd have to figure out a time to work when the kids were home, but she could do it. Excitement pinged in her chest. She was going to start sculpting again. What would Briggs think when he realized what she was doing? Briggs had always been a huge supporter of her art. He would no doubt be pleased. She frowned, realizing the direction her thoughts were taking. No, no, no! She was entertaining the idea of her and Briggs. That was dangerous territory. Losing him had nearly killed her before. She wasn't about to go through that again. No way, no how. Her head got the message loud and clear. Now she just needed to convey that to her heart. Chapter 8.
"What in the blue blazes has Madison got waddling behind her out yonder in the yard?"
"Huh?" Zoe rose from her seat and went to stand beside Gina, who was looking out the window over the kitchen sink. Zoe looked, then looked again. For a second she thought her eyes were deceiving her. Madison was trotting across the yard with a small creature trailing on her heels. "Is that a chicken?"
"It certainly looks like it,"
Gina said. "What is Madison doing with a chicken?"
"That's Roach, her new pet,"
Daddy piped in. Zoe whirled around to face Daddy, who was sitting at the table eating apple slices smeared with peanut butter. "Madison has a pet chicken named Roach?"
"Yep,"
Daddy answered. A disbelieving giggle rose in Zoe's throat. "No wonder people out west make fun of the South. You can't make this stuff up." Knox's brows darted together.
"Who makes fun of the South? Let me guess. Carl," he said dryly.
"Just people, Daddy. It was a generalization."
"Exactly. That's why you shouldn't be generalizing," he countered.
Zoe looked at Gina and could tell the older woman was trying hard not to laugh. Zoe and Daddy had always gone rounds over silly, insignificant things. One of the worst arguments they'd ever had was over which was sweeter, a white onion or yellow. Zoe said yellow, Daddy said white. Zoe knew she was right, but Daddy had never relinquished his stance. Zoe's hand went to her hip. "Why in the world would you name a chicken Roach?"
"Because the thing has a bum leg and it toddles or crawls like a roach," he shrugged. "It seemed fitting."
"Is it sanitary for Mads to be hanging around with the chicken?" Daddy speared an apple slice with the tip of a knife and placed it into his mouth.
"Ah, she'll be fine. Kids need something to take care of at that age." "He's right about that,"
Gina added.
"It builds character."
"Thank you," Daddy chimed in, giving Zoe a reproving look that said, "How dare you question me?" "I get the taking care of something," Zoe said. "Maybe we should get her a dog or a cat?"
"Nah, she's fine," Daddy chuckled. "I'm sure you did worse. Remember that time I caught you making mud pies out by the chicken coop? You'd just taken a large bite when I came around the corner and saw you."
Zoe felt the urge to retch. "Don't remind me."
"I remember that,"
Gina said with a grin.
"Poor Bertie nearly had a heart attack when she found out you'd been eating chicken poo."
Zoe felt nauseated. "Can we please talk about something else?" This was not a memory she wanted to relive. Gina untied her apron from her ample waist and folded it neatly.
"Well, folks, I'm out of here," she announced. "I made y'all plenty of food for the weekend."
Her watery eyes flicked over Zoe.
"I didn't want y'all to starve." She pinched Zoe's cheek. "This one here's skin and bones, plumb emancipated. We gotta get you fattened back up."
It was all Zoe could do to halt the laughter in her throat, brought on by Gina's misuse of the word emaciated. She looked at Daddy, whose eyes were swirling with unleashed humor. Gina was a hoot.
"There's fried chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, and cornbread," Gina continued. "Also, I've got black-eyed peas and ham in the crock pot for tonight." She wagged a finger. "Y'all be sure and wash the crock pot well before putting it back in the cabinet. Last time it didn't get washed the right way." "Yes, ma'am,"
Knox said with a faint hint of sarcasm. Zoe bit back a smile. Gina wasn't happy unless she was setting everybody straight. "The black-eyed peas smell amazing. Thank you for all of your hard work." Gina was a phenomenal cook. In the old days, Zoe took Gina's cooking for granted. Now she realized what a luxury and blessing it was to have her cooking such wonderful meals. Aside from scrambled eggs and toast, Zoe hadn't cooked since she got to the ranch. It was kind of nice to get a break, although she was missing a few of her signature dishes, including her peanut butter chocolate chip cookies made from oats and flaxseed. Gina rocked back, blinking in surprise.
"You're such a dear. Thank you for noticing all that I do around here."
She cut her eyes at Knox.
"It's nice to be appreciated." "I appreciate you, Gina," Knox replied sweetly. "You're the greatest thing since buttered biscuits, and we'd all be lost without you."
He spoke in a flat tone as if reading the words from a script. Gina grunted in response as she shook her head. She looked at Zoe, beaming.
"This one right here is a keeper."
"Amen," Knox boomed. A feeling of tenderness welled inside of Zoe as she gave Gina a hug that enfolded her in soft, fleshy arms and a pillowed bosom. Zoe caught a scent of baby powder mingled with ham. With her snow-white hair that looked like it had been curled with hot rollers and her shapeless dresses, Gina was a throwback from a bygone era. Daddy leaned back in his chair as he stretched his legs and propped his hands behind his head, his elbows sticking out at right angles.
"What are you and Hank up to tonight?"
Gina's eyes danced with anticipation.
"Hank's taking me to the catfish house out by Highway 96.
Daddy clicked his tongue.
"I see how it is. You go off and eat catfish while you make us peas."
His eyes shimmered with teasing. A deep flush came over Gina's full cheeks.
"Oh, now stop," she blustered. "Ain't nothing wrong with black-eyed peas." "Nope, nothing at all. It just ain't catfish. I see how you are," he taunted.
Gina's face turned deep red as she waved a hand.
"This one loves to get my goat."
She threw Knox a glare. He just laughed.
"See y'all on Monday." She smiled sweetly at Zoe. "Have a good weekend. Be sure and keep that one out of trouble, if you can," she retorted before grabbing her purse and ambling out.
"Same old Gina," Zoe said, shaking her head. "She looks great. How's she doing with her health?"
"Pretty good. She has to take medicine for her type 2 diabetes, and she gets tired easily. I tried to talk her into slowing down and maybe coming in half days or every other day, but she won't hear of it."
"This house, taking care of our family, it's her life."
"Yep, it is, and she does an outstanding job," he grinned. "Just don't tell her I said so."
She shook her head, chuckling. "Don't worry, your secret's safe with me." He pushed back the chair next to him.
"Have a seat. I want to talk to you about something."
Wariness trickled down her spine. "Okay." It had been a week since Zoe and the kids had arrived at the ranch. So far, the kids seemed to be doing fairly well, despite the mountain of homework they brought home, even on the weekend. It was astounding to Zoe how much homework elementary school kids could have, and at the end of the school year. All week long, Zoe had fretted over how she would act or what she would say if she ran into Briggs. However, it hadn't happened. Briggs was obviously avoiding her, which was probably for the best, although it was strangely disappointing. She didn't even want to analyze herself to determine why she was missing a man she'd not been around in years. She was living off memories of the past, and there was a good chance that the present-day Briggs would pale in comparison to the one she had built up in her head. She sat down in the chair and crossed her legs. "What's up?" she asked casually. He drummed his fingers on the table, his probing eyes moving over her with the thoroughness of a bulldozer lifting away the top layer of dirt. "How you doing, honey? Are you starting to feel a little more settled?" She shrugged. "Yeah, I suppose. As settled as I can be, considering the circumstances." Concern flicked over his rugged, windswept features. "I hear Carl's been giving you a hard time of it." She blinked in surprise. "Where'd you hear that?" Her mind filled in the blanks. "Jackson told you." He nodded. Jackson had gotten home from Atlanta the day before. As rotten luck would have it, the minute he walked in the door, he found Zoe in the living room, having it out with Carl over the phone. She huffed out a breath, crossing her arms over her chest. "Our family really needs to learn the art of keeping things under wraps," she muttered, "especially when it comes to personal matters."
"What's the situation with Carl?"
Daddy asked, neatly sidestepping her barbed comment about the family. Zoe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you."
"Try me."
She moistened her lips, launching into her narrative. "Well, last Saturday when Briggs was removing the splinter from my foot, Ramsay and Mason came in. Carl happened to call during that time. Mason grabbed my phone and answered it. He insinuated to Carl that Briggs and I are together." A grin broke over Daddy's face.
"Oh, wow, I'm sure that got the cream puff going."
Zoe frowned, not liking how happy Daddy was about the situation. "The minute Carl heard that about me and Briggs, he went berserk, accusing me of running around with Briggs behind his back." The muscles in Daddy's jaw twitched.
"What? That's a bunch of hogwash."
"I know it is." She barked out a humorless laugh. "But now Carl has decided that he wants me back." Daddy's features went rigid as he swore under his breath.
"That low-down, cheating scallywag.
"I hope you told him to take a hike," he growled. "Oh, I told him plenty."
"What about the other woman?"
"Kate?" He nodded. "Well, it seems that Kate has decided that she and Carl aren't compatible. She dumped his butt." Zoe couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication that Carl now knew how it felt to be thrown to the curb. Knox shook his head, disgust carving deep lines into his face.
"So now that he's been dumped, he wants to crawl back to you? Unbelievable."
"Pretty much." Zoe's stomach tightened, wondering if she should broach a certain topic that had been gnawing at her for years. "Can I ask you a question?" She bit her lower lip.
"Sure."
She sifted through the contents of her mind, trying to find the best way to phrase it. A dry grin touched Daddy's lips.
"Just spit it out, Sugar Pea."
"You act like Carl is such a scoundrel for cheating, which he is." She clutched her hand. "I just figured that you, of all people, would be more understanding, considering your situation with Mama." Needles pelted through her heart when she saw the pain that washed over Daddy's face. I'm sorry," she added quickly, not wanting to hurt him. Daddy had been so good to her and the kids, buying her house, letting her live here for free until she got back on her feet.
"It's okay,"
he said, the vein in his neck throbbing.
"This is something I've known I would have to eventually talk about."
He paused, glancing out the window, and then back at her. He offered a quick, strained smile.
"The short story is there's no excuse for what I did. Your mama and I were in a dark place back then, but still—"
His voice trailed off, and she could feel his regret seeping into the air like a toxin, tainting everything around them. He rubbed a hand across his forehead.
"I was a different person back then. I've spent a lifetime trying to make it up to your mama."
"I understand." She touched his arm, wanting to give comfort to her larger-than-life hero. That's what had been so hard for Zoe, to accept that her daddy was fallible, that he could have made such a huge mistake that altered the course of the entire family. Zoe turned the conversation back to her and Carl. She knew what she was about to say wouldn't sit well with Daddy, but she had to get it out there. "Okay, with those thoughts in mind, isn't it possible that Carl is a good person who simply made a mistake?" Knox jerked, nearly coming out of his seat. "No!" She rocked back, eyes narrowing. "How is Carl so different from you?" The corners of his jaw popped out like marbles, and Zoe could tell he was having to work to keep an even tone as he spoke.
The situation is completely different."
Zoe leaned forward, looking him in the eye. "Why? Because you don't like Carl?" His eyes flashed.
"No, my thoughts on this have nothing to do with my dislike for Carl." He rubbed his jaw. "Your mama and I are in a good place now, but we're not together as man and wife."
"Okay, well, maybe you should be." Her words tumbled out in a tirade. "The two of you are together so much anyway that I don't see why you don't just make it official. Think about how much easier it would be for us kids if you guys were together. I have to think of my kids and how much better off they would be to have two parents under the same roof."
"Hold it right there. Time out,"
he ordered, making a T with his hands when she tried to cut in. She clamped her lips together, folding her arms like a vice grip over her chest as she glared at him. At times like this she felt like she was 16 again and getting a lecture.
"Let's take this one piece at a time. For starters, the biggest difference between me and your mama and you and Carl is that your mama is the one." His voice caught. "I love her heart and soul, would lay down my life for her."
He leaned forward, his eyes lasering into hers.
"Can you say the same about Carl? Does he love you heart and soul? Does he want what's best for you? Did he support your sculpting, or was it all about him?"
Her heart clutched as she began blinking. I don't know." Everything was coming at her so fast, a relentless tide thrashing against the shore and eating away the boundary of her poorly laid defenses. His expression shouted checkmate.
"If Carl were the man for you, if you were truly in love with him, then the situation might be different."
She flinched like she'd been slapped, her darkest fears rising up large and terrible. "Are you insinuating that I didn't love my husband enough?" Tears rose in her eyes. "I gave everything to my marriage," she said hoarsely.
"You gave everything you could, but you can't give what you don't have."
It wasn't just Daddy's words that got to Zoe, but also the wise tenderness in his expression. Her defenses broke in one fell swoop as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I tried to love him," she sniffed. It was agony to admit that out loud, but it was also a relief. Oh, how she tried to form herself into the woman Carl had wanted. The closer she got to his version of perfection, the less she recognized herself. She would look in the mirror seeing only a shadow of the person she was before.
"I know you did. The problem is that he's not the one for you. He never was."
Her head shot up. "And just who is?" A faint smile touched Daddy's lips.
"Do you really want me to answer that?"
She raked her hair out of her face with a jerky movement. "I'm sick and tired of everyone telling me I should get back together with Briggs." She ground her teeth together. "Briggs and I have been apart for over a decade. We've lived two completely different lives." An avalanche of emotion rose in her throat as she swallowed hard. "Need I remind you that he broke up with me?"
"Okay, so Briggs made a mistake. He's the good man that you should be forgiving."
She grunted, acid burning her throat. "No thanks." Mild amusement simmered in Daddy's teal eyes.
"So you're considering giving Carl another chance after he cheated on you, and yet you won't give Briggs another chance. Y'all were barely out of high school when Briggs broke up with you. Give the guy a break. He's grown up since then, and so have you."
"Exactly. We've grown up in different worlds. We're completely different people." He lifted his eyebrow.
"Just because you went out west and got all hoity-toity doesn't mean you ain't got plenty of Southern still running through your veins. I've seen the way you look at Briggs, and I've seen how he looks at you. Y'all are meant to be together. The sooner you get that through your thick skull, the better off you'll be."
His voice rose.
"You want to give your kids a good gift? Well, then show 'em what true love looks like. Start living the life you were born to live, and then they'll realize they can live their dreams too. That's how you do it."
His voice quivered with intensity.
"You don't know how it hurts to watch your child become a shell of the person she once was, to see the light inside her grow dim." He balled his fist. "You don't know how many times I've prayed to God above, pleading that you would be given a second chance to live again."
Tumultuous emotions pressed a hard line against Zoe's eyes. She'd never meant to settle, had never meant to give up on her dreams. Compromise had seemed like a good thing, a way to salvage her failing marriage. Zoe believed in marriage. She'd wanted to do everything in her power to honor the commitment she'd made before God to Carl. Yet she couldn't do it alone. Marriage required two people working together. There were other issues at play here, other things that Zoe had worked hard to keep hidden so deep in that box that it would never see the light of day. The intrusive memory of Briggs had always been there, lurking on the edge of her consciousness, surfacing in her dreams. Had she been so broken by Briggs that she could never fully move on? Was her relationship with Carl doomed before it ever began? She pulled at her shirt collar, which felt tight as a noose. Her thoughts were boiling inside her head, a pressure cooker about to blow. It didn't help that Daddy was studying her so intently. "I'll give your words some thought," she said stiffly. Daddy brought up a good question. Why was she willing to make allowances for Carl and not Briggs? She tucked that thought away. Better to deal with it later when she was feeling emotionally stronger. He nodded.
"All right. I guess that's a good place to start."
He reached for her hand and squeezed it.
"I want you to know that I love you."
Tears rose in her eyes. "I love you too." He offered a loving smile.
"You're stronger than you think. I know it's rough now, but one day you're going to look back on this time and realize that you've been given a great gift. The gift to hit the restart button. The gift to love and to be loved fully and completely."
The words stirred in her heart, evoking a deep longing. "I hope you're right," she croaked. Could she open herself up and trust Briggs with her heart? Daddy patted her hand before releasing it.
"I know I'm right."
He smiled brightly.
"This is changing the subject, but your mama and I are going to take Milo and Madison to grab some pizza and to a movie."
Zoe made a point of dropping her jaw. "What? You're not eating Gina's black-eyed peas?" She wagged a finger. "Shame." He laughed.
"Don't tell her. I'll never hear the end of it."
Zoe pursed her lips. "Pizza sounds good. I'll go too." The weekends loomed long and lonely now that Zoe was single, with too much time to think. More than missing Carl, she missed having a companion. The corners of his mouth twitched as his jaw worked.
"Well, I was kind of hoping that you and Jackson would go to Randy's tonight. Mason and his band are performing, and they could really use your support."
She made a face. "Are you talking about Randy's dance hall?"
"Yeah."
"I don't want to go there," she retorted.
"You used to love going boot-scooting."
"I still do, but not at that dive." He chuckled.
"You might be surprised. Randy took on some investors who helped him clean up the joint. It's now a fine establishment."
He sat up a little taller in his seat. Realization dawned. "By investors, you mean you and Dylan?" Knox and his younger brother owned a company together and had developed several neighborhoods. They had their hands in so many ventures that Zoe couldn't keep up with them all.
"Yep,"
Daddy quipped.
"Like I said, even you might be impressed."
She grinned. "All right, I'll check it out. How's Mason doing with the band?" Knox rubbed his neck.
"They're doing okay."
She could tell from the evasive answer that there was more to it.
"And?"
she prompted. He grimaced.
"Mason's chomping at the bit to have Cash give him an introduction into the music industry, but he's not ready. It takes a strong man to rise above the fame. I'm afraid Mason would get eaten alive."
She grunted out a laugh. "You're probably right. The last thing Mason needs is something else feeding his ego."
"In a few years, when Mason has some life experience under his belt, it'll be a different story. But right now, well, he needs to focus on getting his education first."
Warmth rose in Zoe's chest.
"You're a good dad."
She knew that when Daddy referenced Mason getting eaten alive, he was also talking about himself. Daddy was a huge music buff, as evidenced by the state-of-the-art music room directly above them on the second floor. When Knox and Bertie first married, he was in a band and had been on the verge of stardom. He got his big break, which would have required him to go on tour. However, he turned it down because he didn't want to leave Bertie home alone with Zoe and Jackson, their only two kids at the time. Knox became a real estate developer instead and had done amazingly well. However, Zoe wondered if he regretted not pursuing his music for a career, especially since he was so emphatic about her doing her sculpting. Maybe that's why Mama was constantly riding her about it, too. Her parents definitely carried their share of regrets.
Will you go tonight?
She let out a long sigh. I suppose. It'll be nice to watch Mason perform. Excitement tingled through her. Zoe couldn't remember the last time she'd gone dancing. When she and Carl had first gotten married, Zoe tried to talk him into going dancing with her, but it wasn't something Carl enjoyed, so eventually Zoe quit pestering him about it. The only time Zoe had gotten a chance to dance was at a wedding or an occasional party.
That's my girl,
Knox said with a wink.
You need to brush the dust off those cowboy boots, let your hair down, and have some fun tonight. You deserve it.
Zoe considered his words. You know what? I do deserve to have a little fun. A small smile tipped her lips and spread like warm honey across her face. Okay, you talked me into it. Watch out, Randys. Here I come, she said with exaggerated gusto.
Zoe, Romeo is in the house, Daddy boomed. Go get him, little darling.
A proud sparkle lit his eyes.
Show him how it's done,
she laughed. I certainly do my best.
I have no doubt your best will be good enough and more, Daddy asserted. You'll be the prettiest thing there.
Her eyes widened as a chuckle tickled her throat. Spoken like a biased parent, she teased.
Nope, just speaking the truth.
The sincerity in his expression was a huge boost to Zoe's morale. A calm surety swept over her, spreading balm to her frazzled nerves. She had no idea what would happen from here on out, if she should consider giving Briggs another chance, or if he even wanted another chance. All she knew right now was that she was grateful to be home, grateful to be able to borrow some of her daddy's strength, grateful to see herself through his eyes. If only she could bottle up Daddy's strength to use when she needed it most. Oh, to see the world through Daddy's eyes, even for a moment. It was truly a gift. Chapter 9. The idea of going to Randy's had been somewhat enthralling, but now that she was here, Zoe's stomach was tied in knots. At least Jackson was with her, so she wouldn't have to go in alone. Zoe wasn't ready to face all the people from her past, not here in this environment all at once. She was so out of practice with being single. Every part of her wanted to run back to the ranch, put on sweats, grab a gallon of ice cream, and camp out in front of the TV. Jackson pulled into what appeared to be the last empty parking spot at the far edge of the large parking lot and turned off the engine. It's a packed house, Zoe said, mostly to herself, as she chewed on her inner cheek. The exterior of the building was definitely an improvement over what it had been before, with its modern metal facade that boasted an arched entryway and two massive farm-style doors.
That's how every Friday night is at Randy's,
Jackson chuckled as he motioned.
Careful, sis, or you'll pick all that pink fingernail polish off.
Zoe looked down and realized she was picking at her nails. She let go of her hands and flicked them to release the tension.
Not nervous, are you? He flashed an amused grin. Don't worry, they won't bite, at least most of them anyway. He frowned. Come to think of it, maybe you should have gotten a rabies shot before you came back.
Ha, ha, she said drolly. Very funny. Being the closest in age, Zoe and Jackson often fought. Zoe could tell from the backhanded comments that Jackson had given her over the years that he thought Zoe had too high of an opinion of herself with her highfalutin house in Park City, or PC, as Jackson referred to it, meaning politically correct. Zoe, on the other hand, saw Jackson as a player who needed to get serious about life and settle down. The girlfriend in every town might have been okay when he was 20, but not so much now that he was in his early 30s. Yeah, he was eye candy with his quick smile, chiseled features, and messy hair. The problem was that Jackson knew he was all that. His looks and charisma had totally gone to his head. He was a big fish in a very little pond. He winked.
Don't have a coronary, sis. It's like riding a bike. And I'll be right by your side, your very own custom-fit training wheels.
He thrust out his chest like a proud peacock. Zoe could tell that Jackson was getting a kick out of his older sister needing him. How kind of you, she retorted, shoving his arm with her fist. Truthfully, she was grateful to have Jackson with her. They got out of the truck and walked to the entrance. The sweet, fresh air held a bit of a chill, making Zoe glad she'd worn her jean jacket. Jackson had a confident spring in his step. She straightened her shoulders, hoping to appear more confident than she felt. They stepped inside to the noise and bustle of the dance hall. The place was brimming with people, and the music was loud. A pretty blonde in her early 20s was standing behind the entrance booth. When she saw Jackson, her face lit up like a football stadium. "Hey, you," she said, giving him an intimate smile. Jackson stepped up to the booth, looking her over with a bold, appreciative eye.
"Hey, Sadie, looking good," he drawled.
A large smile wound over her lips as she gave her gum a go-around.
"Thanks, sugar."
It was then that Sadie noticed that Zoe was standing beside Jackson. Sadie's eyes went cold as she sized Zoe up.
"Who's this?"
she asked Jackson with an insolent tone. Jack slipped his arm around Zoe's shoulders.
"This is my lovely sister Zoe," he said in a cavalier tone.
Sadie's features relaxed with relief.
"Oh," she smiled brightly. "Welcome. I've heard a lot about you. You're the sculptor, right?"
The question took Zoe completely off guard. "Yes, I am."
"Jack's told me all about your work. It sounds pretty impressive."
"Really?" Zoe looked at Jax, who ducked slightly like he was embarrassed to be found out. Zoe hadn't realized that Jax was proud of her. The knowledge caused her to feel a dart of affection for her younger brother. Zoe looked back and forth between Jackson and Sadie. "Are the two of you together?" she asked innocently. Color crept into Jax's face. It was fun to watch him squirm.
"Sadie and I are friends,"
Jax said casually. Sadie giggled.
"That's one way to put it."
Jax's face grew redder than an overripe tomato. "I see." Zoe gave Jax a look that said, "I know exactly what you've been up to, mister."
"I'm excited about Mason performing tonight," Sadie chirped.
"Me too." Jax retrieved his wallet from his back pocket. "How much?"
"The cover fee's 15 apiece,"
Sadie said. Jax pulled out 2 20s and handed them over. "I can pay for mine," Zoe protested. She didn't have a ton of money, but enough so that she didn't have to feel like a complete beggar.
"Nah, this one's on me,"
Jax said with an easy grin.
"I'll put it on your tab."
Sadie gave him an adoring look.
"Your brother's a class act."
"Yep, that's my little bro, Mr. Class." Zoe's sarcasm was lost on Sadie, but she could tell from his smirk that Jax got the jab.
"See you around, Sadie,"
Jax said as they moved through the foyer and to the main hall.
"She seemed nice,"
Zoe said, flashing a large smile.
"Is she your latest and greatest?"
His head swung back and forth as a grin played over his lips.
"I know, I'm not talking about this with you," she laughed.
"Why not?"
"Because I don't need a lecture, that's why."
As he spoke, his eyes scoped the room, flirting shamelessly with every pretty woman he saw. Jax really did have the opposite sex eating out of the palm of his hand. "Mark my word, one day, little brother, you're going to find a woman who's going to rock your world. I just hope I'm around to see it." He laughed good-naturedly.
"If Daddy has anything to say about it, you will be. Now that you've moved back home, he has no intention of ever letting you leave. It's like Hotel California," he quipped. "You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave."
"Ha ha," she said dryly. Zoe looked around the crowded room. She saw a few people she recognized. Most she didn't. A guy caught eyes with her as recognition lit his features. "Oh, no," she groaned. Jax turned to see what she was talking about. When he saw the guy making a beeline for them, a slow grin stole over his lips.
Well, what do you know? Conan Castleberry," he hooted. "That poor guy had it bad for you."
He waggled his eyebrows.
"You should dance with him. Make his year."
She gave him a light shove, rolling her eyes. "I'm not dancing with Conan Castleberry." Jax could be so annoying.
"Zoe Romeo," Conan said exuberantly. "It's great to see you."
He clasped Zoe's hand and gave it a few hearty pumps.
"I heard you were back in town."
"Yep, I'm back." Conan looked much the same as Zoe remembered, with his lanky frame, square glasses, and pencil-straight hair parted down the center. With his Western-style plaid shirt and large gold buckle, He looked like he was about to go square dancing. Conan had always been a nice guy, but back in high school, his starstruck adoration for Zoe had bordered on absurd. He gazed at her in mesmerized concentration, like he was studying a fine painting.
"You're even more beautiful now,"
he proclaimed with a goofy grin. "Well, thank you," Zoe said genuinely. After living with Carl for so many years and feeling severely underappreciated, it was flattering to be given a compliment, even from Conan. She could tell from Jax's expression that he was about to bust a gut. She shot him a warning look that said, "Cut it out."
"How have you been?"
Conan said. "I'm surviving."
"I'm sorry about all your troubles."
She nodded. Nothing was a secret in Franklin. "Conan!" a high-pitched voice called. "Where do you think you're going?" the voice demanded. He turned and looked behind him as he grimaced.
"Oops!"
He gave Zoe a sheepish grin, almost as if the two of them were co-conspirators. Conan was an odd duck. No wonder Zoe had kept her distance from him in high school. The woman stepped up beside him and linked her arm through his. Her sculpted brows tugged together as she turned to face him.
"Where's the fire?"
she huffed. "1 minute you were there, and the next you were off like a shot."
"Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry,"
he soothed. "Look who I found." He looked at Zoe like she was the discovery of the century. Zoe got a good look at the big-haired redhead. Her makeup was a little much and her shirt super low-cut. She'd taken a few too many trips to the tanning bed. Still, she was attractive in a garish, in-your-face sort of a way. She looked, then looked again. "Marcy, is that you?" Zoe and Marcy had been on the cheerleading squad together. She'd lost touch with all of her old friends and acquaintances after moving out west. "Hey, Zoe, I heard you were back." Marcy didn't seem nearly as excited to see Zoe as Conan did. In fact, she was regarding Zoe with suspicious eyes. Zoe put the pieces together. "Are y'all together?" The Marcy Zoe knew back in high school was a complete snob, the type who would have pegged Conan as a total geek. She couldn't imagine the two of them ending up together. Then again, it was kind of cool, a testament that everyone eventually moves past high school. Or maybe not. Why was Marcy acting like Zoe was competition? Did she really think that Zoe was interested in Conan Castleberry? She swallowed the laugh tickling its way up her throat.
"We have 8 years and the blessed fruit of our loins to show for it. 2 beautiful daughters who look just like their mother," Conan said as he floated Marcy a doting grin. He turned to Zoe. "We'd love to have you over for dinner, wouldn't we, sweetie?" The stricken look on Marcy's face was comical. It was crazy how some women deemed every other divorced or single woman a threat to their marriage. "We'll have to do that sometime," Zoe said evasively. Wild horses couldn't drag her to dinner with those two. "It was great seeing y'all,"
Jack said as he placed his hand on Zoe's back.
"But we have people waiting at our table."
They said their goodbyes as Jack steered her away. "Thank you," she breathed. He chuckled.
"I didn't do it for you," he scowled. "If I had to spend 1 more minute around that freak show, I'd poke my eyeballs out."
"Well, that's a little harsh," she countered with a giggle.
"You know I'm right. You're just too nice to say it."
She couldn't argue with him there. How did those two ever end up together?
"I'll give you 1,000,001 reasons."
Understanding registered. "Conan's wealthy."
"Yep. Some computer bigwig. This way,"
Jack said as he began threading his way through the throngs of people dancing. Zoe followed close on his heels. She smiled and nodded as she made eye contact with people she recognized. A few said hello, not wanting to get caught up in conversation with any of them. Zoe quickened her step to catch up with Jack's. "Where are we going?"
"To our table."
"We actually have a table?"
"Of course we have a table. The best seat in the house."
"Oh, cool." Zoe had thought the table was just an excuse to get away from Conan and Marcy. The inside of the dance hall had a barn-like feel, with the tall, open-beam ceiling. Strings of white lights were draped over the rafters, and there was an enormous disco ball in the center that scattered the light into shimmering diamonds. The energy in the room was infectious, causing anticipation to trickle through her. Maybe it was crazy, but Zoe got the feeling that something momentous was going to happen tonight. She chided herself for such a ridiculous thought as they moved toward the stage, which was empty at the moment. The songs playing over the loudspeakers were top hits from well-known country artists. She looked around at the tables scattered around the edges of the dance floor. Every seat was taken, and people were standing against the walls. Zoe caught sight of Mason as they neared the table closest to the stage. He was with several other guys, presumably his fellow band members.
"Hey, bro,"
Mason said.
"we saved your seats." "Thanks,"
Jack said as the two clasped hands before patting one another on the back. Mason hugged Zoe before introducing her to his crew. They seemed like nice guys. One was around Mason's age, but the other three looked to be in their mid-30s. The understated hippie types who were probably hardcore rockers in their younger years, but had tempered a bit with age. Mason was shifting back and forth on his feet and talking fast, his eyes bright with excitement. Zoe felt a spark of nervousness for him. Daddy was right. Mason was nowhere near being ready for the big league.
"When do you perform?"
Zoe asked.
"Soon,"
he replied.
"I'm sure you'll do great,"
she soothed, giving him a reassuring smile. It was interesting how natural it felt to switch back into the big sister role of her youth. As Zoe and Jack sat down, Mason and the guys gathered up their things.
"Well,"
Mason announced,
"we'd better skedaddle so we can get everything set up backstage." "Break a leg,"
Jack said heartily.
"Will do,"
Mason chimed, flashing a cocky grin.
"Oh, and good luck to you too, bro. May the highest bidder be easiest on the eyes." "Here's hoping,"
Jack said. With a final wave, Mason strolled away. A man approached the table.
"Hey, are y'all using these extra chairs?"
"We only need one more,"
Jack said.
"Mind if I take the rest?"
the man asked.
"No problem,"
Jack said. Zoe turned to Jax. Highest bidder? What was Mason talking about? She happened to glance behind Jax, her breath freezing a tight ball in her throat when she saw a familiar figure striding toward them. Jax turned to follow her trail of vision. When he saw Briggs, a coy smile stole over his lips.
"Ah, busted!"
She blinked. Heat blasted over her cheeks.
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
she mumbled, her hand going around her neck.
"Sure you don't,"
Jax grinned.
"Don't you dare say a word,"
she seethed. Zoe's heart started slamming against her ribcage like a boxer caged against the ropes as Briggs approached the table. She traced the outline of his broad shoulders, how his well-built body moved in such easy, fluid steps. His leather boots, long legs, ensconced in faded jeans, a denim shirt that molded well to his chiseled torso. Sheesh! No wonder she'd been dreaming about Briggs. He was every woman's dream. She didn't have to look around to know that there were scores of women eyeing him right now.
"Hey, man,"
Jack said as he rose from his seat. The two shook hands and clasped shoulders, exactly like Mason and Jax had done. It must be some sort of guy code greeting thing.
"Glad you could make it,"
Jack said. So Jax knew Briggs was coming and he hadn't told her. Zoe wanted to punch her brother in the gut. Briggs fixed his penetrating azure eyes on Zoe. Hey, those eyes! How many times had she dreamed of them? Her brain catalogued his rugged features, noting how his dark blonde hair spiked a little on top, giving him a tough and tumble look that she rather liked. Panic trickled through her as she realized he'd greeted her and was waiting for her to respond. "Hey," she sputtered, a tremulous smile quaking over her lips. Her skin sizzled with awareness as Briggs's eyes moved over her. Was that subtle appreciation she saw in his expression? This connection between them, was it heightened because of her silly dreams? Or was all of it real? Her heart thumped out a fast beat as Briggs leaned down and brushed a kiss against her cheek. At the same time, she smelled his clean, woodsy, masculine scent that had a hint of mint. The touch of his lips seeped into her skin, evoking troves of memories. Everything in her wanted to throw her arms around him and jump right back to the past, back to when Zoe had been so completely in love with Briggs that she could hardly breathe, back to when she believed his promise that the two of them would be together forever. He pulled away, leaving Zoe with a cold pit in her stomach. All of those hopes and dreams shattered in an instant when Briggs broke up with her. Her heart still demanded to know why.
"Have a seat,"
Jack said. To her disappointment, Briggs chose the seat on the other side of Jack's instead of the one nearest her. She swallowed. It was for the best. She needed to reel herself in here. Just because Daddy and Mama kept shouting from the rooftop that she and Briggs needed to get back together didn't mean that it was the right thing to do. It wasn't just Zoe anymore. She had the welfare of her children to think about. Briggs and Jax began chatting about the ranch. Zoe could tell the two of them were close, which shouldn't have come as a surprise. After all, they did work together. What did take Zoe off guard was how left out she felt watching the two of them interact. She wanted to be part of their group. She was home, dang it, and shouldn't feel like an outsider. Her heart skipped a beat when Briggs turned his attention to her.
Milo's getting pretty good at riding blue.
Yes, he is. She pinned him with a questioning look. Have you seen him ride? Zoe knew that Briggs had been somewhere on the ranch the past week working, but she'd not seen him. She caught the amusement on Jax's face. What?
Briggs has been teaching Milo to ride.
Her jaw dropped. What? I thought you were teaching him.
I was, but Briggs is much better at it, Mr. Horse Whisperer.
He shoved Briggs's arm. Oh, I didn't realize. Thank you, she mumbled. Their eyes met for one long moment. Did Briggs feel it too, this restless energy sparking between them?
You should come out of the house every once in a while so you can see what Milo's learning,
Briggs said. Her spine stiffened. Was that a hint of reproof in his tone? I'll do that, she fired back through narrowed eyes.
Good.
A wry grin tipped his lips.
You can officially meet Roach.
She grimaced. I can hardly wait. Jax laughed.
Matt sure is fond of that chicken. What I would give for Carl to see her tromping around the yard with that thing on her heels.
Zoe caught the tightening of Briggs's jaw at the mention of Carl's name. Interesting that she could still pick up on his feelings, even after all this time. She gave Briggs a questioning look. He wouldn't be bothered by Carl, unless an unreasonable hope fluttered in her breast. She swallowed and looked away to break their connection. Jax pulled at his shirt.
It's getting a little hot in here.
Innuendo was written all over his face as he looked back and forth between Zoe and Briggs. Sometimes you can be a complete moron, Zoe derided. Both men laughed, and it had the magical effect of soothing the tension.
She may be more refined now, but she still has plenty of bite, Jax hooted.
A server wearing a skirt hardly big enough to cover a gnat's hind end approached the table. Can I get y'all something to drink? She asked with a peppy smile, her hopeful eyes lingering on Briggs. Zoe was unprepared for the hot sting of jealousy that scorched through her. All three of them ordered sodas, and by the time the girl had finished taking their orders, Jax had worked his charm, and the girl was making moon eyes at him. As she sashayed away, Zoe shook her head. You're terrible. She popped him in the arm with her fist.
Ouch, he yelped, holding his arm. What was that for?
For thinking you have to capture the attention of every female within a 10-mile radius. Mellow baritone laughter floated from Briggs's throat as he looked at Zoe. The years stripped away, and it was the two of them against the world. They shared a long look that caused everything around them to slow so that she could only see Briggs.
Should I leave the two of you alone?
Jax asked in a mocking tone. Zoe's head snapped, heat blotching up her neck. Briggs didn't seem the least bit affected by Jax's comment.
Z makes a valid point. You're not happy until you have all the women pining away for you. Whatever, dude.
Jax sulked as he sat back in his chair. Briggs looked at Zoe and winked as if to say that was payback for Jax's jab. Zoe's heart took on a curious lightness as she sat back and allowed herself to do something she'd not done in ages, relax and get lost in the contentment of the moment. Chapter 10. Zoe, Briggs, and Jax had just polished off a large basket of fried pickles when an attractive brunette clopped across the stage in tall heels. A large smile filled her face as she stepped up to the metal stand and removed the microphone. As if on cue, the music died down and people gathered close. Zoe was grateful to be at their table, where they had a bird's-eye view of the stage without being stuffed in a crowd. "How y'all doing tonight?" the woman boomed, bringing a roar of applause. Jax put his fingers to his mouth and belted out a large whistle. I'm Trista Blevins. Tonight's the night we've all been waiting for. Our 3rd annual bachelor auction. Zoe gaped as she leaned into Jax and whispered, I thought Mason was performing.
He is, after this.
It irked Zoe that no one had told her about the auction. Before she could say anything else, Jax turned his attention back to the stage, or rather to Trista. Zoe wanted to gag as she watched Jax's eye run the length of Trista's legs. There was seriously something wrong with her brother. It was like he lost all reason every time he saw a pretty woman. She looked at Briggs to see if he was as enamored with Trista as Jax was. To her relief, Briggs didn't seem to be the least bit impressed. When he felt Zoe's eyes on him, he looked her direction. A zing rippled through her as they shared a quick smile. This year we're doing things a little different, Trista continued. Her eyes danced as her voice went juicy like she was delivering the latest gossip. We're having a silent auction. This brought a few boos from the crowd. A petulant frown formed over Trista's full lips as she held up a hand. Now hold on, folks. Don't get your drawers in a jumble. You'll still have a chance to bid on your favored bachelor. She wiggled her eyebrows. Here's how it will go. I'll announce each bachelor. They'll come up one by one and strut their stuff on stage. All of you interested ladies can mosey on up to the entrance booth, where you'll find a list of the bachelors. Write down your bid. The highest ones win. The bidding will remain open while Mason and the Romeos perform. Afterwards, I'll announce the winners. These lucky ladies will have the privilege of going on an exclusive date with the hunky bachelor of their choice. Laughter gurgled in Zoe's throat. Mason and the Romeos? That was the name of Mason's band? Seriously? What was her baby brother thinking? All right, folks, we've got a great lineup for you tonight. Remember to be generous. All the proceeds go to benefit the children's wing at the hospital. Trista looked to the side of the stage. Shoot, I forgot my list. A second later, a heavy-set balding man trotted it out to her. Thanks, Willie, Trista said with a perky smile. I'd better move out of the way. Y'all don't want to see me, just the bachelors.
I'll take you any day, a man said from the audience.
This brought a few catcalls. Thank you, sugar, Trista responded with a practiced smile as she moved off to the side. She cleared her throat, reading from the paper. Our first bachelor of the evening is Joe Gilroy. Joe is a firefighter and paramedic at Station 3. Come on up here, Joe. A muscular guy in his mid-20s stepped onto the stage wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and tennis shoes. He ducked slightly like he was embarrassed to be there. Joe enjoys fishing, hunting, and playing basketball. I hear from his fellow team members at the station that Joe can make a mean steak. Joe flashed a boyish grin and a wave that lit the crowd on fire. Women yelled like he was the greatest thing on the planet. After Joe left the stage, the brunette called up more bachelors of varying ages and looks. A smile wound over Zoe's lips when Jax was called up. Of course. She should have expected it, especially after the bits of conversation passing between Jax and Mason earlier. Jax strode across the stage like a movie star, waving and smiling at all the ladies. The crowd went nuts. Just as he was leaving the stage, Trista called Briggs's name. Zoe's breath hitched as Briggs stood and made his way to the stage. She could tell that he was uncomfortable with the situation because of the stiffness in his shoulders, but she doubted that other people could tell. Briggs walked with a certain gait when he was nervous. Briggs McAllister is the resident veterinarian at Thousand Acres Ranch. Ladies, if you're extra good to Briggs, maybe you can talk him into giving you a ride on that fancy bike we see him sporting around town on. Did Briggs still ride? Briggs had always been into motorcycles. It was something he and Zoe used to do together. Zoe's stomach clenched when she saw a wistful expression flicker over Trista's face. She was interested in Briggs. The knowledge burned out the center of Zoe's chest. She chided herself for being so petty and jealous. Good gravy. Briggs wasn't hers to be jealous of. Briggs and Jack sat back down. Zoe's gaze flitted between them as her voice went syrupy. Well, I'm a lucky woman to get to sit at this table all by myself with 2 eligible bachelors. Yes, you are, Jack shot back, giving her a Texas-sized grin. Briggs was only partly amused. He leaned forward, locking gazes with her.
"Don't worry, Z, there's still room on my bike for you," he murmured.
She rocked back, blinking. "I can't believe you said that," she retorted, but couldn't stop the startled laughter from tickling her throat.
"Are you game?"
Briggs asked as he looked around Jack's, his sapphire eyes glittering in a challenge. She laughed lightly. "I guess I'll have to get in line behind the lucky lady who wins that exclusive date." Annoyance sifted over his handsome features.
"The things we do for charity."
"I guess so." Zoe didn't want to even think about Briggs with another woman. Why were her thoughts going so haywire? Zoe suspected that Briggs had dated scores of other women. This was a date for charity. It had nothing to do with Zoe.
"All you have to do is say the word,"
Briggs challenged. She caught something in his eyes, a longing that called to that part of her that she tried so hard to keep under wraps. She swallowed the tightness in her throat as she clutched her hand. Why was Briggs sending her those signals? Did he want another chance? Her head began to whirl. She was such a mess right now. Oh, how she wanted to throw good sense to the wind and just embrace whatever this thing was with her and Briggs. The longing was nearly overwhelming. Jackson chortled.
"Sis, would you like to switch seats so you and Briggs can continue this little convo without having a monkey in the middle?"
"A monkey's right," she retorted, heat flaming her face. Thankfully, before Jax could say anything else to humiliate her further, Mason and his band took the stage. Mason must have found a way to get his jitters out, because he commanded the audience like a pro. He was good, almost as good as Cash when he first started. No doubt when he was let loose one day, he would soar to the top. Throughout the concert, Zoe and Briggs's glances kept meeting. Jax noticed, of course. The laughter simmering in her brother's eyes let Zoe know he was having a good time at her expense. Eventually, Zoe just ignored Jax altogether. Finally, Jax grew bored with teasing her and put his full focus on the concert. Zoe couldn't help it. Her eyes seemed to have a mind of their own as she looked at Briggs. Again, they caught eyes. It was interesting and concerning how that in a crowded hall, Zoe could be so in sync with Briggs. It had always been the same between them. All she could see was Briggs. The question was, did he see her, truly? She was so tired of this ridiculous hold Briggs had over her. Why couldn't she get him out of her system? Why? As the concert was nearing its close, Jax left the table, saying he had to go to the restroom. Zoe was surprised when Briggs scooted into Jax's empty chair. Her heart began to race. "What are you doing?" His eyes sparkled.
"Don't worry, Z, I don't bite."
She remembered Jax's quips as they were walking across the parking lot, the part about people biting. "Well, if you do bite, be warned, I bite back," she teased.
"I'll take my chances."
A grin tugged at his lips, giving her a peek of his dazzling white teeth against his tanned skin. Her breath caught. Why did he have to be so irresistible? He leaned closer to her.
"Too bad no one's dancing, otherwise we'd show 'em how it's done."
She got lost for a moment in the wake of the splendid depth of his probing eyes, which had deepened to a mesmerizing royal blue. "Yes, we would," she replied dreamily. The two of them had been so good together, like two people sharing one heart, one mind. He moved closer and angled toward her. One arm slipped around her shoulders, his other hand running along the curve of her jaw. "I've missed you." The response came out before she could call it back. "I've missed you too." His touch felt so good, the warmth of his skin brushing a feather-light pulse through her skin. The living, breathing, grown-up Briggs was all male. So much better than the one in her dreams. She blinked, coming out of a daze. Anger took hold as she drew back. "We're not doing this," she growled. He frowned.
"Why not?"
"You hurt me." Her eyes grew moist. Sucking in a quick breath, she managed to put a lid on the emotion. Regret spilled into his beautiful eyes, muddling them to indigo.
"I'm so sorry. I was a fool."
"Yes, you were," she snapped. All of the hurts of the past spilled between them like rotten milk. Everything was tainted. There could be no going back. He searched her face.
"I can't let you go again."
"As much as I want to, I can never trust you again." This time she couldn't stop a tear from escaping and trickling down her cheek. Briggs used his thumb to tenderly wipe it away. She hated how every inch of her body thrilled at being next to him. She couldn't let her feelings get the best of her, but had to keep her head in control. The sound of a throat clearing caused Zoe to jerk back away from Briggs, like she'd been burned by a hot coal. She shifted in her seat so that she was no longer turned toward Briggs, but facing straight ahead.
"Sorry to interrupt,"
Jack said. Briggs jammed a hand through his hair. "No problem," Zoe said frostily. "We were done anyway." She shot Briggs a dark look. Briggs let out a heavy sigh.
"This isn't over. We'll talk later."
His jaw went razor-sharp, eyes drilling into hers, with a promise that rattled her to the core. Jack sat down on the other side of Briggs as the concert came to a close, but Zoe hardly paid attention. Her heart was too busy pounding out a frenzied beat. She made a point of keeping her eyes fixed straight ahead, keenly aware of Briggs right beside her. This whole thing was so whacked. After Mason and his band did their encore song, they gave final waves and bows as they exited the stage. The lights came up as Trista bebopped back onto the stage. "Weren't they great? Let's give 'em another round of applause." She began clapping. It had the domino effect of bringing down the house. A few minutes later, Trista held out a hand to quiet the clapping. "All right, drum roll, please. We have the winners listed right here." She waved a piece of paper back and forth. "Oh, before I announce the winners, let me just say that this is the most money we've ever earned by a landslide. Folks, thank you for your incredible generosity." This brought more clapping. Trista waited until it settled down before continuing. "These lucky winners will go on an exclusive date planned by their bachelor." Zoe's stomach tightened, wondering what Briggs would plan for his date. Which one of the women in this dance hall had won the bid on him? "As I announce the winners, I'd like to ask the bachelor and his lucky lady to come up on the stage." A wicked grin curved her lips. "That way we can see y'all together, side by side." Trista began announcing the winners. From what Zoe could tell, it appeared to be the same order as the bachelors had first appeared on stage. Zoe couldn't get over how proud the women were to have won, as they cast glowing smiles at their bachelors. It was pathetic, actually. Sure, the proceeds went to charity, but the women seemed desperate, bidding for a date with some guy. Jeez Louise, you couldn't pay Zoe to bid on a guy. Zoe glanced at Jax and could tell he was more nervous than a prize turkey right before Thanksgiving. She got a fiendish delight in picturing which of the women had won Jax. Maybe she was some portly, middle-aged woman. It would serve her brother right for being such a player. Was Briggs nervous? He didn't seem to be. His eyes caught hers again, but she quickly looked away. Trista called Jax's name. He trotted up on stage, a giant smile perched on his face. When his date was announced, Zoe groaned inwardly as a leggy blonde in a tight skirt sauntered onto the stage. When Jack saw her, he grinned from ear to ear like he'd won the jackpot as the two embraced. The blonde leaned in and pecked him on the lips, causing the crowd to roar. "Lucky dog," Zoe mumbled. Briggs shot her a questioning look. "I was hoping Jax would get some dumpy broad instead of a bombshell," she explained. Briggs didn't skip a beat.
"I'm sure they saved the dumpy broad for me."
She burst out laughing. "Maybe they did."
"Here goes nothing,"
Briggs muttered, pulling a face.
"Wish me luck."
"You'll need it," she sang. But Briggs's name wasn't called. "That's odd," Zoe said as the two exchanged baffled looks. "Do you think they forgot about you?" She felt a curious mixture of relief and disappointment.
"Maybe. I hope so," he grimaced. "I'm all about helping out the hospital, but going up on that stage and being paraded around like a prize rooster was torture. I'd rather be tarred and feathered."
She giggled. "Yeah, too bad Jax doesn't feel the same way." A grin slid over his lips.
"Jax is just Jax."
"Yeah, he's something all right," she said dryly. As Trista continued calling out the winners, Zoe felt someone glaring at her. She glanced to her left at the crowd of people standing near the front of the stage. She spotted a woman about her same age. Their eyes caught for one brief moment before the woman looked away. She'd had such a venomous expression that it caused Zoe's blood to run cold. The woman stepped deeper into the crowd, vanishing from Zoe's vision. She looked familiar. Zoe searched her brain before a light went on. Jolene Belcher. There was certainly no love lost between Zoe and Jolene, but jeepers creepers, Jolene was being downright hostile. Zoe and Jolene were both cheerleaders. They were once good friends, that is, until Zoe beat out Jolene for the position of head cheerleader, at which point Jolene became her arch enemy. Zoe would have thought that the years since high school would have tempered Jolene's dislike for her. Apparently not.
Are you okay?
Briggs asked, touching her arm. I'm fine, she responded with a quick smile. He searched her face.
You sure?
It was uncanny how good Briggs was at picking up on her vibes. He always had been. Zoe was sure he probably knew that she still had feelings for him. She'd never been great at holding her cards close. Her entire family knew how she felt about Briggs, and she could tell they attributed the demise of her marriage to that. The whole situation was dang embarrassing. If Carl had been faithful, Zoe would still be a world away in Park City, trying to make her marriage work. She would have kept trying to turn herself inside out to please a man who was never going to be pleased with anything she did. She would have kept living a life in the shadows, only coming out into the full sunlight in her dreams.
Something's got you rattled,
Briggs said decisively. She let out a long breath, knowing she might as well come out with it, or Briggs would continue pestering her about it. I just caught someone staring at me. He looked past her to the crowd of people as he frowned.
Really? Who?
She forced a laugh. It's not important, just an old acquaintance.
An acquaintance, huh? Where?
She turned and looked to where Jolene had been. I don't see her any more.
Okay, don't tell me, he sighed. Keep your secrets to yourself.
She laughed. I will.
Are you cold?
No, why? She looked down, realizing she was hugging her arms.
Here, allow me.
In a swift, smooth motion, he scooted his chair closer and draped his arm around her shoulders as he had earlier. His nearness was electrifying. She probably should have protested, but it felt so good to have his arm around her that she just wanted to enjoy it, without thinking the situation to death the way she always did. Was it so wrong to appreciate his strong arm around her, his warmth, his masculine scent that was so distinctly him? It reminded her of fresh air and clear water. She tried to turn her attention to the stage, but it wasn't easy. She felt the subtle movement of Briggs's chest as his breath moved in and out. Everything she'd ever wanted and more in a partner was right here beside her. Was she brave enough to open her heart up to him again? Time for the grand finale, Trista trilled. There's one bachelor left. We've saved the best for last. The amount paid for this bachelor was a record. She trilled out a throaty laugh. This woman wants a date bad. She pumped her eyebrows. $10,000 bad. That was the top bid for this particular bachelor. Her voice increased to a crescendo. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Briggs McAllister. The applause was deafening. Zoe felt the air leave her lungs as she turned to Briggs. He looked downright shocked. For a second, he just sat there with his arm around her. Zoe felt numerous eyes pinging them like wasp stingers. Briggs, come on up, Trista urged with a sweep of her arm. Still he sat there. Trista's smile fell a fraction. Briggs, you've got to go up there, Zoe said. He gave her a long look before nodding reluctantly. Zoe's heart thudded dully in her chest. Who in the heck was desperate enough for a date with Briggs that they would pay $10,000? This was absurd. She was angry with the bidder and even angrier with the situation. Trista shoved the microphone in Briggs's face. How does it feel to be the top bachelor of the evening? Briggs straightened his shoulders.
Well, it's certainly a surprise.
He gave Trista a polite smile. Okay, let's announce the winner, Trista said. She paused dramatically before booming. Zoe Romeo! For a split second, the words didn't register. Then Zoe felt all eyes on her. Come on up here and claim your prize, Trista urged. A hot shame cloaked Zoe. her mind racing. What the heck? Was this some sort of cruel joke? No, this was a nightmare. Trista chortled as she turned to Briggs, talking to him like the two of them were old friends.
Ah, now I see the rest of the picture. Y'all have been cozying up together all night. I guess Zoe wanted to check out the goods before making the purchase. Smart girl, she added, giving Briggs a wistful look.
That's all it took for Zoe to spring to her feet. Her face burning, she strode up to the stage, her head held high. Yes, she might be humiliated, but she'd be darned if she showed it. On her way up the side stairs, she saw Jackson standing in the wing along with Mason and his band. She pointed a finger. "You and I are going to have a long talk," she hissed, zeroing in on Jax. He was standing with his arms slung around the woman who'd bid on him. Jax chuckled.
Go on now, claim your prize.
Zoe marched across the stage toward Briggs. She wanted to wipe that cocky grin right off his handsome face.
"Ladies and gentlemen," Trista trilled, "Briggs McAllister and Zoe Romeo."
Thankfully, the lights were bright enough so that Zoe couldn't see all the people staring back at them. She could only imagine what people were thinking, her coming back to town after her husband had the affair, her bidding on the man who'd shattered her heart. Yep, she looked pretty desperate. Briggs stepped closer and slipped an arm around her waist. He leaned into her ear.
"This is an interesting turn of events,"
he murmured, his warm breath tickling her skin.
"So do I get a kiss like Jackson did?"
"Don't press your luck," she warned. Her mind pieced together what had happened. When Jax left the table during Mason's concert, saying he was going to the restroom, he'd gone to place a bid on her behalf. Where in the heck had Jax gotten hold of that much money? Regardless, she was going to kill that traitor with her bare hands. A low chuckle rumbled in Briggs's throat.
"Well, at least you saved me from a portly middle-aged broad."
"At least," she spat.
"I guess you'll be the first one on my bike after all," he winked.
"Go ahead, honey, kiss your bachelor." There was a hint of a challenge in Trista's eyes as she homed in on Zoe. "You've certainly paid a pretty penny for him," she drawled.
"Kiss him,"
Jax yelled from the wing. This started a chain reaction from the crowd as everyone began chanting, "Kiss him, kiss him." Zoe looked up at Briggs, whose blue eyes were sparkling gemstones.
"Well?"
"Fine," she sighed. "Let's get this over with." She slid her arms around his neck as she pulled his face down to hers. Well, as close as she could get it. His lips were still a fraction out of reach. Amusement was playing over his rugged features like sunlight skipping over a creek bed as he assessed her. "Well, aren't you going to meet me halfway?" she grumbled. He encircled her waist, pulling her to him with a forceful jerk. Her breath caught as he touched her cheek, the tip of his finger trailing a scorching path over her skin. Instinctively, her lips parted as she leaned closer, her body melting into his. Time seemed to stop as she waited. He looked thoughtful. "What?" she whispered. He pursed his lips.
"I don't think I will kiss you. Not here, not like this."
She blinked, recognizing those words. It was the same thing Briggs had said to her all those years ago at the swimming hole, shortly before the two of them began dating. Zoe had lost count of the number of times she dreamt about that day. A ghost of a smile tugged on his lips. Everything else faded into the background. The timbre of his melodic voice reverberated through her chest as he continued in a low, husky tone that only she could hear.
"When we kiss, time will stop, and you'll want it as bad as me."
His eyes moved over her with such depth that it caused a tender ache to ribbon through her body.
"You'll crave the feel of my lips like you crave air," he promised. "Only then will we kiss."
With that, he leaned in and gave her a peck on the lips. The crowd booed as he set her upright and released her waist. Zoe stepped back, her mind tumbling through time and space. She could still feel the burn of his lips on hers. "Careful," Trista chirped with a snarky laugh as she looked at Briggs, "or your girl might demand a refund." Briggs winked and drawled out a cavalier,
"I thought there was a no-return policy."
Laughter roared from the crowd as people began clapping. Trista shook her head, grinning at him like he was the greatest thing since air conditioning. Zoe had to fight the urge not to scowl. "All righty, folks," Trista said. "Give it up for Briggs and Zoe." As Briggs and Zoe exited the stage, Trista began wrapping everything up. "Thank y'all for coming out tonight. Be sure to stick around. We'll have dancing till 2 a.m., and all the food and drink you can shake a stick at." Fury raged in Zoe's veins as she marched over to Jackson. "How could you?" she seethed. "You humiliated me in front of the whole town." She was so mad the tears burned her eyes. Jax gave the blonde a look of apology as he pulled his arm away from her shoulders and turned to Zoe.
"Take it down a notch, would you?"
He glanced around like he was embarrassed. "No, I won't take it down a notch," she said loudly. "You had no right to bid on my behalf."
"What? That wasn't you?"
Zoe turned, realizing Briggs was beside her. The stricken look on his face caused her gut to churn. Her words spilled out like hot coals. "No, it wasn't me. I'm dead broke." A brittle laugh rattled her throat. "I couldn't afford to pay $1,000, much less 10,000. She straightened to her full height, glaring at Briggs. "Nor would I have. The whole thing was demeaning." Rage was mounting inside Zoe to the point where she felt like she would explode.
"You need to get a hold of yourself,"
Jax warned.
"You're embarrassing yourself and the entire family."
Zoe glanced around. Jax was right. She was drawing attention, but she didn't care. She balled her fist, hauled off, and socked him in the gut. His eyes rounded as he doubled over with a grunt.
"Seriously, Zoe? You got this all wrong. It wasn't me who placed the bid."
"Then who was it? Daddy?"
"No, it was Cash."
She sucked in a startled breath. Her head swung back and forth. "Why would Cash do something so stupid, so humiliating?"
"Hey," Briggs countered, giving her a wounded look. "You make it sound like it's the end of the world that you have to go on a date with me."
Fire flashed in her eyes. "We're not going on a date."
"The heck we're not. Your brother paid a truckload of money for this little shindig to play out, and we're seeing it through. If I had to go up there on that stage and be put through that torture, then the least you can do is to follow through with the date." His jaw was set in stone as he glowered at her. Zoe couldn't stop laughter from rising in her throat. "Are you serious?" "As a heart attack," Briggs said without flinching.
She threw up her hands. "I think y'all are all nuts." She turned on her heel, intent on leaving, but Jax caught her arm.
"Wait,"
he said, his voice coated with desperation.
"Cash said to tell you one way home."
The words came at Zoe like a fist that battered her insides as she jerked. "What?"
"Are you talking about Cash's hit song?"
Briggs asked. Jax's eyes held Zoe's.
"No, I don't think this has anything to do with the song. Cash said that you would know what it means."
Zoe's eyes grew moist as she swallowed. Leave it to Cash to completely take the wind out of her sails. A humorless laugh escaped her throat as her head swung back and forth. She turned to Briggs. "Okay, when do you want to go on our date?" He rocked back.
"Just like that? Now you're willing to go?"
She lifted her chin. "I said I was." She ground out through clenched teeth. "Are we going or not?" Briggs rubbed his jaw like he was thinking it over.
"I'd take the chance while you can, man,"
Jackson piped in. Briggs nodded.
"Okay, tomorrow night."
Zoe blinked. "So soon?" A ghost of a smile tugged at one corner of Briggs's lips.
"Not chickening out, are you, Z?"
His voice hung like a caress on her nickname. She grunted. "Okay, tomorrow night. What time?"
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock it is."
"I can hardly wait," he murmured.
She shot him a look that said drop dead, but he only laughed. This time she did turn and walk away.
"Remind me to thank Cash,"
Zoe heard Briggs say just before she got out of earshot. Chapter 11.
"Hey, girl,"
Briggs said in a cooing voice as his golden retriever came up and nudged a cool nose against his hand. Ruby began panting happily as he rubbed her thick coat.
"How you doing there, Ruby-Doo?"
Ruby let out a whiny howl in response. Briggs laughed as he patted her head. Ruby had earned her nickname of Ruby-Doo from the cartoon character Scooby-Doo because of her mournful-sounding barks. Ruby hopped up on the leather couch beside Briggs and scooted next to him. He stroked her fur absently as he stared unseeingly at the soccer game playing on the TV. His date with Zoe was in a few hours. Briggs felt a combination of anticipation and angst. He got the feeling that the date was do or die, his one and only chance to make a breakthrough with Zoe. Would she like the surprise he had for her? It would either go off fantastically well or be a complete disaster. Briggs wasn't sure which way the pendulum would swing. His thoughts went back to the auction the night before. Briggs had felt like he was cheating the heartaches of the past and getting a few stolen moments with Zoe as he'd sat with his arm around her, never imagining what would happen next. When Briggs learned that Zoe had bid on him, his heart had nearly burst out of his chest. He was so ecstatic. Then, when he saw Zoe breathing fire as she tromped up on the stage, he figured she'd been set up. Like Zoe, he thought Jax had done it. Then he heard the outrageous sum that had been bid for him, and it really threw him for a loop. Just for a moment when they were on stage and Briggs said the spiel about the kiss, he'd done it to remind Zoe of everything they'd once had. He felt like he was getting through to Zoe. He saw the mixed emotions playing over Zoe's face and knew she was remembering. The raw longing on her beautiful face gave him cause to hope for one wonderful second that he might have a chance. Then the enraged warrior on a warpath took over when they left the stage, and Zoe went on a full-scale attack. He grinned, thinking of how her hair had flown out behind her like liquid flames, her dark eyes glittering with determination. What a woman she was, with her smooth olive skin, delicate features, and high cheekbones. It was more than just Zoe's looks that captured him. She had more fire and torque than any woman he knew. He loved the artist in her that got such joy out of creating intricate sculptures from items most people discarded. Also, he loved the classy side of Zoe, the one who wanted to create a good home for herself and her family. He could tell that she dearly loved her children. They were good kids. Briggs was enjoying getting to know them, especially Milo, whom he'd been teaching to ride. One way home. Briggs had no idea why that phrase had brought about such a change in Zoe, but he was glad it had. Briggs called Cash to thank him for the bid, but it went to Cash's voicemail. No surprise, as Cash was on tour. Briggs knew that Knox and Jackson were both on board with him trying to win Zoe back, but he had no idea that Cash was on his side too. He was itching to know the full story and what one way home meant, but his curiosity would have to wait. From the time he was a teenager, when he first started hanging out at the ranch, Briggs's path had been linked to the Romeo family. The only child of older parents, Briggs had always enjoyed the hustle and bustle of being part of a bigger family. His dad passed away 5 years ago, leaving only Briggs and his mom, Mary Frances, who lived in the historical section of downtown Franklin. His phone rang. He reached for it, thinking it might be Cash, but it was his mom instead. "Hey, Mom," he said warmly.
Hey, son, how's it going?
"Good."
I hate to bother you, but would you mind coming over and changing out the light bulb in my laundry room? It went out this morning."
She let out a low chuckle.
"I would change it myself, but I know how irate you get when I get up on a ladder."
He sat up. "No, I don't want you up on a ladder." His mom was in her 80s, but looked like she was in her late 60s. Still, that didn't mean she wasn't prone to accidents. To her credit, his mom was active and heavily involved with the ladies' committee at church and the Singles Activity Center. She thought she could do anything. Still, he didn't want to tempt fate by having her climbing up and down a ladder. He did a quick mental calculation. He had time to change the light bulb and get back, but he'd need to get moving.
"Oh, would you mind checking on Ruthie? She didn't finish her breakfast this morning. That never happens. I hope she's not sick."
"Sure." Ruthie was his mom's Himalayan cat, and from the way she doted on it, one would have thought Ruthie was a member of the family.
"I've got a big pot of pinto beans on the stove, and I can whip us up some cornbread to go with it. Would you like to stay and have dinner?"
"Shoot, I would, but I have a previous engagement."
"A date?"
He grinned at the interest in his mom's voice. "Yep."
"Do I know her?"
She fished. His mom was ready to get him married off so she could have some grandchildren. He shifted Ruby slightly as he got up off the couch.
Yeah, I believe you met her once or twice, he hedged.
Once he let this cat out of the bag, there would be no putting it back, no matter how much it scratched and clawed.
Who is it?
She pressed. He rubbed his neck. Zoe. Mary Frances giggled in delight.
That's the best news I've heard all day. It's about time y'all got back together.
He rolled his eyes.
We're not back together. It's just one date.
Well, at least it's a start.
She paused.
Are you going to tell Zoe the truth?
His stomach tightened.
I'm working on it.
You owe her the truth.
Her voice hardened.
Every time I think about that whole situation, it makes my blood boil.
He held out a hand.
I know, Mom.
It made Briggs's blood boil, too. He'd thought he was doing the right thing at the time, but then everything went sideways and blew up in his face.
Do you want me to step in?
Her voice rose as she spoke faster.
Because I can. I'll just trot down to that dress shop and have a nice little chat. It's about time that all of this mess got sorted out and...
I said I'm handling it, Mom, he reiterated, grinning inwardly at her feisty nature. She was a petite woman with one ginormous personality.
Careful, dynamite comes in small packages,
Briggs's dad would often say when affectionately referring to his wife.
Okay, she said. But you have to promise me that you'll come clean.
He pushed out a heavy breath.
I will, as soon as I can,
he added mentally. Briggs was a man of his word. He'd promised to hold his tongue a while longer, and he would even if it killed him.
I'll see you in a few,
he said as he ended the call and hurried to his bedroom to grab his wallet and keys. Briggs was grateful his mom needed his help. That way the time would pass faster. A feverish anticipation was burning through his veins. Even though Zoe had nothing to do with it, the auction bid dictated that she get a $10,000 date, and a $10,000 date was what she was going to get. Harley motorcycle and all.
Mom!
Madison shrieked as she ran into the bedroom where Zoe was getting ready.
Milo won't change the channel back to my cartoons.
Her fists were knotted, her dark eyes blazing, tears trickling crooked paths down her cheeks. She was so darn cute with her pigtails and denim overalls that Bertie had given her. Zoe had to admit there were advantages to having a mama who owned a boutique. Zoe had gone to the boutique earlier today to get something new to wear on her date tonight. Madison had gone along and came out like a bandit, getting the overalls, a pair of jeans, and a dress. Bertie was spoiling her granddaughter rotten. Zoe sucked in a deep breath as she rubbed Madison's head. Okay, Toots, let's go see what we can do. Milo, what's going on? Zoe asked as she and Madison stepped into the den.
I'm sick of watching SpongeBob SquarePants,
Milo grumbled, his dark eyes hidden behind deep slits, arms clamped over his chest. Zoe sat down beside him on the couch. I thought we agreed that you and Mads were going to take turns watching TV. You watched The Flash, and now Mads is watching SpongeBob.
He turned the TV right in the middle of my show. Now I won't know what's going on,
Madison cried.
Oh, shut up,
Milo growled. Hey, Zoe countered. Watch your mouth. We don't use that kind of language. Milo rolled his eyes.
Whatever.
A hot flare of anger swept over Zoe. It was one of those moments when she had to take a deep breath and count to 10. Milo had been a bear all day, complaining about everything. His favorite pastime was tormenting his little sister. She searched Milo's face. His fair cheeks were bright red, his expression sullen. What's going on with you?
Nothing.
He shot her a hateful look. Something's going on. It was almost time for Briggs to pick Zoe up. Her mama and daddy had happily agreed to watch the kids. They were making homemade tacos, watching a movie, and then making s'mores in the fire pit out back. She sighed in exasperation. I don't have time for this.
Because of your date?
He sneered. She rocked back. Is that what this is about? Milo just sat there, his expression stony as he looked straight ahead. Zoe's heart cracked as she looked at her oldest child. She tried to think of a way to get through to him. Milo, just because I'm going on a date doesn't mean I love you and Madison any less. You know that, don't you? He looked at her, his dark eyes raging with wrath.
What about Dad? He squeaked.
What about him? Don't you love him any more?" Tears rose in his eyes. Zoe's throat tightened to the size of a toothpick as she swallowed. All day long she'd been deliberating about the date. On the one hand, she couldn't wait to be with Briggs again. On the other hand, she was scared to death. Scared that the date wouldn't go well. Scared that it might go too well. Scared of herself, wondering if she had the resolve to keep from falling hard for Briggs all over again. The hurt and confusion on Milo's face chipped away at her resolve. Maybe going on the date was a huge mistake. "Dad's sorry for everything that happened. He wants us to come home." His voice broke. "We can go back and be a family again." Zoe felt like she'd been sucker punched. "Did your dad tell you that?" A white-hot anger splintered through her. Milo bit his lower lip. He looked hesitant before nodding. She touched his arm. "I'm so sorry about how all of this has affected you." Tears misted her eyes as she blinked to stay them. "What happened between your dad and me?" She paused, searching for the right thing to say. "Well, it's not something that can be fixed." Milo gave her a pleading look. "Why not? He loves you." "It's too little, too late," she spat, then stopped when Milo's face drained. Carl was using Milo to get to her. Did the man have no shame? "You're just going to have to trust me on this," she said firmly, yet trying to be kind. "I hate you," he shouted as he jumped up and ran out of the room. Daddy came in just as Milo left. She could tell from the look on his face that he'd heard the bulk of the conversation. Zoe rubbed a hand across her forehead. "Oh, maybe this is a mistake." Knox crossed the distance between them with a few quick strides as he sat down beside her and put a hand on her knee.
"No, it's not. Going on this date is the best decision you've made in years."
"Where's the remote?" Madison asked. Zoe looked around. "I don't know. Maybe in between the cushions." She and Knox stuck their hands in the cracks, feeling around.
"Got it," Knox said, holding it up with a grin. "Here you go, Butterbug."
"Thanks," Madison said as she took it from him and switched the channel. Knox looked Zoe in the eye, speaking in a low tone.
"Carl has hijacked enough of your life. Don't let him have another minute."
"He's turning Milo against me."
"He's certainly trying, but it won't work. Milo's a smart kid. He'll figure out what's going on."
She shook her head. "I don't know."
"Trust me on this. You go on your date. Milo and I will have a good talk."
Panic fluttered in her stomach. "He doesn't know the full story about Carl and the affair," she whispered, glancing back at Madison to make sure she wasn't eavesdropping. Thankfully, she was engrossed in her cartoon. "I've tried to protect him from the ugliness of that."
"What does Milo think happened?"
She shrugged. "That Carl and I were having problems, that we needed space." Knox gave her an incredulous look.
"What did Milo think was happening when Carl moved in with the other woman?"
"Milo thinks Carl got together with Kate after the divorce." His eyebrow shot up.
"You're not doing yourself or Milo any favors by sugarcoating the situation."
"Yeah, but if Milo knew the truth, it would taint his view of his dad. Milo has enough on his plate without thinking his dad is a scoundrel."
"And if a bullfrog had wings, he wouldn't hit his rear end every time he hopped. You can't protect your kids from everything. What happened between you and Carl is not your fault."
She let out a long breath. "Just don't tell him anything, okay?" When he didn't answer, she gave him a warning look. "Okay?"
"Okay,"
he agreed. Milo stepped back into the room. His cheeks were puffy and streaked with tears as he held out Zoe's cell phone.
"It's Dad. He wants to talk to you."
Fire burned through Zoe's skull. If Carl wanted to talk to her, then she was more than happy to accommodate. She looked at Daddy and could tell he was within an inch of grabbing the phone and giving Carl a piece of his mind. Before he could, Zoe sprang to her feet and took the phone.
"Let's you and me go out on the front porch,"
Knox said as he stood and draped an arm around Milo, who had a deer-in-the-headlights expression.
"I want to hear about how it's going with you and Old Blue. Briggs tells me you're getting pretty good at riding."
"Yeah," Milo said tentatively, throwing Zoe a glance. Zoe looked at Daddy, trying to convey with her eyes that she expected him to keep his word and not say anything to Milo about Carl's affair. He gave her a surreptitious nod that said he got the message loud and clear.
"Go on," Daddy said to Zoe. "Take your phone call."
Zoe walked out of the den and went into the kitchen. Without preamble, she jumped right into the conversation.
"What do you think you're doing?" she demanded. "What do you mean?" "Don't play innocent with me. You're trying to manipulate me and are using our son as leverage. You disgust me," she hissed. "Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about."
She paced back and forth, her hair flying out behind her like a battle flag.
"Telling Milo that you're sorry."
Her voice escalated to a screech.
"That you want us to come home so we can be a family again?"
She chortled out a hard laugh.
"You are unbelievable. First of all, you need to calm down."
"I will not calm down," she growled.
"Zoe, just listen to me. Everything Milo said is true. I love you."
His voice trembled.
"I made the biggest mistake of my life. I want you and the kids to come home."
She squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the urge to scream. Had it just been yesterday when she was actually contemplating giving Carl another chance? It seemed like a lifetime ago. Maybe it was her pointed conversations with Daddy that had caused her thinking to shift. Or maybe it was the bachelor auction and the message Cash had relayed through Jax. Or maybe it was the hurt expression on Milo's face and her realization that Carl was manipulating him. At any rate, she felt different now, stronger somehow.
"That's not going to happen," she said flatly.
His tone became plaintive.
"Zoe, I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't work, I'm miserable."
She grunted, thinking of all the times Carl had played on her sympathies in the past. The experiences melded together in one long black smear that wouldn't go away, no matter how much scrubbing anyone did.
"That sounds about right. It's always about you. Let me ask you this. When you were with Kate, did you even once stop to think about how that would affect me or the kids?"
She clenched her hand to stay the tremors.
"Did you?" she screamed. "I turned myself inside out for you."
Her words came out in hard rasps. "I gave up my sculpting, put everything on the back burner for you and your career. I gave you the business, even though it was started with my money." A gurgle sounded. It turned to a whimper as he began to cry.
"I told you I was sorry. I'll do anything to get you back. Maybe if we go to counseling."
If she could have, Zoe would have reached through the phone and squeezed Carl's traitorous neck.
"The only counseling you need is how to keep your zipper up."
Zoe heard movement and whirled around, shocked to see Briggs standing in the kitchen entryway, wearing an amused expression. For some crazy reason, the situation struck her as funny as a giggle escaped her throat. "Hey," she said, her voice going soft as a smile touched her lips.
"Hey,"
he said back. Her gaze flicked over him. He looked fantastic in a black button-down shirt, jeans, and his well-worn leather boots. She looked down at her jeans and sweatshirt as she ran a self-conscious hand through her hair. She'd been about to change into her new outfit when the debacle with Milo had occurred.
"Sorry, I'm not dressed yet,"
she lamented. He waved a hand.
"No worries. You always look great."
"Now I know you're lying," she countered.
"Who are you talking to?"
Carl demanded. That's right, she was still on the phone with the numbskull.
"None of your business,"
Zoe shot back.
"Is that Briggs?"
Carl sneered.
"Are you going on your little date?"
She tried to be respectful to Carl, recognizing that he was the father of her children, but that didn't mean being his doormat, and it certainly didn't mean allowing him to manipulate their son as he'd manipulated her for far too many years.
"We're done here, Carl. Put Milo back on the phone," he demanded.
It took all the intestinal fortitude Zoe could muster to keep her voice even as she spoke.
"Milo is spending time with Daddy. You'll have to talk to him later."
Carl started swearing as she ended the call. She straightened her shoulders, offering an apologetic smile.
"I'm sorry you had to hear that."
Briggs stepped up to her, his magnetic eyes moving over her with such tenderness and concern that it nearly moved her to tears.
"I'm not."
Her head jerked up. "What do you mean?" He touched her hair.
"I can handle it, Z. I want to be part of your life."
He hesitated, studying her.
"What?"
"I'm just sorry that you're having such a rough time with that scumbag."
Anger flashed over his handsome face.
"When I think of him hurting you, it really grinds my grits."
She sniggered at the southernism.
"I'm serious,"
he countered, looking a little miffed. "Really?" she asked reflexively, even though she could tell that Briggs was speaking from the heart. It was nice that he cared so much.
Really?
A wry grin pulled at his lips.
Just remind me not to get on your bad side.
Oh, you've been there a time or two, she countered, but regretted her words when she saw remorse trickle through his eyes. She wanted to kick herself for speaking without thinking. She didn't want to start out tonight on a negative note. His jaw tightened as he nodded.
I know. I'm hoping I can rectify that.
He peered into her eyes.
If you'll give me a chance,
he finished softly. Zoe felt like she'd left the safe zone and was standing on the edge of a tall cliff. And the crazy part? She wanted to jump. Badly. She peered into those beautiful eyes that had stolen her dreams and her heart so long ago and had never given them back. "How about we start with a first date?" she managed to say. An approving smile tipped the corners of his lips.
"Sounds good to me."
Dizzying currents throbbed through her. One little movement forward was all she had to make for their lips to connect. His taunts from the night before rushed through her mind. "You'll crave the feel of my lips like you crave air." Yeah. She was fast approaching that point. She stepped back to put distance between them. "Okay, I'll go change my clothes. What are we doing?"
"That's a surprise,"
he said mysteriously. She tilted her head, a smile curving her lips. "All right, I'll play the game." His eyebrows slid up.
"Is that what we're doing?"
he murmured in a husky tone that was just downright sexy. No other way to describe it. He reached out and touched her arm, his eyes deepening to a rich liquid blue.
"Because I've never been more serious about anything in my life."
Her skin both tickled and sizzled, even through the thick fabric of her sweatshirt, when he traced a line up her arm. "So much for putting distance between us. How's that for a fine red wagon?" She was already having a hard time controlling her attraction, and they were standing in the kitchen, not even having officially started their date. How was she going to keep a clear head around him tonight? Her senses were incredibly heightened right now, adrenaline coursing through her veins and giving her a heady vibe, which she rather liked. "How should I dress?" Adventure skipped a pattern across his features.
"Dress nice, but casual enough to go on the bike."
A thrill shot through her, and she couldn't stop a pleased smile from stretching over her lips. "The bike, huh? You're pulling out the big gun now." Briggs knew how much she loved to ride. "Only if I get to drive." He chuckled as he pursed his lips, giving her the once-over. His head swiveled back and forth.
"I don't know. To hear your brothers talk, all that uptight city living has made you soft."
Her jaw fell. "Seriously?"
"Seriously."
"Which brothers?" she demanded, the tomboy in Zoe rising up full force. She felt like she was 16, trying to show her brothers that she could hold her own.
"Oh, I can't tell you that," he laughed. "I'd be breaking the ultimate guy code."
"I'll show you just how tough I can be, mister," she taunted. He grinned.
"I'll hold you to that."
She jutted out her chin. "I will," he laughed.
"We'll see."
He motioned with his head.
"Now go get changed. Our dinner reservations are at 6.
"Reservations, huh? That sounds interesting." He rolled his eyes in mock exasperation.
"Go."
"Okay, but don't get into any trouble while I'm gone."
"You know me."
"Yes, I do," she chimed as she traipsed out, her feet hardly touching the ground. Chapter 12.
"Well, I guess it's true what they say,"
Briggs shouted over the wind as he tightened his hold on Zoe's small waist. "What's that?" Zoe asked, her voice floating back. He leaned close to her ear.
"You can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl."
"Amen," Zoe said exuberantly as she accelerated the bike. Adrenaline surged through Briggs as they sped up. He liked going fast and knew that Zoe did too. In the old days, the two of them would sometimes race. Briggs welcomed the opportunity to scoot closer to Zoe. He'd let her drive his bike all day long if it meant being this close to her. He caught the faint fruity scent from Zoe's shampoo as her hair flapped beneath the helmet. She was so feminine, and yet her body was lean and toned. She handled the bike like an expert. This is the girl he remembered, the one who dreamed big and lived every day to the fullest. Oh, how he'd missed her. Briggs was glad he'd gone with his gut and brought the Harley instead of his pickup truck.
How many girls would be okay with going to a nice restaurant on a motorcycle? Very few.
How many girls would insist on driving the said motorcycle?
He grinned. Zoe was one of a kind.
When they got into Nashville, Zoe navigated the heavy traffic, finally bringing them to their destination, Francesco's, an upscale Italian restaurant. Zoe loved Italian food, at least the Zoe he remembered. Briggs wanted to surprise her, but that was kind of hard considering that she was the one driving. When he told her the restaurant, Zoe seemed genuinely excited and impressed with his selection. So far, the date was going great. Briggs had been a little trepidatious when he stumbled upon Zoe having it out with Carl over the phone. Then when he heard the bit about the counselor and the zipper, he couldn't help but laugh. That was his Zoe, all fire and sass, tongue as sharp as a blade when the situation warranted. Over the years, Knox and Jax had expressed concern about Carl turning her into some soccer mom robot. But the girl Briggs knew and loved was still in there, and from the looks of things, that part of Zoe was coming back pretty quickly. It thrilled Briggs to see Zoe in her element. They got off the bike and removed their helmets. Zoe gave her hair a toss, her rich dark tresses flowing like water over her slender shoulders. "What?" she asked, a corner of her lip lifting in a question.
"You're beautiful," Briggs murmured, their eyes catching for one long, delicious moment, causing his blood to run faster.
"Thanks," she said softly, almost shyly, as a rose-colored hue brushed along the lines of her high cheekbones. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes sweeping her skin with a feather-like grace. Briggs took in Zoe's dark, form-fitting jeans, her scarlet button-up blouse, and matching red pumps. At his insistence, she'd slipped on a jean jacket right before they left the ranch. Briggs had worried about the wind making her cold. A smile crept over his lips.
"I guess you did okay with the heels," he motioned to her red pumps.
Her dark eyes sparkled with determination as she lifted her chin. "Told you I would," he chuckled. What a woman! Zoe was doing strange things to Briggs's insides. For so many years he'd tried to squelch the memory of Zoe and move on with his life. There were periods of time when he felt like he was moderately successful. However, being with her now, he realized that he'd just been puttering along. Now that he was with her again, Briggs was firing on all cylinders. He just had to make sure he didn't blow his chance to win back her love. After securing the helmets onto the bike, they entered the restaurant. When they stepped into the bustling foyer, he placed a hand on the small of Zoe's back to navigate her toward the hostess desk. He was pleased to note that Zoe didn't seem to mind their close contact. It felt so natural for them to be together, almost as if the years were peeling back and reshaping themselves into what should have been. A few minutes later, a cheerful hostess led them to a cozy table in a corner. As they walked, Briggs caught the interested glances that a few of the men gave Zoe. She seemed oblivious to the attention. How could the men not notice Zoe? She was a walking vision. Briggs stepped closer to her, so any interested men would realize they were together. They got seated as the hostess handed them the menus. "Your server will be right with you. Enjoy," she said before sashaying away. Zoe tucked a lock of hair behind her ear as she opened the menu. Her eyes did a quick sweep of their surroundings before a smile slid over her lips. "I've always wanted to eat here."
"I know. It's me, remember?" He made a point of catching her eyes. "I know you, Zoe," he murmured.
She blinked a few times before laughing hesitantly. "You know the girl I used to be," she countered. "Lots of things have changed from before."
"That's true," he conceded. "But from where I'm sitting, my Zoe's still in there."
He told himself that it was better to take things slow, not rush Zoe, but he just couldn't seem to make himself do it. She grunted. "Your Zoe?" Her eyes flashed in a challenge. "I haven't been your Zoe for a very long time." Maybe it was better to get it all out in one fell swoop. The mistakes of the past dumped in a big heap on the table. Now to strike the match and burn them to cinders so there wouldn't be any more obstacles between them. He nodded, compressing his lips in tight accepting lines. "I know." A smile touched his lips. "You've lived a full life, have 2 beautiful children. I admire the woman that you've become." Surprise washed over her features before her eyes went soft. "Really?" He caught the note of vulnerability in her voice.
Really?
He assured her. She scoffed. I figured you shared the same sentiment as Daddy and my brothers.
Oh, what is that?
He asked lightly. A grin quivered on her lips. You don't fool me 1 minute, Briggs McAllister. You know exactly what I'm talking about. My family thinks I've become some crazed Martha Stewart. He laughed.
Hey, I say more power to you. The old Zoe couldn't boil water.
Hey, she countered, making a face.
You know it's true,
he argued, pinning her with a look.
Remember that time you made us mac and cheese?
She giggled. Attempted to make us mac and cheese. Color rushed to her face. For some reason, I got a bit distracted and burned the noodles to a crisp.
Uh-huh. I remember the cause of the distraction,
he murmured, making a point of looking at her lips. The two of them had been making out. It was cute how quickly her face turned cherry red. Laughter rose in her throat. When all that smoke started pouring out and the alarm went off, you panicked. His eyes widened.
Yeah, I don't know which I was more afraid of, the fire department or Knox,
she sniggered. Definitely of Daddy.
You're probably right,
he agreed. A mellow warmth cocooned around them as they shared a long, lingering look. It was then that Briggs felt himself relax, knowing that tonight's date would go just fine. Their server, a young girl in her early 20s, approached with a basket of steaming bread and glasses filled with water, garnished with lemons. She took their orders. Zoe decided on chicken marsala and Briggs the lasagna. They ordered bruschetta and calamari for appetizers. Remember the first time we ate calamari? Zoe asked.
Briggs scrunched his nose. You had to go there, didn't you?
He shook his head.
Your mama meant well, but bless her heart, she's never been a cook.
In her defense, she was dieting and trying to make the calamari lighter calorie.
Yeah, by boiling it. I think my shoelaces would have been more tender.
You're probably right. Zoe helped herself to a slice of bread before reaching for her silverware to get a pat of butter. Briggs did the same.
It was a lot of years before I could even eat calamari, Briggs said.
I know. I was surprised you ordered it.
I'm living dangerously, he winked. These calamari are actually some of the best I've had.
I still remember your mama's cornbread. I've tried to replicate her recipe, and I've come close, but it's not quite there.
That's because Mom never writes anything down.
I remember that. A grin stole over Briggs's lips.
If you're a good little girl, I might be able to talk Mom into giving you a tutorial.
Her eyes lit with amusement. I don't know. Her head swung back and forth. That might be a tall order for a rebel like me. He pursed his lips.
You might be right. I'll see if I can get Mom to make an exception.
Her head swung back and forth. Well, that's mighty kind of you.
I'm a good guy,
he teased. Their conversation flowed effortlessly with one topic leading to another. They talked about former classmates, getting caught up on their lives. The flickering candle on the table kept catching the light of Zoe's silver dangly earrings. Every time she brushed the hair out of her face, Briggs's fingers itched to reach across the table and touch her delicate cheek. Briggs was captivated by how refined and elegant Zoe had become. She was even more beautiful now than she'd been when they were younger. Age had brought a certain wisdom and stature to her brow. They shared portions of their dinner with one another, as they'd done as teenagers. When the main course was eaten, they ordered a chocolate layer cake with ice cream to share. Finally, Zoe sat back and touched her stomach. I don't think I can eat another bite.
But there's still half a cake left.
She waved a hand. It's all yours.
I don't know if I can eat it.
Sure you can, she grinned. You're Briggs McAllister, the man with the hollow leg. Remember how Daddy used to tease you about eating him out of house and home? Briggs didn't skip a beat, but deepened his voice to give it a barrel sound as he launched right into an imitation of Knox.
Boy, are you here eating my food again?
Zoe had just taken a drink of water. It went down the wrong pipe as she gurgled and then coughed. Briggs leaned forward.
You okay?
She hit her chest a couple times. I'm good, she squeaked. It went down the wrong way. Oh, how did you do that? You sounded just like Daddy.
Easy. I just meshed John Wayne and Clint Eastwood together.
Yep, that sounds about right. Daddy's a maverick, that's for sure. She rolled her eyes. Could you believe he put Milo on blue right off the bat?
I can. That's Knox. His idea of teaching you to swim is to throw you straight into the lake, a sink or swim scenario.
Exactly, she snipped. And that's not always good.
The corners of Briggs's lips quivered. I have to admit, it was kind of fun to see you streaking out of the house in nothing but a long t-shirt.
Zoe's face flushed. A long t-shirt and underwear, thank you very much. Her hand encircled her neck. Not one of my finest moments, I'm afraid. I heard Milo screaming, looked out the window, and panicked. Her eyes met his. There was something simmering in their dark depths that he couldn't quite discern. Good thing you were there to save me. He leaned over the table, hoping to convey the seriousness of his intentions.
I'm not going anywhere. Not this time.
Briggs tried to get a read over the myriad of emotions that crossed Zoe's features. Finally, a tremulous smile spilled over her lips. I'm not sure how to respond to that comment.
No response necessary. I just wanted to get it out there.
Uncertainty flicked in her eyes. Briggs, she began. My life's complicated right now. When he started laughing, her brows bunched together. Why are you laughing? She demanded.
I live for complicated.
She pushed out a soft grunt, but at least he had her smiling. He reached across the table and caught hold of her hand, not surprised in the least at the electric spark that pinged between them. He could tell from Zoe's slight jerk that she'd felt it too. The certainty that flowed through him seemed to come from some place other than him. It was something more permanent and lasting than the wind and rain, something that whispered to his soul, letting him know that it was right to fight for them. They were cut from the same cloth, two hearts sharing the same beat. The die had been cast long ago, and neither of them would ever fully be whole unless they were together. He couldn't voice all this aloud, however, or Zoe would think he was nuts, so he simply said, I lost you once, and I'm not losing you again. He squared his jaw. End of story. She tipped her head. Lost? Her eyes narrowed, and he could feel the storm building. Still, he kept hold of her hand. Peculiar choice of words, considering you broke up with me. Briggs felt her hurt spilling out like damaged goods between them. Everything in him wanted to jump up from this table, sweep her into his arms, run his fingers through her glorious hair, and kiss her long and hard until all her doubts were completely swept away. I made a mistake, he said hoarsely. The temptation to tell Zoe the full story was so strong that Briggs could hardly contain it. Soon. What if I gave you another chance? Her voice was low, a decibel above a whisper. Who's to say you won't do the same thing again? Moisture glittered like diamonds in her eyes. Her question was a big black monster that slithered between them, encircling Briggs's chest in a tight fist. He had to get through to Zoe, make her understand. He squeezed Zoe's hand, enunciating every word he spoke. I'll never leave you again.
You have my word.
He gave her a beseeching look, silently pleading for her to believe him. The server approached, breaking the spell. Can I get you anything? She asked tentatively when she realized she'd interrupted something important.
Just the check,
Briggs said as Zoe removed her hand from his. Everything was delicious, Zoe said with a strained smile.
Yes, it was,
Briggs agreed. I'm glad you enjoyed it, the server chirped. I'll be back shortly with your check. Zoe hugged her arms, and Briggs could tell that she was withdrawing from him. He couldn't let that happen. He cleared the tension in his throat with a cough.
The only way you'll ever get rid of me again is if they carry me out in a box.
She jerked, a giggle slipping from her throat. Did you really just say that?
Yeah.
He grinned, relieved that she was somewhat amused. Humor was the best way to deflect tension. Her head swiveled back and forth. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Yes, ma'am, he said heartily. Here's to hoping.
Her eyes sparked. You got a long way to go, Buster, before earning my trust. He nodded in disappointment.
I know.
He searched her face.
Does that mean I've got a shot?
His pulse revved up several notches. He felt like the rest of his life was hanging in the balance. An impish grin curved her lips. Maybe.
Really?
He couldn't stop the goofy grin from filling his face. He wanted to jump up and pump a fist in the air, do a little victory dance around the restaurant. Yeah, She leaned over the table, wiggling her eyebrows. "Only if you let me drive back." He laughed. "I see how you are. We had a deal. You drove here. I'm driving back." "But I'm so much better at it than you," she purred, her lower lip thrusting out in a pout. Her eyes lit with mischief. "Should we settle this the old-fashioned way?" She held out her fist. "Paper, rock, scissors?" Laughter rumbled in his throat.
Seriously?
"Seriously, what's wrong?" she taunted. "Are you chicken you lose?"
"Nope, I never lose,"
he boasted. Briggs loved their banter, how they'd shared so much and were so familiar with one another. Yet everything felt so exquisitely new. He held out his fist.
Best out of 3.
"Go," she said as they launched into battle. Chapter 13. Zoe tried not to think how great it felt to have her arms around Briggs, mainly because she was so dang confused right now. Everything was coming at her so fast. She thought she had her life planned out, and then everything imploded. Now she didn't know what to do exactly. It was dang hard to ignore Briggs's warmth flowing into her, or how his hard muscles flexed with his every movement as he maneuvered the bike. He was certainly fit, and virile enough to make her feel twitterpated. Zoe couldn't remember the last time she'd felt twitterpated. Well, if she were being perfectly honest, it was probably the last time she was with Briggs. The wind whipping around them made the ride feel surreal. How many times had she dreamt of being with Briggs again? And now, here she was. Did she dare give him another chance? Would he keep his promise and always be there for her? She couldn't afford to be wrong about Briggs, not this time around. There was too much at stake. Her kids, her sanity. She'd thought Carl was a safe bet, but how wrong she was. She was seriously starting to question her judgment when it came to men and friends. Furthermore, Zoe had always heard that it was not smart to make huge decisions on the heels of a major life event. Divorce and moving across country certainly qualified as major life events. She could fool herself by saying that she and Briggs would take things slow, but that had never computed in Zoe's book. With her and Briggs, there was no in-between. They were either all in or all out. She couldn't deny that she felt more invigorated around Briggs than she'd felt in a very long time. Briggs was easy to talk to. He understood Zoe. Often, all they had to do was share a look to know what the other was thinking. For instance, she got the distinct impression that there was more to the past than Briggs was letting on. She couldn't put her finger on what, but it was there, tickling at her brain. She needed to find out what that was. Zoe had no idea where Briggs was taking her for the remainder of their date, but when he turned into the entrance of the ranch, disappointment cloaked her. She wasn't near ready for tonight to be over. When they got to the house, Briggs rode right past, not even slowing down. Her spirits lifted. Good. He wasn't taking her home. Where was he taking her? A thought seized her, causing her insides to tingle. Was he taking her to the swimming hole? It was their favorite spot when they were teenagers. Surely he wouldn't take her there now. The weather was warming, but it wasn't hot enough to go swimming yet, especially at night. Plus, they weren't teenagers anymore, and Zoe couldn't imagine the two of them swimming right now. No way was she going to strip down to her underwear and swim. She went hot all over as she swallowed. Not a good idea. She had to keep this thing with Briggs above board. She was surprised when Briggs pulled up to a large barn, used primarily for storage. As they got off the bike, she shot him a questioning look. "Okay, now you have me intrigued. I have no idea what we're doing." There was only a single dim light over the barn entrance. Even so, Zoe could see the excitement brimming on Briggs's chiseled features. In the pale light, his eyes were deep pools of mystery, which only heightened the excitement of the evening. After depositing their helmets on the handlebars, Briggs took Zoe's hand, lacing his fingers through hers. Her body swirled with awareness as he pulled her forward. "Come on," he said eagerly. She laughed. "Okay." Before opening the door, he paused, turning to her. "Okay, cover your eyes." "What? Why?" A grin curved his lips. "Just do it. I have a surprise for you." She eyed him warily. "You're not going to kiss me, are you?" Briggs had done that once when they were teenagers, gotten her to close her eyes and then laid a big kiss on her. They'd just started dating at the time. He chuckled, the heat of his eyes moving over her face slowly, deliberately. "Oh, no, you know the drill. When we kiss, time will stop and you'll want it as bad as me. You'll crave the feel." "I've got it." She'd committed this speech to memory long ago. Thankfully, Briggs didn't know just how often she'd recounted those very words. She stepped close to him and touched her finger to his lips as laughter floated gently from her throat. "I'll crave the feel of your lips like I crave air." Her voice took on a husky note as she traced the outline of his mouth. "Only then will we kiss." "Exactly," he murmured. He leaned so close that she could feel his warm breath on her skin. Her cells swirled like particles of dust in a windstorm. Everything in her wanted him to kiss her right now. She did crave him as she craved air. She always had. A reckless thought circled her brain. She wondered what Briggs would do if she kissed him. No, better not. She couldn't totally lose herself just because he was heartbreakingly handsome. She knew firsthand how devastating it was to lose him. She traced the faint lines around his piercing blue eyes. His features were more defined, more manly than they'd been before. Briggs had lived a completely different life from Zoe all these years, and yet, right here, right now, it felt as if they'd always been together. "Close your eyes," he whispered, causing tingles to circle down her spine. She did as he requested, waiting. She heard the door to the barn open at the same time she felt a whoosh of air. Briggs slipped an arm around her waist, navigating her into the barn. All she could think about was the strength of his arm, how close he was to her. How in the heck was she supposed to concentrate on the surprise when all she could think about was him? They moved several steps into the barn. Zoe's skin prickled with the unknown. She couldn't imagine what Briggs had in store for her. "Okay, you can open them." She opened her eyes and looked around the barn. Not understanding at first what he wanted her to see, her gaze swept over the large work table and the welding equipment. When she saw the sculpting tools on the table, the wood carving blocks, and the box of clay, it all came together. Tears rose in her eyes, her hands going over her mouth. "What do you think?" he asked. "I figured you need a place to sculpt. Now you have your very own workshop, complete with a brand new ventilated fan system." For a moment no words would come. She could only stand there gaping at him. Emotion lodged a thick wad in her throat. "I can't believe you did this for me." He shrugged casually, his hands going into his pockets. "It was no big deal." She'd thought Briggs had been avoiding her the past week, having not seen him around the ranch. Now she realized he'd been busy putting this together for her. "It's a huge deal." Eagerly she went to the table and began inspecting all of the tools. "These are top of the line." A smile tugged at his lips. "The best deserves the best." "Thank you," she squeaked, blinking to stay the tears. Briggs had always been supportive of her art. While Zoe had always appreciated his enthusiasm, she hadn't realized then what a blessing it was to have a partner who believed in her, who understood her need to create. Someone who cared about what she cared about. Briggs motioned to a far corner of the barn. "I know you like doing abstract pieces. I rounded up a few odds and ends, parts that I've collected over the years from working on my bike. I can help you find other materials once you know the piece you want to create." She turned to face this rugged man that had always been such a part of her life, even when she was trying to forget him. She couldn't stop tears from trickling down her cheeks. "You have no idea what this means to me," she marveled. He stepped up to her, tenderly brushing away the tears with his thumb. "I'm glad you like it." "I love it," she exclaimed, a large smile breaking over her face. Then, before her mind even realized what she was doing, she threw her arms around his neck, lifted her face, and pressed her lips to his. A spark shot through her, bringing with it a tantalizing warmth that went straight to her veins as her lips moved against his. She felt his surprise and wondered for a split second if she'd severely goofed by making the first move. Then he encircled her waist, and pulled her roughly to him, his lips taking control. The spark kindled to fire that burned a river of desire through her, melting down to her toes. His lips were exploratory, demanding. He pushed her back against the table, sliding his hands up her back and neck before threading his fingers through her hair. A groan rose in her throat when he deepened the kiss. She felt herself tumbling through time and space, the past melding with the present. His lips were so familiar, so aching. They made her feel so exquisitely alive. Her body trembled as she clung to him. All she could think was that her dreams had been nothing compared to the real thing. She'd forgotten how amazing and utterly consuming being with Briggs was. He pulled back, his electric blue eyes roving over her with such intensity that she felt like he could see into her soul. "I've missed you," he breathed. A corner of her mouth tilted up. "I've missed you too." Her hand went up to touch his jaw. She didn't want to have to think about the past or even what might happen in the future. She just wanted to capture this moment of the two of them being together. "Thank you," she said softly, "for believing in me." More tears rose in her eyes as she laughed. "Sorry, you must think I'm a big crybaby." He grinned. "Not in the least. It's been so long since anyone, well, other than my family members, has believed in me." His jaw hardened. "You're referring to Carl?" "Yes." "Carl's a moron," he scowled. "You don't even know Carl. Any man who had the good fortune to be married to you and then had an affair should be castrated and hung up by his toenails." A giggle rose in her throat. "You sound like Daddy." "It's true," Briggs said firmly. "Furthermore, any man who doesn't have the good sense to appreciate your gift for sculpting doesn't deserve you." "Thank you." A sudden fear seized her as she realized what she'd done. She promised herself that she was going to be sensible, and here she was in Briggs's arms. Her misgivings must have shown on her face. He frowned. "What's wrong?" "I'm not sure this is a good idea," she began. He laughed, keeping a firm hold on her waist. "Oh, no, we're not going there." Her eyebrows shot up. "What do you mean?" "You're not retreating." His eyes deepened to cobalt. "I love you, Z." She jerked. He squared his jaw. "And I'm not making any apologies about it." His eyes riveted on hers. "You and I belong together." Incredulous laughter bubbled from her lips. "Don't I have a say in this?" "Of course you do," he said lightly. "But regardless of what you do or don't say, I know how you feel about me." His cockiness was beyond belief. "Excuse me," she retorted. A lopsided grin slid over his lips. "It's written all over your face." Heat crept into her cheeks. She'd forgotten how well Briggs could read her. "You don't know me," she huffed. "We've been apart for years." His eyes remained locked with hers, causing a slow burn in her stomach. "I know you," he murmured, "and I know what I felt when we kissed." He gave her a challenging look. "Your lips don't lie." A hesitant laugh escaped her lips. Everything he was saying was true. It just scared the bejeebies out of her. She was in deep water and sinking fast. "I have my kids to think about." "Your kids are great. I'm all in, Z. I know you come as a package deal, and I'm okay with that." She felt like she was on a runaway train that was picking up speed. "I don't know if I'm ready for a relationship." He tried to insert something, but she pushed on. "You and I have been apart for lots of years. I know you went to vet school, started your career, but I don't know all of the relationships you've had." "Ask me anything you want. I'm an open book." She moistened her lips. "Okay. Have there been other women that you've loved?" Her words trickled out to silence as she held her breath. It was foolish and naive to think that Briggs hadn't loved anyone else. Yet that was her secret hope. He smiled. "I'll tell you everything you want to know, but first, I have another surprise for you." Her eyebrows shot up. "There's more?" "Uh-huh. Cash paid for a $10,000 date, so I figured I'd better make it a doozy." Her head swung back and forth as she chuckled. "My brother's an idiot. I can't believe he paid that much." "Well, at least it went to a good cause." Briggs said practically. Yeah, that's one good thing. Zoe glanced around. I'd say you did my brother proud. You outdid yourself, truly. Briggs released Zoe's waist and pointed to a basket underneath the table.
You see that?
His expression was boyishly innocent. What? A smile tugged at her lips.
What do you know? He drawled. There's a blanket in this basket.
His eyes danced as he pulled it out.
Seems like somebody thinks we should go up on the roof, spread this baby out, and look at the stars.
She chortled. Somebody, huh?
Yep.
She made a face. How we going to get up on the roof? She wagged a finger. And no, we're not climbing a nearby tree and jumping onto the roof like we used to do. He grimaced.
Don't remind me. It's a wonder that we didn't break our necks.
I know, she laughed.
We're older now, more sensible.
She giggled.
Are we? Well, theoretically.
His eyes held a glimmer of gentle laughter, making them look like a sun-kissed summer sky.
There's this unique invention we can use to get us up there.
Oh, yeah? She tilted her head, immensely enjoying their light-hearted exchange.
It's a little thing I like to call a ladder.
He winked. She smiled. All right, you talked me into it. He reached for her hand and slipped his fingers through hers. He lifted their joined hands.
See how well we fit together?
She just laughed. It was totally true, but she wasn't ready to admit it. When they were up on the roof, lying side by side on the blanket, Briggs angled to face Zoe.
Okay, what do you want to know about my past?
A full moon was out, adorning the velvety night sky with a bright button that bathed them in silver. Zoe breathed in an appreciative scoop of the moist air that tasted faintly of honeysuckle. There was something soothing about being back in the place where she'd grown up. Something was awakening inside her, something that had been dormant for far too long. She felt like she was returning to herself, as surely as the marrow returns to the bones. Being here with Briggs felt right, but there was still much to settle between them. Zoe's insides tightened as she asked the question foremost on her mind. Have you ever loved anyone else? His eyes grew shadowed. Time was suspended for a few long beats until he finally spoke.
I thought I did once. After I graduated from the University of Georgia, I took a job outside of Atlanta. I started dating the front office manager. Kelly and I got really close. She wanted to get married, but I kept putting it off.
He paused.
Kelly would often complain that we had this ghost between us, some blocker that kept me from fully loving her.
Zoe caught the intent in his eyes, knew he was talking about her. Her eyes misted. I'm sorry, she said hoarsely. She didn't even know what she was sorry for, but the words had just slipped out automatically. His jaw worked.
It's okay.
He gave her a slight smile.
After that, I dated lots of women, but nothing ever came of it.
Zoe sat up, hugging her knees. Briggs also sat up. A second later, he slipped an arm around Zoe's shoulders. She scooted into the curve of his arm.
What about you and Carl? What happened aside from his affair?
Zoe sifted through the options of things she could say. For some reason, she wasn't ready to tell Briggs the full story, that he'd also been a ghost between her and Carl. Maybe it was self-preservation at having been hurt so badly by Briggs in the past. At any rate, she just wasn't ready. Carl and I are very different, she began, picking through the words like she was trying to navigate a landmine. Carl is very concerned about money and social status. He wanted us to live in the perfect house, the perfect neighborhood.
He wanted to turn you into a Stepford wife, Briggs muttered.
Yes, exactly. You've been talking to my daddy and brothers.
A little,
he admitted. They can't stand Carl.
Well, no wonder. He tried to turn you into something that you're not.
I suppose. He began trailing the tips of his fingers over her arm, driving her to distraction. She'd questioned if she should bring her jean jacket on the roof or leave it in the barn. Now she was glad she'd left it in the barn. The ripples of exhilaration that Briggs's touch evoked made her feel like a breathless teenager.
Do you not agree?
She collected her thoughts. Yeah, partly. There's a part of me that enjoys cooking and taking care of my family. She wrinkled her nose. I just needed more, you know? Her heart squeezed as she thought about the art piece that the Gads Gallery wanted her to do. She'd been so stupid to turn that down because of Carl.
Yeah, you needed to be yourself. You needed space to create your art.
Yes. A comfortable silence settled between them. Zoe's gaze drifted up to the splendor of the glittering stars. Out here with no light pollution, they seemed almost close enough to touch. It was a masterpiece created by the greatest artist of all. Her mind replayed the things Briggs had just said. She frowned. Something wasn't adding up. She turned to face him. You mentioned that Kelly said there was a ghost between the two of you?
Uh-huh, he said warily.
You meant me?
Yes,
he admitted. It was surprising how much satisfaction it gave her to hear him say that. Okay, well, if you were still hung up on me, then why did you break up with me? She felt him stiffen, could feel that she was on to something. He shuffled out a nervous laugh.
Zoe, it was so long ago. I was a kid. I was stupid. I was trying to give you space.
Her stomach tightened as she gritted her teeth. Space? You broke my heart. All of the hurt came rushing back with a vengeance as she gave him a condemning look.
I'm sorry.
Desperation coated his voice.
How many times do I have to say it? I goofed up royally.
Yes, you did, she snapped. Then she got a good look at his expression. Something gave her pause. There's more, isn't there? He blinked, removing his arm from her shoulders. There is more. I knew it. Tell me what it is. She touched his arm. His eyes flitted to hers for an instant before he looked away. I need to know.
I can't,
he lamented. When he turned to her, his expression was colored with anguish. A white-hot anger flared in an instant. Can't or won't? She ground out through clenched teeth. She pushed out a quick breath. You know what? This is a mistake. She got up to leave, but he caught her arm.
Wait, please,
he added in a throaty voice. She sat back down, eyeing him. Well? He held up his hands.
Just give me a little time.
She barked out a laugh. Time? That's absurd. She threw her hands into the air. You've had years.
Tell me what one way home means.
Her voice rose as she shot back an instant response. What?
You decided to go out with me only after Jax gave you that message from Cash.
His eyes bore into hers.
You want to know why I broke up with you? Then tell me what one way home means.
A cold fear seized her gut. No way could she strip her heart bare. She shook her head. That's not fair. Triumph flicked in his eyes.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
She lifted her chin. You tell me first. A mercurial smile moved over his lips, lighting his features.
I see how you are.
Her breath caught when his fingers brushed her cheek.
You have such a beautiful neck,
he murmured, tracing the line of her neck with his warm, thrilling touch. With tantalizing softness, his fingers moved across the pulsing hollow in her neck, and then to her collarbone. Her heart beat out a wild beat as her body trembled. That's not fair, she repeated, laughing.
Who said love was fair?
He whispered. Her lips parted instinctively. He leaned closer, the tip of his finger tracing her lips. Her skin tickled with pleasure. The only sound between them was her erratic breathing. Zoe thought she might go crazy from wanting another kiss before his mouth came down on hers. Her feelings for Briggs had nothing to do with reason. In some unexplainable way, she'd always been his, as he was hers. Maybe her course had been set long ago. All she knew was that she'd never felt such a complete feeling of total belonging and tenderness, all rolled up in the passionate persuasion of his lips. She savored his scent, a combination of musk, mint, and him. Her head argued that too many things were left unsettled, too many unanswered questions. Her heart, on the other hand, argued that tonight, here on this rooftop beneath the witness of the diamond-studded stars, simply being with Briggs was enough. Chapter 14. It rained solidly for the next 4 days, but even the weather couldn't dampen Zoe's spirits. The days passed by so blissfully that Zoe felt like time was flying. She'd get up early and get the kids off to school. One morning, she'd even started making breakfast when Gina came in and scolded her, shooing her out of the kitchen by saying that if Zoe kept this up, she'd run Gina out of a job. Highly unlikely, as Gina was a fixture in the family. Even so, Gina was determined to maintain control of her kitchen. After taking the kids to school, Zoe would come back to the ranch and go straight to her workshop. Briggs had done a good job of getting her the basics, but there was a long list of other items that Zoe needed. Daddy had offered to get the items, but Zoe flat out refused. Zoe might not have a lot of money, but she certainly had enough to buy her own supplies. Daddy was already doing so much for her and the kids. Zoe didn't want to take advantage of his kindness. Also, she wanted to stand on her own, and this was one small step in that direction. Her entire family, it seemed, had been in on Briggs's plan to remodel the barn into her workspace. Noah called from his chute asking her about it. She'd even heard from Cash, which was a rarity when he was on tour. Zoe gave him a good talking to about his outrageous bid, but he only laughed, saying it was worth every penny to get her and Briggs back together. "We're not officially back together," she argued, but her words fell on deaf ears.
"I'm happy for you, sis," Cash had said. "One way home."
Hearing the emotion in his voice, Zoe had asked, "What about you, little brother? Are you finding your way home?" There was a long pause before he answered,
"I'm working on it."
Zoe truly hoped that was the case. Like her, Cash had been hurt badly. Zoe could tell that Cash was drowning out the hurt by putting everything into his music. That was all well and good, but success was a hollow substitute for love. She grinned, realizing the direction her thoughts were taking. Love. Briggs had thrown around the L word a couple times, but she'd neatly sidestepped it. She wasn't sure what she felt right now. She was obviously super attracted to him, and their connection was as strong now as it had always been. But love? Maybe that was rushing things. After all, her life was a complete jumble right now. She was definitely crazy about him. Yes, that was a good way to put it. She was falling for him all over again, and at a record pace. All in. Earlier, Briggs had come by the workshop and brought lunch. The two of them laughed and ate together, and managed to squeeze in a few kisses. Warmth splashed over her as she thought about those kisses that made her go weak in the knees every time. Dang, she had it bad for Briggs. This evening, Briggs was coming over for dinner, which Daddy was ecstatic about. Gina was too. She was making chicken fingers, biscuits, and all the trimmings. Things were certainly looking up. Zoe's biggest concern right now was Milo. He'd been ultra moody the past couple of days. She'd had it out with Carl again over the phone the day before, accusing him of manipulating Milo. But Carl swore up and down that he'd not said another word to Milo about Briggs. The problem was, Zoe didn't believe a word Carl said. The more time she spent away from Carl, the more she questioned how she'd been able to live with him as long as she had. A saying that Zoe's late grandmother had often said ran through her mind. Even the wrong shoe starts to feel comfortable if you wear it long enough. Amen, she said with gusto. The alarm on Zoe's phone dinged. Was it 3 o'clock already? It's amazing how fast time was flying now that she was doing what she loved. She reached into her purse and turned off the alarm before stepping back to critically observe her work. She was doing a wood sculpture of Milo's horse, Blue. She was off to a good start, but had a long way to go before it was complete. Next, she'd do a carving for Madison, but she refused to do it of that silly chicken. Zoe still couldn't believe her daughter had a pet chicken named Roach. She giggled, imagining what her Park City neighbors would think about that. Probably that Zoe had lost her marbles. Daddy had offered to pick up the kiddos from school today, which was nice, because it had given Zoe some extra time to work. However, she wanted to make sure she was back at the house by the time the kids got home, so she could greet them and find out how their day went. She cleaned up her workstation and got to the house just as Daddy and the kids pulled up in his truck. Zoe stepped into the foyer. "Hello," she beamed with a bright smile as they burst through the door. "Hi, Mom," Madison said, returning the smile with a large, unencumbered one of her own. But Milo just scowled and stomped past Zoe, going up the stairs to his room. Zoe looked at Daddy. "What's wrong?" he sighed.
"Milo's having a bit of trouble in his math class. Evidently he's behind on a class assignment, so his teacher made him stay in the classroom to finish it while the other kids went to the gym for indoor recess."
"I'm hungry," Madison said as she handed Zoe her backpack and skipped toward the kitchen. Zoe and Knox followed. A furrow dented Zoe's brows. "That sounds a bit harsh, to make Milo miss recess just because he's behind on an assignment."
"I agree. Evidently this is the third time it's happened this week."
Zoe's jaw fell. "What? It's only Wednesday." Knox gave her a concerned look.
"I know."
Her hands went to her hips. "I can't believe Milo's math teacher has kept him from going to recess all week." Zoe stewed. Her mind raced through possible scenarios. Was Milo acting up in class instead of doing the assignment?
"It didn't sound like it."
She shook her head. "That's ridiculous." Even though she'd never met Milo's math teacher and had no clue who she even was, Zoe wanted to march down to the school this instant and have a nice little chat with the woman.
"I think you should go in first thing in the morning and have a talk with the teacher,"
Knox said. "I agree," Zoe shot back. She looked at Madison, who was perched up on a stool. "What are you hungry for?"
"We've got some cornbread and pinto beans left over from last night,"
Knox suggested. The mortified expression on Madison's face caused laughter to gurgle in Zoe's throat, making her forget about her anger for an instant. Knox also laughed.
"I guess that's a no."
"How about Oreo cookies?" Madison suggested, giving them an angelic look. Zoe wagged a finger. "Nice try, Toots, but you need to eat something healthy first." Madison folded her arms over her chest, her lips going down in a deep frown. "Fine," she muttered. Knox grinned.
"How about some cheese and crackers?"
Madison's expression brightened. "Okay." She began swinging her legs back and forth underneath the stool. "Then can I have some cookies?" she asked eagerly. Knox looked at Zoe.
"Can she, Mom?"
"A few," Zoe relented. She appreciated Daddy giving her the courtesy of asking her permission instead of just giving Madison the cookies. Although if Zoe weren't standing right here in the kitchen, that's exactly what Daddy would have done. Give Madison the cookies. It was crazy how lenient Daddy was on his grandkids, whereas he'd made his own kids toe the line. Maybe he was getting soft in his older age. "I think I'll go check on Milo."
"Good idea,"
Knox said as Zoe left the kitchen and headed upstairs. Zoe knocked a couple times before putting her ear to the door. Nothing. "Milo?" She knocked again. "Can I come in?" Silence. She turned the doorknob, grateful that he'd left it unlocked. She opened the door and stuck her head into the room. Milo was sitting on the bed, a glower on his tear-stained face. He wouldn't look at Zoe, but kept his eyes fixed firmly in front of him. Zoe padded across the plush carpet and over to the bed as she sat down on the edge. "Hey," she began gently. "I heard what happened at school. I'm sorry." He blinked once, twice. "I'll go and talk to your math teacher tomorrow." She searched his face. "It'll be okay." Her heart ached for her son and everything he was going through. A fat tear slipped from the corner of his eye and rolled down his cheek. With a jerky movement, he swiped it away with the back of his hand as he sniffled. "You want to tell me the full story?" He jerked to face her.
"Miss Campbell hates me," he cried.
"Hate is a strong word."
"She does," he asserted. "She kept me in during recess for no reason."
"Papa told me it was because you didn't finish your assignment." His dark eyes rounded with open outrage.
"Two other kids at my table haven't finished it either, but she hasn't made them work on it during recess."
She tensed. "What? Are you serious?" Milo nodded vigorously. Irritation crawled up Zoe's spine. "Why did Miss Campbell make you stay in during recess and not the other kids?" A wild look came into Milo's eyes.
"I don't know. It's not fair."
She clenched her jaw. "No, it's not. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough, but this would have to wait." Zoe took in a breath. "Okay, let's talk about your math. Do you need me to help you do some of it?"
"No,"
he barked. She took in a heavy breath. Milo, if you're having trouble, then the best thing to do is to let me help.
Miss Campbell won't let me bring it home.
She rocked back. What? Why not?
I don't know,
he huffed.
She says I have to do it during recess.
Zoe was sure her body temperature shot up several degrees. Why was the woman picking on Milo? Zoe had decided to enroll the kids in school in the hope that it would help them acclimate faster to their new environment. She wanted Milo especially to make some friends. He'd been so tight with his friend group in Park City that it was hard to see that get ripped away. This is changing the subject, but how's it going with making friends?
It's not,
he snapped. Tears gathered in his eyes, his voice trembling.
I hate it here. People are stupid.
Zoe was taken back by the vehemence in his voice. Watch your tone, she warned. Daggers flew from his eyes.
I want to go home.
This is our home.
I want to go back to Park City,
he spouted, folding his arms over his chest. Zoe could almost see a black cloud gathering around him. Was Milo giving off a negative aura at school? If so, no wonder he wasn't making any friends. Zoe's first inclination was to reprimand Milo for being so insolent, but she caught herself, realizing that what Milo needed right now was love and understanding. It wasn't his fault that his parents had divorced. She offered a quick silent prayer, asking for help to get through to him. She glanced out the window at the veins of rain drizzling against the window. Beyond that, everything was bleak gray. No wonder Milo was so melancholy. Zoe hoped for Milo's sake that the rain would stop soon. While Park City was cold and snowy, it was sunny most of the time. Milo wasn't used to the dreariness. Hey, I hear you getting pretty good at riding Blue. She thought of the wood sculpture she was making him. Hopefully that would help him know that she cared about what he was going through. He shrugged indifferently. Maybe you could show me what you're learning?
Yeah, right,
he huffed.
Like you care.
She flinched like she'd been slapped. I beg your pardon? He turned to face her.
All you care about is Briggs,
he said nastily. Hey, she warned, her words slicing like a whip through the tense air. I'm your mother and you will not talk to me that way. Do you understand? She gave him a hard look. Uncertainty crept into his eyes as he nodded. His lower lip trembled as he looked away. Zoe wanted to break into tears. How did everything get so messed up? She'd always been close to her children, but there was now this chasm between her and Milo. A hot anger stabbed through her. Carl was behind this. She was sure of it. Milo, have you been talking to your dad about Briggs?
No,
he responded immediately. Look at me, she commanded. Reluctantly, he did so. Have you been talking to your dad about Briggs? She repeated.
No.
His head swung from side to side. Zoe studied him, trying to decide if he was being honest. From his guilty look, she suspected that he wasn't. Her heart twisted. It was so unfair for Milo to be put in a position where he had to take sides between his mother and father. Look, she began, whatever happens between me and Briggs won't change the fact that I'm your mom. Do you understand that? He just sat there, drawing further into himself. She could almost see a wall going up around him. Desperation clawed at her. She had to find a way to get through to him. Milo? He sat up.
I'm hungry. Can I go get something to eat?
His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. She pushed out a heavy sigh. Sure. He scooted to get off the bed, but before he could, she caught his arm. Emotion rose in her throat. I love you.
I love you too,
he said automatically as he scrambled out of the bed and hurried out the door. As if he couldn't get away from her fast enough, Zoe looked out the window. For the first time since it had started raining, a heavy gloominess descended over her. She went hot all over, then clammy cold. This thing with Briggs was, well, it was fantastic. A realization hit her with enough force to nearly steal her breath. She wanted to pursue a relationship with Briggs, wanted it with all her heart, but she wouldn't do it at the expense of Milo. She made a vow to herself right then and there that if it ever came down to a choice between the kids and Briggs, she would always choose her kids. That was the only option. Her heart began to pound, a wave of nausea rolling over her. She swallowed the dryness in her throat, fighting down the panic. It was absurd to get so worked up. Why would she have to choose between Milo and Briggs? Milo was 11 years old. Sure, he was upset about the divorce, the move, and now his idiotic teacher was making the situation 1,000 times worse. Once Zoe went and talked to the teacher, everything would get resolved. It would eventually stop raining, and Milo could once again ride Blue. His outlook would then change. Everything would settle down, and Milo would adjust. Kids were resilient. Zoe clenched her fist. "Things with Milo will start to look up," she said aloud. "They have to." Chapter 15. Tightening her hand on her purse strap, Zoe sucked in a quick breath as she straightened her shoulders and walked with her posture erect as she entered the school. The scent of wood, polish, dust, and sweat all mingled together, taking Zoe right back to when she walked these very halls. According to Daddy, there had been talk of building a new school and converting the current building into a community center, but it hadn't happened yet. She'd emailed Miss Campbell the night before, requesting an appointment. Miss Campbell asked Zoe to come meet with her during her planning period at 1 o'clock. After checking into the office, getting a visitor's badge, and finding out where Miss Campbell's room was located, Zoe went straight there. The door was open. Zoe walked in and saw a teacher sitting behind a desk. When the woman looked up, Zoe froze in her tracks. Jolene Belcher? Was she Milo's math teacher? Not good. "It's Jolene Campbell now," she snipped, giving her blonde hair a toss. "Oh, of course, you're married." "Divorced, actually." Jolene's eyes were cool as she appraised Zoe. "I heard about your troubles." Her voice went sickly sweet. "That was low of your ex to start running around with your best friend. If a man did that to me, I'd die of humiliation." Zoe flinched, the breath leaving her lungs. She trained her eyes right into Jolene's. "And just who told you that?" "I read about it all on Facebook. One of your former neighbors posted something about it." Zoe's eyebrows slid up. "Are we connected on Facebook?" Jolene looked at her like she was an idiot. "Of course." Zoe wasn't big on social media and didn't have a clue who most of her friends were on there. She made a mental note to either unfriend Jolene or at the very least hide her posts from her. Zoe and Jolene had gone to school together since they were elementary age. In fact, their homeroom class had been 3 doors down from this room. Something else jogged Zoe's memory. Jolene had a thing for Briggs back in the day. Was that why she'd been giving Zoe the evil eye that night at the bachelor auction? Was Jolene trying to settle an old score by picking on Milo? The hair on the back of Zoe's neck rose as she prepared herself for battle. One thing Zoe would not tolerate was anyone bullying her kids, especially not Milo's teacher, the very person who should be in his corner. Jolene motioned to the chair in front of her desk. "Have a seat." It was more of a command than a request. Zoe strode over and sat down. She crossed her legs, placing her purse at her feet. "I understand that you've been making Milo stay in during recess to finish an assignment." Jolene's eyes flashed. "That's right." "Is that necessary?" Zoe took a quick assessment of her old adversary. Jolene had always been a pretty girl. With her blonde hair and clear blue eyes, she was still attractive. In a big hair, large chest, heavy makeup sort of way, Zoe could smell Jolene's floral perfume from where she was sitting. "I feel it's necessary, which is why I mandated it. Milo is way behind. I'm trying to give him every opportunity to get caught up with the other kids before summer starts. Otherwise, he'll be completely lost next year in middle school." The condescension in Jolene's tone tromped on Zoe's last nerve. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned forward. "The school Milo came from is highly ranked. I'm sure he was taught everything he needed to know." Jolene shifted in her seat as she started talking fast. "All I can tell you is that Milo is way behind compared to the other students. I would think that as his parent you would want to make sure that he has every advantage for success." "Of course I do," Zoe asserted. Milo's a smart kid. He's always made good grades, and I feel confident that he will continue to do so." Jolene smirked. Zoe saw red. "I beg your pardon." She blinked. What do you mean?" Zoe's eyes narrowed. "Is this about Milo, or is it about me and you?" Jolene's face turned tomato red. "Are you insinuating that I have some sort of personal vendetta against you?" "No, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm flat out saying it. You have an axe to grind, and you're taking it out on my son." She clenched her jaw. "And I want it to stop now, or I'll go to the principal." A shaky laugh rattled Jolene's throat. "That's ridiculous. I would never stoop so low as to put my personal grievances before one of my students. I am only trying to help Milo." She fingered her throat, which was covered with large red blotches. "Milo said that several other kids at his table didn't finish their assignments. Have you been keeping them in during recess?" "It doesn't matter what the other kids are doing," she blustered. "I beg to differ." Zoe pointed her finger into the table as she spoke. "You're singling out my son, and it needs to stop." She leveled a glare at Jolene, waiting to see how she would respond. "I would never pick on your son because of our past." Her hand went up to adjust her hair. "The fact that you would come in and make such an outrageous allegation is ludicrous." Zoe just sat there looking at her. "What do you want me to do?" Jolene snipped as she began straightening the stacks of papers on her desk. "For starters, I want you to let Milo go to recess." "Are you not at all concerned about your son's education?" Jolene grunted. "I don't think you understand the severity of the situation. 6th grade is the time when we start building the foundation for algebra, geometry, and statistics. Milo is still struggling with fractions and ratios, something the rest of the students learned at the beginning of the year. The county has certain benchmarks. If Milo doesn't meet—" Zoe held up a hand. "Hold it," she ordered, using the same authoritative tone her daddy often used in similar situations. Jolene clamped her lips shut as she sat back in her seat. "There are various methods for learning, many of which are much more effective than sitting in a classroom filling out worksheets." Jolene's face fell as Zoe rushed on. "Milo will learn all the math he needs to know in due time. If he needs to get caught up, then I can make sure that happens over the summer. My goal for Milo right now is for him to feel comfortable here and to make new friends. And he can't do that if he's stuck in a classroom during recess." "Fine," Jolene snapped. "He can go to recess." Her expression turned sour as she looked at Zoe. "Does that mean you're staying here?" "Yes, that's exactly what it means." Why was Jolene acting so hostile? Viewing Zoe as competition? Just like that, understanding dinged in Zoe's brain as the full picture shifted into focus. Jolene was divorced, giving her a death glare at the bachelor auction. Of course. The more things change, the more they stay the same. "This isn't about Milo or our past. It's about Briggs." Zoe knew she was on the right track when Jolene's face turned ashen. "Oh, that's ridiculous." A brittle laugh issued from Jolene's throat. "You've completely lost it." Zoe didn't skip a beat. She spoke the words slowly and succinctly, so as to leave no doubt to her meaning. "Quite the contrary. I haven't lost anything. In fact, I'm regaining something very valuable to me, something that I don't plan to ever let go of again." Fury streaked over Jolene's features. "Will there be anything else?" she growled. Zoe kept her voice light but firm. "Nope, we're done here, so long as you can be fair to my son." "I'm always fair to my students," Jolene snipped. The heavy silence was thick enough to cut. Zoe grabbed her purse as she stood. "Are we clear here?" "Oh, we're clear," Jolene retorted. "Good. I'll be keeping a close eye on this situation." She turned on her heel and marched away. When she reached the door, she turned and looked back over her shoulder, not the least bit surprised to find Jolene eyeing her with malevolence. "About the math, send it home with Milo, and I'll work on it with him. It would be a tragedy for him to fall behind the county benchmarks," she said dryly before continuing on her way. "So," Zoe began, giving Briggs a speculative look, "tell me about you and Jolene Belcher." Briggs's eyes bulged the second before he scratched out a strangled cough.
What?
He croaked. You and Jolene. Did the two of you date? She and Briggs were on the couch in the living room. This evening was the second time in a row that Briggs had come over for dinner. Tonight, Zoe insisted on making lasagna, much to Gina's chagrin. It had felt good to actually prepare a meal, and the fact that Briggs went crazy over it made the situation even sweeter. Ever since Zoe's confrontation with Jolene earlier today, Zoe had been stewing over it. The thoughts of Briggs and Jolene together churned Zoe's gut. Sure, she knew that Briggs had dated a lot of women. He told her as much himself, but still, Jolene?
Why are you asking me about Jolene?
Briggs began. He caressed her cheek, his voice going seductively soft.
You know I only have eyes for you.
He leaned closer, his gaze moving to her lips. The sincerity of Briggs's words nestled around Zoe, easing some of her angst. Desire simmered warm threads through her stomach. For a second she got lost in the rapture of the moment as she soaked in his rugged features, marveled at the intensity of his electric blue eyes. She snapped out of her revelry. She couldn't let him get her off track. She wanted the full scoop. Did you and Jolene date? She pressed. He sighed heavily.
Yes, we just started dating when you moved back home.
Her jaw dropped, an unreasonable anger surging through her. Seriously, Jolene Belcher? You know how I feel about her. Amusement colored his features.
Well, forgive me for not checking in with you first.
She rolled her eyes. Don't be a smart butt.
What does me dating Jolene have to do with anything? The two of us had only gone out on a couple of dates. I ended it, and that's that.
I'll tell you why it matters. Jolene is Milo's math teacher. Concern flicked over his features.
Did something happen?
She chuckled darkly. Oh, you can say that. She's been picking on Milo to get back at me. Zoe's words rushed out in a jumble as she told Briggs everything that happened. His face turned several shades darker, his jaw drawing hard lines.
Do you want me to have a talk with Jolene?
I hope I took care of it. Fire burned in her chest. Jolene had better drop this little vendetta of hers, or I'll go to the principal.
You should,
he agreed. He raked a hand through his hair.
I can't believe Jolene would stoop so low as to take out her frustrations on Milo.
I know, it's pathetic. As if Milo doesn't have enough to deal with right now, she emphasized. With the divorce, moving across country, and now the two of us getting back together. Briggs gave her a stricken look.
I thought Milo was coming around.
Not hardly, she fired back. Briggs looked thoughtful.
He seemed okay at dinner, a little quiet maybe, but lots of boys that age are quiet.
Not Milo. Normally he'll talk your ears off. He was sulking tonight. He's having a hard time with the two of us being together. Briggs rubbed a hand over his forehead.
I'm sorry.
Me too, Zoe said glumly. It just burns me up that Jolene has been giving Milo grief because of us. Her stomach clutched. I won't have my son become a casualty of our relationship. Compassion and understanding simmered in Briggs's eyes.
He won't see. You just have to give him time.
He began rubbing her arm.
As soon as the weather clears, I'll make a point of spending more time with Milo.
He searched her face.
It'll be okay, I promise.
She nodded. Thank you. It would be good for you to spend some time with him.
Absolutely.
A reassuring grin curved his lips.
Hey, you should bring the kids to my house so I can introduce them to Lucy Dew.
Lucy Dew? She asked dubiously.
My golden retriever.
Laughter rose in her throat. You named your dog Lucy Dew?
Yep. When you hear her, you'll know why. She sounds just like Scooby-Doo.
She shook her head, giving him an appraising look. Only you. He scooped her hands up, cradling them in his.
I promise you, everything will be fine with Milo.
A wall of emotion pressed against her eyes as she swallowed. I hope so, she said hoarsely.
I promise,
he assured her. As Zoe looked into his beautiful eyes, she could tell that he meant every word he said, and she wanted to believe him. Even so, she couldn't seem to shake off the sliver of apprehension that ran through her. Maybe it was paranoia because of all that she'd been through recently, But Zoe got the depressing feeling that they weren't out of the woods yet, not by a long shot. Chapter 16. By the time Friday rolled around, Zoe was sick of the rain. To make matters worse, it had been storming all day long. She and Briggs had planned to go out this evening, but since the weather was so bad, they decided to order pizza and watch a movie with the kids. Zoe would let Milo pick the movie. She hoped that the four of them spending time together would help Milo feel better about the situation. Daddy was taking Mama to dinner tonight, and Jax was going out with some of his buddies. Zoe was looking forward to it just being her, Briggs, and the kids. Zoe was almost finished with the wood sculpture. Next week she'd be able to present it to Milo. From what Zoe could gather, things had improved for Milo at school. Of course, getting information from him was as difficult as trying to pull a hen's tooth. At least Jolene was allowing Milo to go to recess, which was an improvement. Milo hadn't brought any math home, and Zoe questioned him about it, but he said Miss Campbell was helping him with it. Maybe Jolene was going the extra mile because she was worried that Zoe might make good on her threat and talk to the principal. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that, because Zoe didn't wish Jolene any harm, regardless of how nasty she'd been. It was better to let bygones be bygones and move on. At 6 o'clock the doorbell rang. A surge of anticipation raced through Zoe as she checked her reflection in the hallway mirror. She fluffed her hair and used her index finger to correct her smudged lipstick. As she opened the door, the first thing she saw was a monstrous bouquet of flowers. "Well, hello," she chimed. "For me? You shouldn't have." Laughter trilled from her throat as she reached for the flowers. "But I'm glad you did."
Of course, nothing is too good for the most beautiful woman in the world.
Zoe's blood ran chill. "Carl, what are you doing here?"
I was in the neighborhood,
he said in a cavalier tone. He motioned.
May I come in?
The bouquet of flowers felt heavy in Zoe's hand. "It's not a good time." Panic fluttered like a trapped butterfly in her stomach. Briggs would be arriving any minute. Carl's smile fell a notch.
I'd like to see the kids.
He gave her a pleading look.
Zoe, I came all this way.
You should have let me know you were coming, she grumbled. His eyes searched hers. His expression was wistful, hopeful.
What would be the fun in that? It was supposed to be a surprise.
A thought occurred to Zoe. Carl was dry. The rain had stopped. But the oppressive clouds hovering low threatened of more impending rain, or worse. The air was dank and motionless. Chills popped over Zoe's flesh. This was tornado weather. When Carl cleared his throat, Zoe turned her focus back to him.
Everything okay? Carl asked. You zoned out there for a minute.
Had Carl always been this arrogant? Yes, he had. She'd just overlooked his attitude. It was interesting, the perspective that having time away from Carl had given Zoe. She could study him more critically, leaving all of the emotion behind. Carl was a handsome man in a pretty boy way, with his expressive eyes and wavy dark hair. Zoe could certainly see why she'd initially fallen for him. However, the lines around his eyes and mouth were deepening, and his jaw was starting to collect extra flesh. Carl exuded an overall feeling of entitlement, like it might kill him to go out and do a hard day's worth of manual labor. Like Daddy said, he was a bit of a cream puff. No, more like a high-price-tag sports car that looked great in the showroom, but had little under the hood. It struck her that Carl couldn't hold a candle to Briggs. With his preppy fraternity boy aura, Carl seemed starkly out of place here on the ranch. Zoe heard movement from behind. "Daddy!" Madison squealed joyously as she ran as fast as her little legs would carry her and bounded into his arms.
"How's my beautiful girl?"
Carl asked, spinning her around. Madison giggled. "Good," she said, her voice swinging up. "Daddy, you've got to meet my new best friend, Roach." Carl put Madison back down on her feet, and he frowned.
"Roach?"
He looked to Zoe for an explanation, but she only shook her head, refusing to get drawn into whatever camaraderie circle Carl was attempting to pull her into. "Roach is my pet chicken," Madison explained.
"Madison has a pet chicken?"
The look of horror on Carl's face caused a hiccup of laughter to tickle Zoe's throat. She swallowed to stifle it. Carl motioned to the open door.
Well, may I come in?
There was a hint of exasperation in his eyes as he looked at Zoe.
Please?
The muscles in his jaw twitched ever so slightly, letting Zoe know Carl was having a difficult time keeping up the nice guy persona. Sure, he was all repentant and groveling now when he was in the mindset that he would do anything to get Zoe back, but that wouldn't last. Carl was incapable of feeling true empathy for anyone. She'd learned that from hard, sad experience. Zoe's heart skipped a beat when she looked behind Carl and saw Briggs striding up the walkway. Briggs's gait was so confident, so manly. He didn't try to put on airs for anyone and was simply himself. His presence was like getting a swallow of clean, fresh air after having been nearly choked to death from pollution. Briggs's eyes tightened as he looked at Carl and then back at Zoe. She nodded slightly to answer his question. She could feel Briggs's disapproval as his gaze went to the flowers she was holding. Even so, he stepped up to her and encircled her waist with his arm as he brushed a kiss against her lips.
I'm sorry I'm late. One of the mares gave birth to a foal today, and it took me a little longer to get everything wrapped up.
Zoe's eyes connected with his. No worries. Carl showed up unannounced.
I hardly think I need an appointment to see my wife and kids,
Carl snapped. Your ex-wife and kids, Zoe corrected. There was a time when the fury flashing in Carl's eyes would have sent Zoe into a frenzy, trying to appease him. Now she felt curiously unattached from any of Carl's emotions. Carl looked Briggs up and down.
You must be the new boyfriend,
he sneered. Briggs tightened his hold on Zoe's waist.
The original boyfriend.
There was a warning edge in Briggs's tone. Zoe tensed. A showdown between Briggs and Carl would not be good. No doubt Briggs would wipe the floor with Carl, but that would be devastating to the kids. Carl's face went blood red as he shifted into a battle stance.
Zoe, I need to talk to you.
He shot Briggs a scalding look.
Alone.
Zoe's chest tightened when she saw the concern on Madison's face. Hey, Sweet Pea, why don't you go on inside? Madison's face folded into itself. No! She caught hold of Carl's hand and peered up at him. I want you to come in too. Carl forced a smile.
I will, sweetie, but your mother and I need to have a talk first.
You promise you'll come inside? Madison whined.
I promise. Now go on in,
Carl urged. Reluctantly, Madison released his hand. She scuttled across the porch to the door. Zoe handed Madison the flowers. Would you put these in the kitchen for me? Madison nodded as she took them. She threw Carl a hopeful look before going inside. Zoe stepped away from Briggs and closed the door behind Madison. What do you want, Carl? Zoe demanded as she stepped next to Briggs, who draped an arm around her shoulders. Carl grunted.
So that's how it is, huh? The two of you.
Zoe straightened to her full height. Yes, that's how it is. Now, what did you want to talk to me about? We have plans for this evening and we want to get on with them. A crazed look streaked into Carl's eyes as he chortled out a laugh. Shaking his head, he balled his fist and cupped it with his other hand.
I won't have some other man raising my children, he growled.
I have no intention of ever trying to take your place, Briggs said evenly. You'll always be Milo and Madison's father.
Carl swore before zeroing in on Zoe.
Your little fling with Mr. Ranch Hand is affecting my son, and I won't have it.
Zoe about jumped out of her skin as a loud burst of thunder boomed, shaking the porch. What are you talking about? My relationship with Briggs hasn't hurt Milo, she hissed. You're the one who has been manipulating our son to suit your purposes.
What about Milo's math teacher?
Carl shot back, his voice ringing with triumph. Zoe jerked. How do you know about that?
Milo told me.
Milo told you? Zoe frowned, her brain scrambling to piece everything together. She'd not told Milo about Jolene dating Briggs. Had Jolene told Milo? Surely not. She turned to Briggs, who looked just as confused as her.
Milo overheard you and your little boyfriend talking about it in the living room last night.
Carl smirked.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I'll not have my son being put in jeopardy because of some sordid love triangle. If this continues, I'll have no other choice but to take you back to court and get full custody.
Zoe felt like the porch gave way beneath her as she stumbled slightly.
That's ridiculous, Briggs asserted. Zoe is a great mom. She went to the school and talked to Milo's teacher. They got everything worked out.
How convenient for you, Carl taunted, to have your girlfriends playing nicely.
Rage burned through Zoe. How dare you? You had an affair with my best friend. Her voice rose to a shrill pitch. You're the one who wrecked our marriage, not me. Carl's jaw went slack.
I told you I made a mistake.
He gave Zoe a pleading look as tears rose in his eyes.
Can't you see that I'm a changed man?
Briggs grunted.
Likely story.
Carl shot Zoe a condemning look.
You've always been in love with Briggs, and you know it.
Sweat beads popped over Zoe's nose as shame scorched over her. She looked at Briggs, could feel his surprise.
Briggs was always between us,
Carl roared.
That's why our marriage failed. His voice broke. Zoe, I'm begging you, come back to Park City. The house is just sitting there. You don't have to come back for me, but at least do it for the kids. Milo's miserable here. Surely you can see that. He needs his friends, his dad.
His expression was beseeching.
Zoe, you've always put the kids first. Why are you being so selfish right now?
Confusion swirled inside of Zoe. Was she being selfish? She'd had the distinct fear that she'd have to choose between her kids and Briggs. Her throat felt impossibly tight as she swallowed. Would it come to that? Her insides felt like they were being shredded to bits.
Are you kidding me?
Briggs's voice had a dangerous edge as he continued.
You are way out of line here. Zoe is the least selfish person I know. She's a fantastic mom, and knowing her like I do, I'd venture to say she was an excellent wife to you.
His voice gathered intensity.
You don't deserve her, you never have. You're the one who had the affair. You're despicable.
Carl's lower lip went limp like spaghetti as he belted out an incredulous laugh.
Did you hear that?
He kept his eyes on Zoe rather than looking at Briggs, probably because he was afraid Briggs would pounce on him. Zoe looked at Briggs's jaw, which was harder than granite. His hands were balled into fists, every muscle in his body pulled taut. Yep, he was about 2 shakes away from punching Carl's lights out. Panic raced through her. She couldn't let that happen, for Briggs's sake and the kids. She spun around to Carl. You need to leave. She heaved out through clenched teeth.
You sure you want to play it this way?
Carl taunted with a cold smile. Any semblance of the penitent victim gone.
I could make things very difficult for you.
You already do, she retorted. Now leave, she yelled. Lightning zigzagged against the sky. Thunder immediately boomed, rattling the windows of the house. The hair on the back of Zoe's neck rose. Electricity was building in the air, and she knew it was only a matter of minutes before the bottom of the clouds fell out.
We need to get you back inside,
Briggs said as he glanced at the sky. Carl pointed at Zoe.
You just remember what I said.
He backed down the steps and hurried to his car, looking up at the sky as he went. He got in his rental car and peeled out. The door opened as Milo rushed out, his expression distraught as he looked at the car speeding away.
Dad!
He yelled. Dad! It's okay, Zoe began. Milo burst into tears.
No, it's not okay,
he sobbed. Zoe went to his side and attempted to put an arm around him, but he knocked it away.
I hate you,
he screamed. Zoe rocked back, taken off guard by Milo's outburst.
This is all your fault,
Milo howled at Briggs.
I hate you.
Briggs held up his hands.
Calm down and take a deep breath.
I wish you were dead.
Milo heaved out, his face contorted with such contempt that it wrenched Zoe's gut. She was starting to not even recognize her own son.
Milo, calm down,
Briggs ordered. At that, Milo ran back into the house and slammed the door. Tears burned Zoe's eyes. Maybe Carl was right. Maybe she was selfish. She'd come back home because she needed a fresh start. She'd run straight back into Briggs's arms. And yes, to her everlasting shame, a part of her had loved Briggs, even when she was married to Carl. Emotion rose in her throat as her voice quivered. This is all my fault. Chapter 17. Briggs couldn't believe his ears.
This isn't your fault.
Zoe's head swung back and forth. Maybe Carl was right. Maybe I am being selfish. Heat was blow-torching through Briggs's body. He should have clocked Carl when he had the chance. It was sickening to see how manipulative Zoe's ex was. Even being around him for those few short minutes, Briggs could tell that the rat would stoop to any length in order to maintain control over Zoe and the kids. The scary part was how quickly Zoe was falling for his ploy. It was like Carl knew exactly which of her buttons to push. Thunder boomed again. "Let's go in the house." Zoe looked up at him. The anguish in her eyes tore at him. "Maybe it's best if you don't come in." He flinched like he'd been punched. "What?" His heart began to pound. "I need to be here for you." She folded her arms over her chest. "I just think that right now it's not the best thing." Her voice trailed off. Alarm trickled through him. "Surely you don't believe all that drivel Carl said. He's trying to control you, Zoe." Tears shimmered in her eyes. "Part of what he said was true." "Which part?" She shook her head and looked away. Briggs touched her arm. "Which part?" he pressed. She swallowed. "It doesn't matter." She offered him an apologetic smile. "I just need time to sort things out. I have to do what's best for my kids." A cold fear seized him. "You're not actually thinking of moving back to Park City?" He could tell from her expression that she was. He grunted softly. "Oh, Zoe, Milo will come around. He's a kid who's being controlled by his dad. Anyone can see that." "Milo is hurting right now. He's my primary responsibility." Her dark eyes were filled with a deep pain as they met his. "I'm sorry," she said as she turned and fled into the house. For a few seconds, Briggs felt a curious numbness. Then the pain took hold, a deep, gut-wrenching pain that nearly drove him to his knees. He couldn't lose Zoe again, just when he'd gotten her back. How could she not see that she was being manipulated? Fury clouded his vision as he stomped down the steps and to his truck. Admittedly, it had given him a pang of satisfaction to know that Zoe had pined for him as he had for her. More proof of the fact that they were meant to be together. Couldn't Zoe see that? How could she even contemplate throwing away their one chance to be together? Briggs understood that Zoe had a responsibility to her children. Heck, he respected that. There was plenty of room in Zoe's life for him and her kids. It didn't have to be one or the other. Briggs had just gotten home when his phone rang. His heart nearly stopped beating. It was Zoe. He slid his finger over the screen and put it to his ear. "Hello?" he said cautiously. His heart lurched when he heard Zoe's strangled sob. "What's wrong?" "It's Milo." Her voice broke. "I went into his room to check on him, but he was gone. I went to the stables. He took Blue." Briggs looked out at the sheets of pouring rain. Even though it was not quite 7 yet, it was black outside. It was utter foolishness to take a horse out in this. Then again, 11-year-old boys weren't known for being rational. Briggs thought of the bluff on the west end of the ranch. There were areas that had 30 to 50-foot drops. If Milo were to get over in that area, his stomach twisted as he reeled his mind back from the dark thoughts. It was a large ranch. Milo could be anywhere. If anything happened to Milo, Zoe would never get over it. "I don't know what to do." Zoe's breath was coming out in hard gulps. "I'll go look for him." I called Daddy and Mama. They should be here any minute. I'm going with you." His eyes widened. "I don't think that's a good idea, not in this storm." There was a tornado watch in effect until midnight, and from the looks of the trees turning cartwheels outside, they were in the thick of it. "I'm going," she barked. He let out a heavy breath, knowing there was no sense in wasting precious time arguing about it. "Okay, just be sure and dress warm," he said before she ended the call. Briggs offered a quick prayer, asking for inspiration to know where to look for Milo. There were 1,000 acres to cover in treacherous conditions. No sooner had Briggs pulled up in front of the ranch house when Zoe rushed out the door with Knox on her heels. Zoe's eyes were red-rimmed, her cheeks streaked with tears.
"It's probably better for y'all to take the four-wheelers rather than the horses,"
Knox said as Briggs hurried up the front steps. "Good idea." Knox rubbed a hand over his forehead.
This is my fault. I should have never gotten Milo that darn horse.
No, it's not your fault, Zoe countered. It's my fault. She bit her lip, tears spilling over her cheeks.
It's neither of your fault, Briggs shot back. Carl's the one responsible for this.
Fresh anger burned like a wildfire through Briggs's veins. He really detested that guy. Knox's eyes flashed with anger.
I won't argue with you there.
His expression was grave as he looked at Briggs and Zoe.
Y'all please be careful. Call me as soon as you find him.
We will if we have service, Zoe answered.
Bring our boy home,
Knox said with a quiver in his voice. Briggs nodded.
Yes, sir.
He looked at Zoe.
Let's take my truck to the barn where the four-wheelers are parked.
I'll be praying for you,
Knox said.
Thank you.
Briggs took an assessment of Zoe. Her expression was pinched, and she looked like she might fall apart any minute.
Are you sure you're up for this?
She squared her chin. Absolutely. Knox caught Briggs's eye, as if trying to convey how concerned he was, not only for Milo, but also for Zoe. Briggs gave him an imperceptible nod, hoping it would convey that he would do everything in his power to bring both Zoe and Milo home safely.
Let's go,
Briggs said. They dashed off the porch and to the truck. Once inside, they sped to the barn where the four-wheelers were kept. Zoe sat rigidly with her hands clasped tightly in her lap, not saying a word. Normally, Briggs would have suggested that they share a four-wheeler, but he thought it would be better to have two vehicles in case one of them needed to give Milo a ride back. Briggs's stomach was balled into a tight fist. He kept repeating the same prayer over and over in his mind.
Please help us find Milo.
By the time the two of them got inside the barn to get the four-wheelers, they were already drenched. It was just as well because they were headed right back out into the torrential downpour. Rain was pelting the roof so hard that it sounded like endless nails were falling out of a bucket.
Where do you think we should look first?
Briggs had an idea but wanted to get her thoughts. It hurt to see the pain and worry carved over Zoe's beautiful face. We should go toward the bluff. A dark fear slithered up Briggs, tying a knot around his lungs. His lips formed grim lines.
That was my thought, too,
he said as they started up the engines and put on their helmets. A second later, they sped out into the darkness. By unspoken agreement, Briggs took the front with Zoe following close behind. It was hard to see more than a foot in front of them, with the rain pelting them like endless bullets. The cold seeped into Briggs's body, making his muscles stiff. He had to remain alert. Every few minutes, they would slow down and yell for Milo. The only response was the roar of the rain and the wind whistling through the nearby trees. They'd tried to stay along the edges of the pastures to make the trek easier, but now they were nearing the bluff area. They would be forced to go into the woods. Zoe pulled up beside him.
Are you okay going into the woods with the four-wheelers?
Briggs asked her. Yep, she said tersely. Briggs had always admired Zoe's tenacity and courage. It was certainly manifest now.
We'll have to take it slow so we don't run into any trees.
I'm good, she shot back. Even in the near darkness, he could tell that her expression was stoic, determined. It was then that Briggs heard something. He cocked his ear.
You hear that?
What?
A horse.
Milo! Zoe yelled. Are you there? Briggs began calling out too.
Milo!
The sound grew louder. A second later, Blue bolted out of the woods. Briggs's heart sank. The horse was alone. Blue bolted past them across the field. Briggs figured the horse was heading back to his stable. The anguish on Zoe's face cut Briggs to the quick.
It's good that we saw Blue, he reassured her. That means that Milo is close by.
Zoe nodded.
Let's go into the woods and we'll keep calling for him.
As he navigated the four-wheeler through the trees, Briggs did a mental calculation. The bluff was about 2 football field lengths away from their present location. A tight fear knotted Briggs's shoulders. Had Milo fallen over the cliff? Please, God, help Milo be safe, please. Zoe yelled for Milo. Her voice was shrill, panicked. Briggs also began calling. Under the thick cover of the trees, the sound of the rain was muffled. That was a good thing. Hopefully Milo would be able to hear them calling. The tricky part was that the cliff area stretched a large distance. Was Milo even in the vicinity, or had Blue gotten spooked and started wandering aimlessly? They scoured the surrounding area when Briggs had a feeling they should turn around and go the other direction. The feeling intensified to the point where he slowed the four-wheeler to a stop and turned around to face Zoe. "What is it?" she asked.
I think we need to go the other way.
"I thought the plan was to go to the end of the bluff and then turn around and go the other direction."
Yes, that was the plan, but I can't shake the feeling that we need to turn around now and go the other way.
"But we're almost to the end of this section now. What if Milo's at the edge? If we don't cover all the ground, we could miss him." Everything Zoe said made logical sense, but Briggs couldn't deny his impressions.
Z, I can't explain it, but my gut tells me we need to turn around now.
What he didn't add was that he kept getting the express feeling that Milo's time was running out. She studied him intently. "Are you sure?" Her eyes said everything her voice didn't. Her son's life was on the line. It was critical that they get this right.
"I'm sure,"
he heard himself say, praying that he was right. "Okay," she finally said. They turned around and went the other direction, calling as they went. The farther they went, the more Briggs started to question his judgment. He kept praying in his mind, hoping for a miracle. They were nearing the end of the cliff area when they heard a weak voice. "Milo!" Zoe screamed. "Help!" he cried. "We're coming!" They turned off their engines, hopped off the vehicles, and ran in the direction of the voice as they shined their flashlights into the wet darkness. They got to the edge of the cliff. "Milo!" they called simultaneously. The force of the wind pushed against them, the rain going sideways. "Help me!" Milo screeched. His heart in his throat, Briggs walked as close to the edge of the cliff as he dared and shined the flashlight down the side. Zoe gasped. At the same time Briggs spotted Milo. He was about 6 feet down on what appeared to be a narrow shelf or ledge. A strangled sob wrenched Zoe's throat. "Oh no!" she cried, looking at Briggs in sheer panic. Fighting down his own fear, Briggs put a hand on Zoe's arm.
"Calm down. You don't want to startle him. He doesn't need to make any sudden movements."
She nodded numbly.
"Hey, bud," Briggs called down in a conversational tone. "Stay where you are. Your mom and I are going to get you to safety."
Adrenaline surged through Briggs, drilling in the knowledge that he had to get this right. One mistake and... He pulled his thoughts back from the black abyss. The key was to take it one small step at a time. "I'm scared," Milo squeaked.
"I know you are, but you're going to be okay," Briggs assured him.
Briggs handed his flashlight to Zoe.
"Shine the light so that we can see, but don't shine it into Milo's eyes. You could scare him."
He didn't want to add that it could cause Milo to fall. Briggs got down on his stomach and peered down. Milo was sitting in a fetal position, his back pressed tightly against the face of the cliff.
"I'm going to need you to stand up and reach for my hand. I'll pull you to safety."
"I can't," Milo stammered as he began weeping.
"Milo, you can do this,"
Briggs urged. "Honey, stand up and take Briggs's hand," Zoe encouraged, her voice laced with panic. I'm scared, Mom," Milo said in between ragged gasps. Briggs looked at Zoe.
"Let me talk to him,"
he said quietly, knowing that Zoe meant well, but hearing her voice was only making Milo more hysterical. She nodded.
"Milo, do you remember what I told you about Blue? What to do when you get scared?"
Yes."
"I need you to do it now. Close your eyes. Take in a deep breath through your nose and hold it for 5 counts. Then exhale through your mouth. Come on, you can do it."
Briggs held his breath, waiting. Finally, Milo did as instructed.
"Good boy. Do it again."
Milo's shoulders moved up and down with this breathing. Briggs could tell that he was starting to calm down.
"Okay, I need you to keep your back against the cliff and stand up slowly. Keep your eyes closed," he ordered.
Even though it was only a few seconds, it seemed to take an eternity before Milo started moving.
"Easy does it,"
Briggs coached, his pulse hammering against his ears. Milo was on his feet.
"Now raise up your hand."
Briggs scooted as far off the edge as he dared and reached down. His heart sank when he realized that Milo's hand was still a good 2 feet away. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees. Then came a clap of thunder that shook the ground. Milo let out a yelp and moved back to his fetal position. Briggs heard Zoe's soft sob. His mind ran through the alternatives as he made a split-second decision. He got to his feet.
"I'm going down to get him."
Zoe's eyes rounded. "Is that safe? We don't know how strong that ledge is. With as much rain as we've had, it could shift."
Briggs had thought the same thing, but he didn't know what else to do. They had to get Milo to safety before the storm got worse. There was no time to call for backup. I want you to get on your stomach like I did. I'll shimmy down and lift Milo up to you.
How will you get back up?
I'm a pretty good climber. If he couldn't get back up, Zoe could then call for help. Briggs could hold on to the side of the cliff if the wind got worse, whereas Milo was so small that he could get swept off. Zoe touched his arm.
Please be careful.
He nodded. Just be ready to pull Milo up. Milo, I'm coming down to get you. Saying a quick prayer in his heart, Briggs eased himself down, his fingers digging into the dirt, using it as handholds. Carefully he scrambled down, breathing a small sigh of relief when he felt the ground beneath his feet. Milo rose up and tackled him in a tight hug. A shaky laugh escaped Briggs's throat. Easy does it, sport. No sudden movements.
I'm so sorry,
Milo cried. It's okay, Briggs soothed.
I don't hate you,
Milo croaked. I know. Briggs looked up at Zoe. I'm sending him your way.
I'm ready,
she called. He looked at Milo. I'm going to lift you up. You reach for your mom's hand.
Okay,
Milo stammered. Briggs's stomach nearly dropped through his rib cage when he felt the ground shift beneath them. Milo screamed. It's okay, Briggs assured him. I'm lifting you up now. Bracing his body against the side of the cliff, Briggs heaved him up.
Gotcha,
Briggs heard Zoe say as she pulled Milo up. Milo broke into weeping.
You're okay,
Zoe kept saying over and over. Briggs could tell that she was crying. A gust of wind ripped at Briggs's clothes, causing a streak of alarm to rush through him. It was time to climb up. Zoe shined the flashlight down as if reading his mind.
Let's get you up.
Digging his fingers into the earth, Briggs attempted to climb, but it was too slick. His hands and feet kept slipping. He needed something to hold on to. Pressing himself against the side, he began feeling around. A burst of hope shot through him when he grasped onto a thick tree root. He pulled at it. The root appeared to be strong enough to hold him. Grabbing hold, he began his upward ascent. He got about 3 feet up when the root pulled loose. He grunted in surprise as he fell back to the ground with a hard thud that racked his body. I'm okay, he called up. Briggs heard a loud pop, followed by Zoe's shriek as the shelf gave way. Then he was falling. Chapter 18. Zoe's heart slammed against her rib cage, and she couldn't seem to get a deep enough breath. She'd already cried an ocean full of tears. Even so, the tears wouldn't stop coming. It seemed to take a superhuman effort to push back the flood of emotion threatening to break loose. Just keep walking, Zoe commanded herself as she rounded the corner and trudged down the long hall to where Mason and Jax were congregated in front of Briggs's hospital room. The events of the past several hours were a blur. Her mind ran through the sequence as if on a loop. Briggs's grunt as the root broke and he fell. Him hollering that he was okay. The dizzying relief that swept over her as she laughed, feeling like they were cheating fate. And then the loud, sickening pop of the earth giving way as the ledge collapsed. Her crying and screaming until she was hoarse. The wind raging through the woods like a freight train. Zoe diving to the ground and covering Milo with her own body as trees cracked around them like toothpicks. Then came the eerie stillness afterwards that was even more terrifying than the upheaval. Zoe rushing to the side of the cliff, yelling for Briggs and getting nothing in response. Her trembling fingers dialing 911, and then Daddy and Mama. It seemed to take forever for help to arrive. All the while, Milo whimpered softly, telling her how sorry he was for everything. She'd mechanically soothed him with calming words as her heart shattered into unrecognizable bits. Then, when the paramedics arrived, she'd received a tiny spark of hope. Briggs was still alive. The trees below the ledge had buffered his fall. Still, the situation was bad. How bad, Zoe didn't know. They'd rushed Briggs to the hospital, where he immediately went into surgery. Zoe had gone back to the ranch house to get the kids settled. Daddy had offered to stay with them so Zoe could come here. As she stepped up to her brothers, the gravity of the situation was reflected in their somber expressions.
Tears rose in her eyes as she swallowed. She didn't know how she was going to make herself go into that room. Contemplating the condition Briggs was in was bad enough. Seeing it with her own eyes would be devastating. How? The rest got lodged under a ball of emotion. She coughed it clear, starting again. How is he? A look passed between Jackson and Mason. That one look said it all. The situation wasn't good. Mason's head swung back and forth.
We don't know yet, sis. We're waiting to hear the specifics from the docs. We know that he broke some bones and has a head injury,
Jackson added. Zoe clenched her hands. Somehow she managed to speak. Is he in a coma? Terror rattled her insides. Another silent exchange passed between Jackson and Mason. Jax looked like he was going to speak, but Mason touched his arm.
Just let her go in and see for herself.
That was code for, it's really bad.
You should go in and talk to him,
Mason encouraged.
Let him hear your voice.
Tears filled her eyes. He saved Milo, she choked, putting her hand to her mouth. Jax touched her shoulder.
It's gonna be okay.
He offered a reassuring smile.
Briggs loves you.
I know, she squeaked.
Go on in there,
Mason said, motioning with his head. Okay. She had to get a grip. She sucked in a breath, steeling her shoulders. Before Zoe could take her first step, Bertie came rushing up in a flurry, her blonde hair flying out like wings behind her. The minute Zoe saw Mama, tears started gushing out. Mama threw her arms around Zoe and let her cry. After a few minutes, Zoe pulled back, sniffling as she wiped her eyes.
It'll be okay,
Mama assured her. But Zoe could tell it was a kind lie, the one a mother tells her daughter because the truth is too terrible to hear. Bertie looked her in the eye.
Before you go in there, there's something I need to tell you.
Her voice trembled. Something I should have told you a long time ago. Zoe's brows tugged together. Okay. What could her mama possibly need to tell her right now?
Let's go over here,
Bertie said as she placed her arm around Zoe and led her down the hall away from the guys. Just as she feared, the actual sight of Briggs all bruised and broken was far worse than anything Zoe could have imagined. He was lying stone still in the hospital bed, hooked up to numerous machines. There was a bandage above his right eye. His left arm was in a sling, and his left foot was covered in a cast and propped up on pillows. A sob wrenched her throat as she scuttled next to him. I'm so sorry, she uttered softly as she brushed the hair from his forehead. It seemed impossible that this larger-than-life man of muscle and grit could be so critically injured. Her gaze traced the rugged lines of his face, settling on his strong jaw that she loved so much. His olive complexion was pale and sallow. Let him hear your voice. That's what Mason had told her. Hey, she began. It's me, Zoe. Tears blurred her vision as she smiled slightly. In case you were wondering, you saved Milo. Emotion clogged her throat as she coughed to clear it. You're a hero. Right after you saved him, a tornado touched down a half-mile from where we were. Had we not gotten to Milo when we did, there's a good chance he would have been swept off the ledge. She sucked in a hard breath. It's a good thing you listened to that feeling you had and made us turn around. She didn't try to stop the hot tears that spilled down her cheeks. There's something else you need to know. She laughed. A few things, actually. For starters, I know everything. I know why you broke up with me all those years ago. Her stomach twisted into hard knots as she raked her hair out of her face. Mama told me. Her voice broke, a bitter anger taking hold. She had no right to ask you to give me space. She clenched her teeth. Mama said she wanted me to have time to go to school, time to develop my art before getting married and starting a family. Regret rolled in her chest, like a washing machine on spin cycle. From what Mama said, no one expected me to run out and marry the first guy I met on the rebound. Zoe knew it was futile to hold a grudge against her mama. Eventually, she'd have to forgive her for what she'd done, but right now she was fighting mad over it. Mama had cost Zoe the love of her life, and because of Briggs's stupid personal code, he felt like he couldn't say anything to Zoe when he promised Mama that he wouldn't. The whole thing was absurd. Yet, it also spoke to how honorable Briggs was. There was more Zoe needed to get out. Even though Briggs couldn't hear her, she needed to unburden her soul. When I first got home, Daddy asked me why I was reluctant to give you a second chance. I couldn't answer that at first, but now I know why. She paused. It was because I was scared, terrified of being hurt again. You asked me what Cash meant by one way home. A chuckle scratched her throat as she looked at Briggs's motionless face. He was still handsome, even now in his current condition. She filled her lungs with air, releasing it slowly. Okay, here goes. She laughed to herself. If you were awake right now, no way would I be telling you this. She swallowed, composing her thoughts. After you broke up with me, I was a mess, truly. Anyway, Cash was going through a difficult time as well. He was in love with this girl, a fellow singer. She waved a hand. Anyway, that part doesn't matter because Cash is long over that girl now. But at the time, he was hurting bad. I told Cash that he needed to go to the girl, tell her how he felt. He needed to love like there was no tomorrow, leaving nothing on the table. She paused, the past flashing before her eyes. There was so much regret, so much sorrow. All this time, Briggs had loved her as she'd loved him. Outrage spiked through her, regret over all that she'd lost, over what might have been. No, she couldn't think that way. She had Milo and Madison. I told Cash that if the girl didn't take him back, so what? At least he would have tried. Her voice quivered with intensity. I told Cash that I would give anything to have just one more day with you. She smiled through her tears. There's only one way home, and that's through the heart. That's what I said to Cash. She blinked. I love you, Briggs McAllister. I always have. You're a great man, the best. I will always be in debt to you for saving Milo. Thank you, she said quietly. A shudder ran through her. Please don't leave me. I need you. She gasped, nearly coming out of her skin, when he reached for her arm, holding it in an iron grip. Then his eyes popped open. Her jaw dropped. What? A corner of his lip quirked up. For the record, I need you too. His beautiful eyes locked with hers. And just so you know, I don't plan on going anywhere. She began laughing and crying at the same time. I thought you were in a coma, he chuckled. I sort of gathered that when you started baring your soul. But, Zoe looked back, surprised to see Mama, Jackson, and Mason huddled in the doorframe. Have y'all been there the entire time? Tears were flowing down Bertie's cheeks. That was so beautiful, honey. She dabbed at her eyes. Zoe homed in on Jackson and then Mason. Her eyes narrowed. Let him hear your voice, she mimicked. You tricked me. Mason tossed her a sheepish grin. I only told you that we were waiting for the docs and didn't know the full situation yet. Zoe marched over to Mason and punched him in the gut. He howled and laughed as he doubled over. Man, you're vicious. Mason looked up at her and winked. But I did get you to spill your guts. Too bad we didn't get it on video. Zoe looked at Jackson. Were you in on this little shenanigan too? He held up his hands. I plead the fifth. Briggs's warm, rich laughter caught Zoe's attention as she whirled back around to face him. And you, she fumed. I thought you were dying. A smile trembled over her lips as she shook her head. She couldn't be too mad because she was so relieved that he was okay. She went back over to him. He reached for her hand, squeezing it. Sorry. I was resting my eyes when you came in. I probably should have said something. A crooked grin slid over his lips. But that was just too good to pass up. She raised an eyebrow. Okay, mister. You're obviously not in a coma, she snapped. What exactly are your injuries?
I have a nasty cut over my eye, a dislocated shoulder, some bruised ribs, and a broken ankle, which they had to fix with surgery.
His expression grew serious.
I'd go through it all over again and 1,000 times more to hear those wonderful words that came out of your mouth. His jaw worked. I love you, Z. I want to be with you always.
His eyes searched hers.
Stay with me, please.
More tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she smiled. Always. I love you. One way home.
One way home,
he murmured as he pulled her in for a kiss. Epilogue. Cash Romeo. As the limousine pulled up in front of the sprawling white ranch house that was Cash's childhood home, a feeling of nostalgia washed over him. His gaze swept over the familiar landscape, settling on the large front porch that spanned the entire front of the house.
It's good to be home,
he sighed.
See, what did I tell you? Got you here with 20 minutes to spare,
Jeremy boasted as he looked in his rearview mirror at Cash, grinning broadly. Cash leaned forward and reached through the divider, patting Jeremy on the shoulder. Jeremy was one of Cash's roadies, who also acted as his driver.
I had zero doubts.
The past Thursday was his mother Bertie's birthday, and the family was gathering today, 2 days later, to celebrate. The barbecue and birthday party were only part of the equation. At any rate, this was not something Cash wanted to miss. Cash had done a concert in London the night before. Then he hopped aboard his private jet and had flown all night to get here. Cash had slept a little on the plane, but he was still exhausted.
Where should I park?
Jeremy asked.
Just pull over to the side,
Cash directed.
Would you like for me to wait for you? Nah, I'll be here for a few hours. I can get one of my siblings to take me back to my house later on tonight.
Cash had a large house only a few miles from here. Jeremy's heavy brows darted together.
You sure, man? Absolutely. You're as tired as I am. Besides, I'm sure you have people you want to see while you're in town. Thanks,
Jeremy uttered with an appreciative smile.
I don't care what those other people say about you. You're a pretty decent fella, he teased.
Cash grunted out a semi-amused chuckle.
Just don't tell anyone. I'd hate to ruin my reputation, he quipped.
Jeremy turned around in his seat, frowning.
Watch out for the paparazzi. They get wind that you're back in Nashville, and they'll be on you like horseflies on a corn dog.
Cash shook his head as a grin slid over his lips.
Horseflies on a corn dog? Where do you come up with those sayings?
Jeremy was also from Franklin. He and Jeremy had played football together, graduated in the same class. Whenever he could, Cash hired people that he knew and trusted. Jeremy was one of those that he would trust with his life.
I'll be careful, man.
He missed the days of being able to go to the store like a regular person, or go to a movie or restaurant without being attacked by flocks of fans or the press. Cash was grateful for his success, but fame was a lonely road.
All right.
They did a partial handshake fist bump, same as they'd done when they were teenagers. Cash had just gotten out and the limo was pulling away when his phone buzzed. He fished it out of his pocket. It was his manager, Howie. He slid his finger over the face of the phone before bringing it to his ear.
Hey.
His manager's booming voice filled the phone.
Did the bird land safely? Yep, I'm standing in front of the old home place, about to go in. Good, he rushed on. Hey, I know you were looking forward to taking a few days off before we head to Germany for the next concert, but Tandy just called. She wants you to come into the studio and record that new song that you just introduced at last week's concert.
Cash rubbed a hand over his stubbled jaw. Tandy was the president and CEO at his record label. The woman had a keen sense for business, but she was a taskmaster.
I thought the plan was to add the song to the new album that we'll start working on after the tour winds down.
Cash planned to tour until right before Thanksgiving, which was still roughly 4 months away.
Yeah, that was the plan. But somebody at the concert recorded you on their phone, and the thing's gone viral. Tandy wants to strike while the iron's hot. Tandy needs to take a chill pill.
Cash muttered. Howie laughed.
You know that ain't gonna happen, he sang. The woman eats, breathes, and sleeps work. Ah, she also booked you a performance at the Grand Ole Opry on Tuesday. No, Cash barked. I need a break.
He let out a long breath.
I'll record the song, but I'm not doing the Opry.
Silence. Cash clutched the phone tighter.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. You sure you don't want to do the Opry? It's a great way to give back to your fans.
I'm sure,
Cash shot back. He was all about giving back to his fans, but right now he needed some downtime or he was going to blow his cork. His mind shifted to other matters.
What did you think of the opener for the London concert?
When Cash originally went on tour, his longtime friend Ginger Blakely was the opening act. Then everything went sideways when Ginger fell off the stage during a concert in Italy, sustaining a broken leg and 2 broken vertebrae. Ginger was lucky to be alive. The doctors expected her to make a full recovery, but she was officially out of the tour.
You know,
Howie mused.
Queenland Grace is no Ginger Blakely, but I thought they did fairly well. The crowd seemed to resonate with them. After the concert last night, Grace and I had a quick meeting about a few improvements she and her band could make to make their performance pop. I think they're going to be okay.
I hope so. We could sure use a break. It's been tough with Ginger's accident.
Amen.
All right, dude. Go enjoy your family. You deserve some time off. Should I tell Tandy she can expect you to come into the studio on Monday?
Cash didn't skip a beat.
Tell her I'll be there Wednesday morning.
Will do. See ya.
Howie clipped as he ended the call. A whiff of freshly cut grass invaded Cash's senses, taking him right back to his childhood. It was a hot evening, the humidity pressing a heavy blanket on him as he trotted up the steps and into the house. Cash welcomed the cool air conditioning that splashed his face as he stepped through the door. The fragrant aroma of barbecue made his stomach rumble. He heard laughter and voices floating from the kitchen. Butterflies of anticipation tapped out a fast beat against his stomach as he quickened his steps.
Anybody home?
He called loudly as he stepped into the kitchen.
Cash is here.
Madison squealed as she ran full force and jumped into his arms.
Hey, Squirt.
He laughed as he scooped her up. She hooked his neck with her arms, giving him a tight hug. A second later, he pulled his head back so he could assess her. He pursed his lips.
This beautiful grown-up girl can't be my niece.
It's me, Madison giggled. Cash put her down before hugging everyone. When he got to Jackson, his older brother pulled him into a chokehold, rubbing a knuckle burn against his hair.
Hey,
Cash protested, trying to extricate himself from Jackson's grasp. But before he could, his 4 brothers crowded around, joining in on the fun as they poked and wrestled with him. It only took Cash a second to jump back into old habits as he gave as good as he got, grabbing Mason and ruffling his hair.
No one messes with the hair,
Mason grumbled, which made it all the funnier. Ramsey hooted.
Don't be messing with Mr. Pretty Boy. He freaks if a hair gets out of place.
Mason shot Ramsey a dark laugh, which set all the brothers to laughing. As the baby, Mason had a short fuse. It was fun to get a rise out of him.
You remember this pretty lady?
Noah asked as he draped a protective arm around Piper. Piper smiled. Hey, Cash. They embraced in a hug.
You look more gorgeous every time I see you.
With her long curly hair and big brown eyes, Piper reminded Cash of the actress Andie MacDowell. Noah was truly a lucky man. Piper's cheeks were stained with pink as she grinned. Thank you.
Hey now, don't be scamming on my woman,
Noah said, his eyes laughing.
Don't worry, I only have eyes for you,
Piper said as she placed a hand on Noah's arm. Daddy stepped up and enfolded Cash in strong arms.
Welcome home, son,
Daddy said heartily, his voice quivering with emotion.
I've missed you.
The cinnamon scent of Daddy's cologne tickled his nose.
I've missed you too,
Cash responded, his eyes growing moist. That was the hardest part about being on tour, being away from family.
Hey, Mama,
he said as he hugged Bertie.
Happy birthday.
Tears glistened in her eyes.
Having you home for a few days is the best birthday present ever.
She cupped his cheeks with her hands as she peered up into his face. A minute later, Cash spotted Milo, watching him with a tentative expression.
Hey, little man, I hear you've been tearing it up with the riding.
That's all it took for Milo to step forward and give him a big hug. Cash tousled his hair.
Good to see you. You'll have to show me Blue. I can jump now, Milo said proudly.
That's what I hear, Cash said, smiling as he looked at Zoe and Briggs. Zoe and Briggs were standing close together, and Briggs had his arm draped around Zoe. Cash's heart swelled. It was wonderful to see the quiet glow on Zoe's face.
"Hey, you two,"
he said as he stepped up to them. First he hugged Zoe, who rubbed a hand over his stubbled jaw. "Looking a little scruffy," she chided.
"Yep, that's what an entire night of flying will do to you,"
Cash lamented. "Good to see you," Briggs said as the two clasped hands before hugging. Cash looked back and forth between them, a pleased smile sliding over his lips.
"Now this was worth coming home to see."
Zoe blushed slightly as she cast Briggs an adoring look.
"You're looking pretty good, considering."
He motioned at the boot Briggs was wearing on his left ankle.
"I'm getting there,"
Briggs said with a casual smile.
"I've got a great nurse,"
he said, giving Zoe a wicked grin. He was obviously needling her because Zoe made a face. "Yeah, too bad he doesn't listen to me." Her eyes widened. "I went out the other day, and you know what I found him doing?" Her voice rose. "He was riding blue."
"Well, I had to show Milo a few things, and the best way was to demonstrate. That was perfectly fine."
A begrudging laugh escaped Zoe's lips. "See what I have to deal with." Cash could tell that Zoe was wildly happy. Watching her with Briggs, knowing all that the two of them had overcome to be together, that in and of itself was worth coming home for. Briggs caught Cash's eye.
"I'll always be in debt to you for placing that bid at the auction."
Cash waved a hand.
"Best money I ever spent."
A beautiful, unencumbered smile filled Zoe's face. "Amen to that, little brother." Knox spoke loudly over all the chatter.
"Now that everybody's here, we can eat."
"Finally," Milo said as he exhaled dramatically. "I'm starving." He looked at Mason, laughter sputtering from his lips. "But don't eat too much barbecue or you'll end up with the Hershey squirts." Cash laughed in surprise, as did almost everyone else in the room, but Zoe's jaw hit the ground. "Milo!" she exploded. "That's unacceptable." Milo's face turned beet red as he looked down at the floor.
"I'll give the kid a break,"
Mason said.
"You've said much worse."
Zoe whirled around to Mason. "Did you teach him that?" The guilty look on Mason's face answered her question. Knox cleared his laughter as he held up his hands.
"All right, no brawling, not today."
Everyone settled down. A second later, Knox's jaw started working as he looked around, tears glistening in his eyes.
"I just want y'all to know how grateful I am for each and every one of you."
His gaze settled on Bertie as he cleared the emotion in his throat.
"We did good, didn't we?"
She smiled, going misty-eyed.
"Yes, we did."
At that, Knox bowed his head and offered a blessing on the food. A little while later, after the meal and cake had been eaten, Cash found himself on the back patio, talking to Zoe. He shifted in his seat, stretching his long legs.
"You look happy, sis."
"I am."
"I'm so glad. You deserve to be happy."
"Thank you," she uttered, getting teary-eyed. "It took a long time getting here." Her voice hitched. "What you did reminded me of One Way Home. It made me realize what's truly important." A smile touched her lips. "I owe you big time."
"I'll add it to your tab."
He grinned. She chuckled. "I'm sure you will."
"I saw you and Mama earlier laughing and talking. I take it y'all worked out your differences?"
Zoe had told Cash about Mama asking Briggs to break up with Zoe all those years ago. Zoe let out a long breath. "Yeah, I was ticked at first, but it's Mama. I couldn't stay mad at her forever." She paused. "Even though I don't agree with what Mama did, I've come to realize that she did it out of love for me." Cash nodded. He'd tried to tell Zoe as much himself, but she'd been too livid in the heat of the moment to listen. "Mama wanted me to have space to get my education and develop my sculpting. I have a daughter, I get that. I just don't agree with how Mama went about it," she retorted. "Anyway, it's all in the past now," she sighed.
"I'm glad."
A comfortable silence stretched between them before Cash spoke.
"How's Briggs getting along with the kids?"
"Really well. Ever since the accident, when Briggs saved Milo, things have changed for the better," she shrugged. "I mean, Milo still has his days, but he's definitely coming around."
"How's Carl?"
Zoe tensed. "Still as much of a jerk as ever," she fired back, her dark hair bouncing on her shoulders. She rolled her eyes. "But he's fallen head over heels for one of the realtors he coaches. so at least I don't have to worry about him trying to get me back." Cash rubbed his jaw.
"I'm glad you got away from him."
"Me too," Zoe asserted. She paused, her voice growing recollective. "Just before Milo went missing, Carl showed up here. There was a big storm brewing. A tornado actually touched down."
"I heard."
Bertie had called, giving Cash the full scoop, but he didn't mind hearing it again. Zoe went on as if he hadn't spoken. Laughter gathered in her throat as she clutched her neck. "Carl said a bunch of crap about me being selfish by moving back home and dating Briggs." Her eyes hardened. "I was actually considering going back to that idiot. Then when Briggs saved Milo," her voice faltered. "It's interesting how almost losing them both made me suddenly see everything clearly. I realized that Carl was full of baloney. The greatest gift I could give myself and the kids is to live a full life with the man I love." Her eyes took on an inner glow. Zoe radiated such happiness and contentment that Cash was a tinge envious. That's what he wanted to find, his own one-way home.
Milo and Madison,
Milo especially, need a good male role model to look up to. She paused. "Well, I couldn't ask for anyone better than Briggs," she shrugged, pushing out a self-conscious laugh. "I'm sure that's more info than you were wanting, but yes, we're doing well," she said lightly.
Mama tells me your gallery is opening this fall."
Her dark eyes shimmered with excitement. "Yep, it's just a few doors down from the boutique." She cast a glance at Noah in the backyard with Piper. The two of them were playing a game of catch with Milo and Madison. "Noah and Piper are going to put their photography in the gallery, which will help generate interest." Cash followed her trail of vision, going past the happy couple to the kids. "Wait a minute." His eyes did a quick rewind as he looked, then looked again. He pointed.
"Is that a chicken wearing a pink ribbon around its neck?"
Zoe sniggered. "Yep, that's Roach, Madison's pet chicken." Cash's jaw dropped.
"Are you seriously telling me that my niece has a pet chicken?"
"Uh-huh," she giggled. He made a face.
"Is that sanitary?"
Her eyes widened. "That's what I said, but Daddy assures me that it's perfectly fine."
"Wow, there aren't words."
A grin pulled at her lips, her eyes dancing. "Madison has been after Mama to order Roach some clothes from the boutique." An incredulous laugh rose in Cash's throat.
"Well, you do seem to be adjusting well to country life."
"Yes, I am," she sang. Zoe sat back in her seat, giving him a speculative look. "What about you? How are you doing?"
"I'm all right,"
he said casually, but he could tell that Zoe's sharp eyes missed nothing. "It's been rough, hasn't it?" she asked, "with Ginger getting injured?" He nodded, feeling the weight of the situation settling on his chest. "What exactly happened?"
"As Ginger was performing, she got lightheaded and fell backwards off the stage. It's a 10-foot drop."
Zoe's lips pressed together in a straight line. As she shook her head, she leaned in, lowering her voice.
"Daddy mentioned that the investigators suspect that there was foul play."
Cash's insides tightened.
"At first we all thought it was a freak accident, but then, when Ginger was being questioned, she mentioned the dizziness. Ginger takes anxiety medication. She took her pill shortly before going on stage. Her meds were sent to a lab for testing. It was determined that they'd been switched with a high-powered muscle relaxer that looked exactly like her pills."
"Do the authorities know who did it?"
"No. At this point, the detectives aren't sure whether Ginger was being specifically targeted or if someone is trying to sabotage my tour."
The apprehensive expression on Zoe's face mirrored Cash's own feelings. "Who would do that?"
"I don't know. A competitor? Maybe a jealous fan or stalker? We don't know."
Her brows darted together. "Are you saying that you could be in danger?" A shiver shuddered down his spine.
"I don't know,"
he answered honestly. She took in a deep breath as she reached for his hand and squeezed it. "I'm sorry. Maybe you should talk to Ramsey, see if he can do anything to help."
"I plan to."
It was nice having a brother who worked for a private security group specializing in personal safety. The record label hired private detectives to investigate the situation, and they'd enacted extra safety measures during concerts with more security guards, etc. However, Cash wanted to talk to Ramsey and get his take on the situation. He trusted his brother more than a bunch of strangers. "Good," Zoe said, looking relieved. She tilted her head. "How is the new opening act working out?"
"Queenland Grace?"
She nodded.
"So far, so good. Are they worried that they might be a target? Yeah, it's a concern, but they're willing to take the risk to get the exposure for their band.
She clasped her hands together.
I hope it all gets resolved soon. You and me both.
Briggs stepped into the center of the patio, speaking loudly.
Would everyone gather round? I have an important announcement to make.
Zoe blinked in surprise.
What announcement? Cash added.
Her head swung back and forth. I have no idea. It was all Cash could do to keep a straight face. He knew exactly what Briggs was up to. It was partly why he'd come.
What's going on?
Zoe asked Briggs, her eyebrow quirking up. He flashed a cryptic grin.
Just hold your horses,
he said smoothly as he winked. Zoe looked at Cash. Do you know what he's up to? Briggs gave Cash a concerned look that said, don't spill the beans. Cash held up his hands, shaking his head.
I'm just an innocent bystander here.
Uh-huh, sure you are, Zoe grunted, turning her attention back to Briggs. He took in a breath, like he was collecting his thoughts.
It has been a crazy couple of months.
He looked down at his booted ankle.
I'll be glad when I can finally get this thing off, he grumbled.
Me too, so you can actually get some work done.
Knox piped in, throwing Briggs an affectionate grin.
Hey now, Briggs countered with a mock-wounded expression. I have been working.
We know what you've been working on,
Mason said, throwing Zoe a cheeky grin. Jackson and Ramsey looked at one another and laughed. Zoe's face flamed as she stuck her tongue out at Mason. Briggs looked around at all the faces, his voice growing throaty with emotion.
Y'all are like family to me.
He threw a smile at Milo.
This guy is getting pretty good on Old Blue.
Milo thrust out his chest, grinning broadly. Briggs looked at Madison, who was sitting on Bertie's lap.
And this one has roped me into watching more than a few episodes of Dora the Explorer.
Madison flashed a large smile. Time seemed to slow as Briggs lasered in on Zoe.
And this girl,
his voice caught.
This girl has turned my world upside down, in a good way.
He and Zoe shared an intimate smile. In steps that were surprisingly agile considering his ankle, Briggs crossed the distance between them. He got down on one knee, gathering Zoe's hands in his.
It has always been you.
He paused, peering deeply into her eyes.
I love you, Z.
Tears rose in her eyes. I love you too.
Marry me?
She laughed through her tears. Yes, she exclaimed. Oh, yes. She flung her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Cash cleared his throat.
The ring?
A boyish grin streaked over Briggs's lips.
Oops.
He pushed his hand into his jean pocket and pulled out a glittering diamond ring. It's beautiful, Zoe breathed as he slipped it over her finger. Everyone broke out in applause.
Looks like you got a ringside seat,
Jackson said to Cash.
Yep, I think I'll give y'all your space,
Cash said as he got up and moved away. Briggs and Zoe were too caught up in one another to even notice. This is the most beautiful birthday party ever, Bertie exclaimed, tears sparkling in her eyes. Cash had to agree. He was so glad to be home. It was good to see Zoe happy. He was glad he could play a small part in setting things right between Zoe and her man. Mason stepped up to Cash and slung an arm around his shoulders.
How's my favorite bro doing?
Cash arched an eyebrow.
What do you want?
Oh, nothing, Mason said nonchalantly.
Just a spot on your tour?
Cash caught Daddy's eye, could tell from the tight set of his jaw that he was listening. Cash would like nothing more than to give Mason a shot, but he wanted to honor Daddy's wishes, allow Mason time to get his education and grow up a bit first.
I tell you what, you keep sharpening up on your skills, and I might just consider that sometime,
Cash said evasively. Mason grunted.
You're just afraid of the competition. Yep, that's what it is,
Cash said pleasantly.
Come on, Cash, Mason urged. Just give me a chance. What have you got to lose?
Cash's phone buzzed, giving him a welcome interruption. He pulled it out of his pocket and gave Mason an apologetic look.
It's my manager. I need to get this.
Mason scowled.
Fine, but this conversation's not over.
Cash walked a few steps away as he answered the phone.
Hey,
Howie began. His voice sounded strange. There was a long pause.
I don't know how to say this. Just spit it out.
Cash held his breath, waiting.
It's about Queenland Grace.
Emotion strangled Howie's voice.
Grace was leaving a friend's house, walking across the street. She was hit by a car.
The air left Cash's lungs. He scrambled to speak.
Is she okay?
He croaked.
No, she didn't make it. She's gone.
About Jennifer Youngblood. Jennifer loves reading and writing clean romance. She believes that happily ever after is not just for stories. Jennifer enjoys interior design, rollerblading, clogging, jogging, and chocolate. In Jennifer's opinion, there are few ills that can't be resolved with a warm brownie and a scoop of vanilla bean ice cream. Jennifer grew up in rural Alabama and loved living in a town where everybody knows everybody. Her love for writing began as a young teenager when she wrote stories for her high school English teacher to critique. Jennifer has a BA in English and Social Sciences from Brigham Young University, where she served as Miss BYU Hawaii. Before becoming an author, she worked as the owner and editor of a monthly newspaper named The Senior Times. She now lives in the Rocky Mountains with her family and spends her time writing and doing all of the wonderful things that make up the life of a busy wife and mother. Closing credits. This has been One Way Home, Romeo Family Romance. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Lisa Valdini. Copyright 2020 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood.